And you can see for yourself. No, it seems low. The thing speaks for itself. You can see. Yes. How much is this?
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm going to go to the media came here. The media council came here last week.
Media council was not representing you. They brought a memorandum. In fact, by the time the media council, what I found very interesting, when the media council was here, none of you people from the media was here. It's like you, they don't exist. And the gentleman in a half court is actually nodding that they don't exist. What's your reference? From? Citizen Radio. Hiyo kuna habari bwana, wao mnaongea sana huko kwa background na wasikia so actually unakubali kama hawana, they don't represent you. Ile ya kwanza ilikuwa ni selection panel. We had to just have an in-house. IEBC is the selection panel. Mambo high level. Unatafuta school. In that. So your public interest unasema there was an in-house. Alafu wende ukapata school moja unapokuwa waambie kulikuwa na vita Ujienda kesha.
We have people ready.
Sorry. How do you want?
I think in the Homabay residence, we
can know if you want the Lower Republic.
I don't know where they want to go.
Where? Emergent. Did you invite the Lower Republic? The Lower Republic.
Order members, I think if we are ready, we will proceed to listen. Welcome to Homabay Interface Community Health Desk. Is that the name of your team?
Yes.
That's a group you're representing.
Yes.
So welcome. We have the team ready here. The Honorable Catherine Wambilianga has stepped out. That's Hassan Omar, member for Yala. Catherine is a county MP for Bungoma County. That's Honorable Amina Mnyazi, the member of Parliament for Malindi constituency. My co-chair, the Honorable Opio Wandai, and myself, Aaron Cheruiyot, Senator for Kericho. Welcome. We received your invitation, your memorandum. So we want to listen to you. In total, you have 15 minutes timed from now. Once you do it, you pause once you're done so that the members can ask you one or two questions, then we proceed to the next group. So I think if that's agreeable, Honorable Chair, we proceed. Karibu, you just introduce yourself and say what your issues are. Karibu.
Okay, Chair, good morning. I'm Evans Ojienda Logoa, the Chairperson Interface Community Help Desk from Super South Sub-County, Homabay County. I'm the Chair, so our Secretary will give a brief on behalf of the organization. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, the Secretary General for Interface Community Help Desk. I would like to thank the National Dialogue Committee for deeming it fit to give us the opportunity to address and give our views on behalf of the residents of Homabay County. Without much ado, whereas you've given us 15 minutes to deliberate on these issues, I think it is prudent that we obey the rules of the game by the National Dialogue Committee. So I'll first begin by stating as follows. Whereas you had highlighted 5 issues that were to be canvassed by the Kenyan citizens, we deemed it fit, and I think it is us who came first as members of the public, that we felt that the dialogue was not people-centered, but it was leader-centered. But luckily enough, it was prudent for the Learned Council, who is also the former Vice President of the Republic, said that we need to come and give our views via our memorandum, of which we also say thank you to the panelists. I'll begin by stating as follows, that in our, I'll not read everything because of time. The thematic areas with regard to electoral justice and related matters, restructuring and reconstitution of the IEBC, we had the following recommendation. 1, there is need, and I'm pleading again that there is need. Those are 3 words. That we need to abolish what is the so-called National Tallying Center. Because where we are in, the citizens of the Republic of Kenya have always been participating in voting, but the problem, it is from the National Tallying Center, not at the polling station. So as we are saying, we need to have what is known as the polling station tallying center. Because if all votes are being casted right from the ground, what is the need, or what is it that the chairman is going to do? What is it that is going to verify? Because already the results have been found right from the ground. So the reason as to why we deemed it fit that we need to abolish the National Tallying Center is that this is where the problem has always begun. Kenyans have not been fighting at the polling station. They have been fighting at the National Tallying Center with leaders who have been elected. So for us to avoid that sham, we need to abolish the so-called National Tallying Center. That is 1. 2, we are saying that we need to creation of youth members of parliament elected as the same as women representatives, including persons with disability. Why? Article 28 is not being observed by political parties of this country, whereby you will just find that they unpick certain fellas to represent the interest of the youth. So that is why we are saying persons with disability, youth representatives are supposed to be elected. The other issue we had about the electoral justice is that Article 97 of the Kenyan Constitution, we found out that when it comes to impeachment of the president, the powers goes to the members of parliament who have been elected, members of parliament and members of the Senate. As we are saying that if the sovereign power belongs to the people, then it is the people to decide if a leader doesn't work for them. And the reason as to why we are saying this is that the system we have in this country is a presidential system, not a parliamentary system. And the question is, why is it that when it comes to impeachment of the president, it now goes to the parliamentary system? It needs to come from the people, because all these characters have been elected by the people of Kenya. So that is why we are saying we need calling them characters. Your Honor, if you look at the terminology character, it refers to so many things, and it depends with English wording, and that is why I normally use the term characters. Even me, I'm a character. The same should also apply to the governors and ward reps. They are supposed to be recalled by the people. Not governors are being recalled by the MCS. That is what we felt. The other thing we heard about the outstanding constitutional matters with regard to Article 43, what we found out is that we would like to request, especially the members of parliament who are representatives, you always ensure that you pass legislations, not papers. Papers are not legislations. So if you pass legislations in parliament, that is when taxes can be reduced. And these taxes and levies can only be reduced in petroleum products in order to improve the efficiency of domestic refineries. So justification which we have with regard to this is that our peers, the neighboring countries, those are the landlocked countries, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. Their cost in terms of fuel is much lower than us, who have an inland port. So that should be a big worry to us. How comes that a landlocked country, its petroleum levies are lower, and a country which is not landlocked like Kenya, which is cherished and respected amongst all nations in the world, its taxes and levies are more? It is pinching on the economy. The other thematic area we had is about fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and law on multi-party democracy. On this, we are saying that this is already captured in Section 543 of the Political Parties Act. So the provision itself lays the ground and management and membership of political parties. So justification, we underscore that the fact that democracy is enhanced both by the ruling party and opposition and not weakened in the delivery and oversight from both parties. So the other thematic area which we have is thematic area 4, that is about entrenchment of funds in the Constitution, that is the NGCDF, Senate Oversight Fund, and NGAF. The role of Parliament is oral, and I'm repeating, the role of Parliament is oral. That is oversight, representation, appropriation, and legislation. To this effect, we would like to say that the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya pronounced itself on this and hence makes the matter moot. Reason being, it defeats the principles of the rule of law with regard to public finance. So the other issue which we have with regard to this is that help, and I'm repeating, help, for the third time, help should be entrenched in the Kenyan Constitution. Majority of students are suffering, and people are not talking about their plight. For us, we would like to categorically state that all students in both public universities and tertiary institutions and public colleges are entitled to help. So help should be included in the Constitution so that no Kenyan student is left behind. The other thing we are saying on this is that government-sponsored persons who are earning salaries and who would like to further their studies should not, and I'm repeating, should not be catered for by the government. Reason being, already they're earning their stipends, and some of the youths do not have jobs, and they don't have their salaries. So for this, we would like that government-sponsored persons who are going to pursue their studies or furthering their studies should not be given help. They cater for themselves from their salaries. The other thing we are saying is that the funding model for every cluster in the universities should be the same across all public institutions. What we came to realize is that we will find a student who is pursuing law in the University of Nairobi. the amount of fee is paying, and the student who is also pursuing the same course at Maseno University, Egerton University, OJ Quat, is totally distinct. For us, we feel it that for education not to be discriminative and the dignity of the Kenyan students to be respected and protected, there is a need for the funding model cluster to be the same across public institutions. About cross-cutting issues, we had the big elephant in the room, which is making the Kenyan youths to walk with their socks torn. You might think that it is a tongue, but it is not, because the socks are torn. Is that any person charged with economic crime should be remanded and all his assets should be frozen until the matter is concluded. Justification is this: persons or characters who have been found to have embezzled public funds are still going back to the corridors of justice, seeking for the cash they have looted from the members of the public, they are using in buying justice. So for us, we felt that any person who is charged with economic crime should be remanded and all his assets should be frozen until the matter is concluded.
It will be denied bail.
Yes. No, what we are saying is that whereas we are talking about bail and bond terms, and with regard to the issue that we say in law that you are the guilty and innocent. Already you've been found as a charged with the Economic Crimes at Economic Crimes Act. At your salary is placed at a half. What is it that you expect? That is double speak. For any law student, that is double speak. Because if you say that you are in need of bail and bond terms, and at the same time, Economic Crimes Act Section 52, it is saying, ukipatikana uko na hii hatia, half of that you are given pay. Already it has been justified. At umepatikana na that hatia, what is it that you expect again? Should you get that bail, bond, and terms? Anchored on that. That is from the school of thought where we had reasoned with that. On the other issue we have, your honors and the learned council who are present here, is about Article 234 of the Kenyan Constitution. And if you may allow me, Article 234I, the functions and powers of the Commission. We have a problem with the Public Service Commission. Public Service Commission is not a tribunal. It is not a tribunal. And you will find, if you read it says that Article 234(2)(I) hear and determine appeals in respect of county government's public service. So this one makes us to stand in limbo. County governments are autonomous. We have what is called as the County Public Service Board. So it seems to us that the Public Service Commission has usurped the powers of the County Public Service Boards. So they don't have a biting teeth. Instead, it is them who are being beaten by the big animal, so-called the Public Service Commission, which does not have a tribunal. We know very well that NEMA, National Environmental Management Authority, it has a tribunal which has been anchored in law. So for us, we would like Article 234I to be removed from the Kenyan Constitution. The other thing we have is about the entrenchment of state offices, the office of the official opposition. We are saying that the office should be created in Parliament by an act, being seconded in votes, tallied, hence the road should be clearly indicated. We found out this, that even right now as we sit, even right now as the National Dialogue Committee sits, the National Dialogue Committee did not pass the grey test. I so call it the grey test because it is easier for us to identify a green horse in a white grass, but not the vice versa. Not a green grass and then we identify the white horse. So for us on this, we are saying that this will ensure that the government is checked by properly and best legislations as provided for. And then we avoid the issue so-called the big elephant in the corridors of debates, which is known as Tuonane Badai. This Tuonane Badai slogan is going to be reduced in the corridors of debates. So for us, we would like to attest and confirm that the issues which have been highlighted by the National Dialogue Committee, the so-called NDC, is anchored on Article 10, 2B, and the issues highlighted promotes fundamental gains which have been made by the Kenyan Constitution. What is left for us as a country is to ensure that we retain our global respect position, of which our beacon, which has been, and I still cherish, as a citizen who was born and bred in this republic, which is of peace, love, and unity, that should be long-lasting during our stay and our living in this planet Earth called world, and this country called Kenya, with all its counties. The other issue,
just to remind you,
yes,
I had mentioned to you that you have 15 minutes,
yes,
which you have exhausted.
Only give me 2 minutes, if I may.
It leaves me in a difficult situation because there's still.
We have 4 minutes remaining.
You still have time for this panelist also, unless you want to conclude your remarks.
I want to conclude
without any questions from the panelists.
Yes, I wanted to add an issue on presidential term.
Okay.
Our concern is that this ill fight has been coming out, whereby citizens of the republic cannot realize their social economic rights. It is because of politics. So for us, we say that a president needs to go for a single term of 10 years. 10 years. We wanted the president to go for a single term of 10 years. If he finishes, he goes and packs together with this deputy president. That is our thought. And the other issue we wanted to raise is that we had a position from the Suba community. They've met the population quota, of which they require a county. And also us in Homabay town, we've met the population quota, whereby we want the Homabay town constituency to be divided so that we can have Kanyada constituency. For us, we've met the population quota. And this one will make us to realize the issue, the big issue before the corridors of debate, whereby Kimani Chungwa is saying, Honorable Kimani Chungwa is saying, majority leader, one man, one coin, or one shilling, one man. So for us, for this to be realized even to us, we have to create a super county.
I use that when I have ever said one.
He has also spoken about it. So thank you very much for having given us the opportunity. Asanteni sana.
He spoke
We
about
spoke
it.
about it. We said that it is supposed to be created.
He spoke about it. So
Any question?
the presenters finished their time, but I'll just allow one question only from each side.
Okay.
Hassan, you'll take on behalf of each side.
No, just
Then you'll tell me if there's a comment from this side.
Michael.
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
No, you said we removed the National Tallying Center.
Yes.
Then how do we collect all these results from the polling stations and centers? Where do we tally them?
What we've heard about this from the scenarios of elections which have been held, the 3 elections, after the Maina Kiai's case, and what the judges had ruled upon, we saw it that normally at Bomas is where the fight is, not right at the polling station. So after all the results of the members of parliament have been declared, MCAs, governors, women reps, and senators, everybody dashes to the National Tallying Center. So we're asking ourselves, why is it that everybody is dashing towards the National Tallying Centers and yet they are voted at the polling stations? So, for us to have a beautiful country, this country we cherish, honorable members, let us be candid enough and honest to ourselves so that future generations will not suffer the same fate.
But where do we then?
So tallying, that is what brings me to tell you about this. We have 47 counties, and this will bring the aspect part of the electoral colleges. So if we have like 64,000 polling stations in the entire republic, and presidential A has got 50,000, definitely he is supposed to be declared the president.
So you are saying we scrap the National Tallying Center?
Yes.
Okay.
And movement to electoral colleges.
Okay.
That is what we are saying.
You had said earlier on
Yes.
that you don't want to see members of parliament impeaching a president.
Yes.
That should be left to the people.
The people, yes.
Do it themselves.
Yes.
But aren't you alive to the provisions of Article 1?
Yes, I'm alive to it.
That allows the public, the people,
Yes.
to delegate
Yes.
their sovereign power
Yes.
to elected representatives.
The wording which is used in that given article, Learned Council, if I may, if you look at the sovereignty of the people, it says that all powers, all sovereign powers belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be, underline the wording shall, mandatory, be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. The people may, optional, may, optional. That is it, Your Honor.
No, complete it,
May exercise their sovereignty power either directly or through their democratically elected. So the wording, the conjunction may.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And I think that is a plain language in law.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Any final question from the panelists before we let the representative from Homabay Interface Community help desk? You're satisfied? Okay. We may let him go.
Before he goes, let me go.
Before you go, maybe Michael, we shall let him go. Because may is optional.
Before he goes,
He may opt not to go.
Michael,
Yes,
very finally,
yes,
you are seeking for the creation of a constituency to be named Kanyaga
yes,
out of the present day Homabay town
yes,
constituency.
yes.
What would the other constituency then be named?
For instance, Your Honor, you come from Ugenya constituency.
I come from Umoja.
Ugunja, yes, Ugunja constituency.
Yes, yes.
So Ugunja is for Ugunja clansmen. In their interest, it is being catered for. Right now, our counties are experiencing the rural-urban migration. And you will find that we have the local natives, like Honorable Member seated next to you, Arun. He has got the Ogie community. Yes. Ogie can also have their constituency because we have got their own challenges they face. So for us, the urban setups, we find that right now we have like the Tomboy universities, we have students from all walks of life. Right now the university has taken a portion of roughly like 20,000 plus. If you include with the local residents who are working within, and then the local natives will be left with no representation. So that is the reason as to why we are saying that each and every area has to be represented, including even Soba
Michael.
County.
So the constituency will be called what? That was the question.
No, the constituency we want is Kanyaga constituency. There's no problem.
The remaining part of Homabay?
Homabay town constituency,
Okay.
because it's a cosmopolitan.
Kanyaga now will comprise more of the Suba community in Homabay.
No, Kanyaga constituency will comprise of the Kanyadians, the local natives.
Kanyagas, I want to understand
Yes,
the Kanyagians
yes.
what you describe as the local natives.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, just hold on,
Yes.
because you cut across the image of a very young and progressive Kenyan.
Yes, Your Honor.
As much as you have every right to advocate for the rights of the Kanyagians.
Yes.
And if we may consider the Kanyagians, and you who are natives of Homabay,
Yes.
Maybe you live in Nairobi
Yes.
as a Kanyagian,
Yes.
and in another 5 to 10 years,
Yes.
where you live, there's a small community of Kanyagians.
Yes.
Are you then also going to demand another constituency for Kanyagians in Nairobi where you live?
No,
Or
Nairobi.
let me just finish. Or would you want us to consider a situation where we don't have to split up our country into small fiefdoms of ethnic conclaves, clans, families, Because at the rate we are going, it looks like every other community wants their own county, others, clans want their own constituency, there are families that want their own wards. When and where shall we stop?
Your Honor, this one is being brought by the wordings of our elected leaders with what they say. For instance, if you say that a country belongs to shareholders, where is my share? Where is my share? Where is my share? And this doesn't go well with others because they just say it, but when it blows out, it becomes an issue. And we've seen it happening in other countries, including one
But
typical...
Michael, what I have heard being said is government has shareholding, not the country.
When you talk about the government, it's the people. Government for the people, by the people, with the people. So if you don't participate in electing a given government, do you have your share?
You have a share to get service and be served by that government.
Through camouflage.
But
let us be honest.
No, let me also be honest,
Yes.
Michael, because what has been said, and I know particularly what you are quoting, is that when you subscribe into a government by voting for it,
Yes.
by supporting it,
Yes.
but when a government is elected, it is elected to serve all the people of the country,
Yes.
irrespective of who you voted for
Yes.
and who you didn't vote for. And,
Yes.
as an elected leader, I can tell you that
Yes.
there are many people who never voted for me. At least 9,000 people did not vote
Yes.
for me, or close to another 60,000 people
Mm.
voted for me. And that is the essence of having our elections done through secret ballot.
Okay.
You do not know who voted for you. But when I am appointing people to my office,
Yes.
then I would want to look at people who subscribe to my ideals and what I want to do.
Yes.
And therefore, I'll not go for Michael if Michael never voted for me to serve in my office, because he may not even want to push my agenda. And I think that's the genesis of that statement. But my question to you was very simple.
Yes.
When and where do we stop dividing and cutting our country in fiefdoms based on ethnicity, based on clanism and familial ties? Because if the Kanyagians want their own constituency,
Yes.
you mentioned the Ogiends,
Yes.
they're out here.
Even El Molos.
El Moros, we
Yes.
had the Sabouts from TransNozia
Yes.
County. And whereas they have every right to claim marginalization and everything, two of the people who are seated where you are seated have served. One is a deputy governor in TransNozia. Another one, I think, was a former majority leader, former deputy speaker or the speaker of the county assembly.
Yes.
In the county, they claim marginalization.
Yes.
So my question as to where it will stop, because must you as Kanyagians
Yes.
have your own constituency
Yes.
for you to be heard, or for you to feel that you're included in the leadership of the country?
I can tell
Whereas you are included by voting through universal suffrage. And I heard what you are telling Honorable Pio,
Yes.
that the people may delegate the authority,
Yes.
not shall delegate.
Yes.
With that in mind, that we are in a country where we vote through universal suffrage. And I think that's the point you're advancing, that if we vote through universal suffrage, then to impeach a president, then it has to be done through universal suffrage. With that in mind, Kanyagians vote in Homabay, they will vote for whoever they vote for, and they are heard, and they have their stake through an electoral process.
What I can say, Your Honor, if you may allow me, is that I wanted to give an example with one of the counties.
Final remark, please.
Final remark, that is Sierra County. You saw the composition whereby cabinet officers were being chosen. People from Game constituency are crying. They were left out. The directors also were being taken and chief officers. They were left out. So, with ministerial positions in the county government, they were left out. So, where does that put the people of Game? It's the same thing even as we were asking ourselves. So, what is this? But I think, from where I sit, because you participated in so many cadres, and you've been sitting in most of the meetings, going out of the country, benchmarking on so many things. Leaders are problem solvers, and if issues arise such as this, and we give out our views, the best solution is that for the National Dialogue Committee to sit and synchronize on these issues we are giving, and then they see if we balance on balance of probabilities, what is it that we expect.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Last, but
It's
last,
not even a
Honorable
question.
Catherine.
I think you're cleverly evading our questions, especially what Honorable Ishungwa has asked on. A very direct and specific question. Do you want the constituency to be divided on ethnic or clanism or whatever?
No, that is not the mindset.
So give us a straight answer to that.
That is not that. Let the chair address you on that.
Okay, Chair, 30 seconds. The reason that's why you, like me, I want a sober county to be created. If you look at the Constitution, it tells us every 10 years we can review boundaries. Review come with the two things. We increase or we decrease. That's my answer, Honorable Richungwa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We thank you, and we can now excuse you. Please travel safe. Back to Homabay.
Now, you shall, in other words, the chair is saying, you shall now take leave, not you may.
Asante sana. Travel safe back to Homabay.
Asante sana.
Yeah.
And Michael, I am certain the people of GEM are getting service from the county government of Siaya, irrespective of whether they are represented in that government. I am certain.
They cried the other time.
We are taking a 10 minutes break.
The witness is not here. We can make it 5.
5.
Yeah.
Hakuna chai karibu. Chai kule mnaanza pipa ya leader naenda kunywa. Pull me out. Linda, didn't you pull me out with my cup of tea? Yeah.
just do a quick round of introductions. There are quite a number of new members you may not know. I'm sure you know Senator Mugeni Kongo, Honorable Amina Alindi, Eugene, you don't need introduction. Opio, you don't need introduction. His Excellency, you definitely don't need. Senator Aaron, you don't need. You've been with him in Senate. Honorable Catherine Mwambilianga, Senator Omar, you've been with him in Senate. And of course, myself, we went to the school.
Out of order.
So if I may introduce myself, school number 6177.
According to these fellows.
So Karibu will give you we've been giving others about 20 minutes, but we want to propose we give you 10 minutes because we have a very heavy day today. You endeavor so that if you extend your 10 minutes, we go to about 15, and maybe 5 minutes for a few interventions here and there. Karibu.
10 minutes too short for Attorney General Emeritus, Senator Emeritus, and one who went to this school, and he was number 1,700, and one was just flown in, just to appear and fly out. So please give me time and be with me, because I think that your committee is very important. I thank you for inviting me to give my views to this important national dialogue. It is my prayer that you fully discharge your mandate for the well-being of our beloved country of ours depends on the issues you have identified for negotiations being successfully resolved. Let me start with the easiest, establishment and entrenchment of the state offices. I support. And in fact, way back in April 1992, I published a constitutional amendment to have that office plus 2 deputy governors. And as you know, during the national negotiations, which happened in 2007-8, again, we established that office. And as you also know, during the BBI process, mark you, the BBI was only challenged on procedure, how it was appointed. But the content of BBI are still there, and you can make reference to them. And the BBI, we did draft a constitutional amendment, and if you look at Article 107A, there we have provided for leader of opposition. And if you look at Part 2A, there we have provided for the post of Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, which of course now is Prime Cabinet Secretary. Outstanding issues. Article 43 of the Constitution. Article 43 of the Constitution gives us economic and social rights. That particular article is similar to, and in fact I know I drafted it during the committee stage where I was a member. We borrowed from the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Therefore, the first thing which is important on that is to recognize that the primary responsibility to realize these rights lies on the government. A democratically elected government would have been voted into office on the basis of the manifesto and the pronouncement of its leaders on the policies and programs they would put in place to realize these rights once elected. The second point to take into account is that it is accepted that these rights are not immediately achievable due to the many reasons, including insufficient resources. Therefore, the responsibility on the shoulders of the government is to achieve these rights progressively. And there, the word progressively has been used both in our Constitution, Article 21,
2 of the Constitution, if you read it, and also in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, to which Kenya is a party. So it is there. The number one issue, as you know, in Kenya today is the unprecedented high cost of living, which is causing unbearable suffering, misery, anxiety, and hunger among the populace in Kenya. As a prominent church leader has stated, we are strangling the lives of the poor Kenyans. History is replete with examples where people in countries facing a national crisis come together to fight the threat. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere used to say that just as in UK, for example, everybody came together to face the threat to the nation caused by Germany, which led to the Second World War. So we in Africa are in a state of war, and it is a war against ignorance, poverty, and disease. And this war can only be won if we all come together. In this national crisis, it calls on the government and all the people to humble themselves and collectively and in a sober manner address the issue. I am therefore suggesting to this National Dialogue Committee that a national consultation on the national economic crisis be convened to come up with recommendations, not only to ameliorate the high cost living costs, but also make people better understand the bitter medicine and hard decisions that must be taken to put the economy on the right track. Such a national consultation should include political leaders, religious leaders, professionals, economists, business and farming communities, opinion makers, etc. The national consultation should be convened immediately a report is approved by Parliament. Let me take this opportunity also to make reference to Article 204, since it touches on Article 43. And Article 204 provides for equalization of equalization funds, but it is targeted at groups which were discriminated against during the colonial time. And although marginalized areas is not defined in the Constitution, marginalized community is defined, and it makes reference to traditional community or indigenous community, etc. Since independence, we now have recent areas where one can say they are marginalized. And here I'm referring to, for example, slums in the urban areas have really spread. And now these slums are spreading into the rural areas where the living conditions are deplorable. I therefore recommend that a poverty alleviation fund be created to address the economic and social needs of the vulnerable groups in such areas. This will be implementing Article 43 as read with Article 21(3) of the Constitution, which makes specific reference to special measures being taken to assist the vulnerable people. And we don't have a specific fund for that. Of course, one can argue that every government program is addressing that issue. But we have indigent Kenyans who are really suffering, and such a fund can focus itself on such people. Implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. There have been failed attempts to achieve the 2/3 gender rule. I do recall that in many of the drafts of the proposed constitution, a clause similar to Article 1772 of the Constitution, which applies to gender top-up in county assemblies after elections, depending on the number of persons elected, was provided for to apply to the National Assembly and the Senate. Somehow, although it was a draft in the process of discussions and so on, somehow that clause was removed. And that clause only remained in reference to county assembly. I just recommend that an article similar to Article 1772 be reintroduced to apply to the National Assembly and the Senate. This should be accompanied by a carrot and stick approach, particularly in policies and programs and legislation aimed at political parties, to encourage them to nominate women to elective seats in their strongholds. This will aim at having more women elected parliamentarians so that the top-up figure will be reduced and in the long run, hopefully eliminated. Electoral justice and related matters, restructuring and reconstitution of IEBC. This is a complex issue which demands that we think out of the box. This country has had basically 3 ways of appointing commissioners. The first is the government-controlled commission. Up to May 1992, the Electoral Commission was basically under the government. The Electoral Commission had, in fact, by a legal notice, delegated its constitutional function of conducting or supervising elections to the Attorney General, who had an officer in his office called the Supervisor of Elections, who in turn appointed district commissioners as returning officers. And when I became Attorney General, I was basically also now the chairman of the Electoral Commission. I was in charge of the elections in this Republic of Kenya. But I can tell you that I revoked that legal notice and restored the function of conducting elections to its rightful place, although the president continued to appoint the commissioners. Just before I revoked the legal notice, I was surprised when I was invaded in my office by all the opposition political parties and the leaders at around 6:37 p.m. as I was working. And I believe they came because I was the Attorney General, but also because I was the person in charge of elections. They came with their key supporters. I don't know whether I can, some of the, no, some, I think most of you are young to have been among the key supporters at that time. I can't think. I think a lot of shock, I think the only one who may qualify is.
I don't think I was there. This is a timely and godly hour.
After the man was serious, I was treated in Moi University, I think, at that time, or maybe in some primary school in Mombasa. This was now in May of 1992. All the opposition political parties plus their key supporters came to my office and made it clear to me that I convey to the president that he disbands the Electoral Commission immediately and new members appointed with their involvement. In other words, they wanted to propose members and the president appoints. Of course, the clarion call at that time was no new Electoral Commission, no elections. To cut the long story short, and that would one day appear in my memoirs in an extenso, we discussed up to about 10 p.m. and they agreed on my proposal, which was in accordance with the Constitution as it was then. The proposal was that although the President had no constitutional powers to disband the Commission once appointed, however, the Constitution at that time provided only a minimum of members of the Electoral Commission. So consequently, he could appoint additional members. So I say the way I can help them is through that way, or advise the government. So we agreed that they should go and nominate, give me a list of persons from whom the President can, in his absolute discretion, appoint. I informed them that such persons should not be officials of the political party or any party, or be active members of their party or any party, or be persons known to belong to their party or any party. Furthermore, such persons should be persons of integrity, well respected in society, persons who had retired honorably from public or private sectors, or well-known senior professionals, or persons known for their independence of mind. In short, they should be persons of gravitas. As Nigerians would say, persons of legal luminaries. In view of the constitutional discretion vested in the President, I asked each leader not to give me a list where they have all sat down and agreed, but each leader had to submit a list to me separately. I can tell you, within 2 days, I received from each letter suggesting, in fact, there was no list which had suggested names of under 12. Some had 16, 14, 15, whatever. And the letters, I can tell you, must be there in the Attorney General's office, were actually signed by the leaders, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, Kijana Wamalwa, Martin Shikuku, and so on and so on. At that time, we were dealing with about 9 opposition political parties, but these were the major ones. And the leaders applied their mind to it and produced those lists. That point is going to be important on how a political party can nominate. It should really be at a very high level, under the signature of the president, party leader, and so on. Now, I examined all those letters. I can tell you that 3 or 4 names appeared in nearly all the lists. 3 or 4 names. My memory is going short, but I know Margaret Kenyatta was one of them who appeared in almost all the lists. There was Harry Mule, a former PS Treasury, again, whose name appeared in nearly all the lists, and there were others. I can tell you the president, when I showed him and analyzed the situation, had no problem whatsoever in appointing the names which were common in all the lists. And that's how the additional names to the Electoral Commission were appointed, in addition to those already appointed by the President earlier. After the IPPG of 1997, it was agreed that KANU nominates for appointment 11. And the opposition parties nominate for appointment 10, and they did so. And the Electoral Commission was the largest I ever known, had 21 members. You know, elected or appointed by the president on the nomination of political parties, direct nominations, political parties. And like before, in my situation where I said, give me a number of names and we shall decide from there. They were just appointing a name and that is it. Of course, you'll agree with me that 21 members are a bit unwieldy. But let me remind you that this is the Electoral Commission which delivered the 2002 general elections, whose results were uploaded and accepted locally here in Kenya, regionally and internationally. And I believe it was the only general election in the multi-party era, and that is after we amended the constitution, where no election petition was filed challenging the election of the president. So what I'm trying to say, when you're considering these issues in a sober manner, don't try to demonize the fact that political parties should not nominate. I think that should be on the table, because our user has shown it as I've seen it. The chairman, yeah. So, I mentioned about the first government control electoral commission, the second commissions nominated by political parties. And now the third is what we have been experiencing since in 2007. The third is the so-called commissions which are expert-based, where the election board, through advertising, interviewing, and selecting the members on merit. This has been Kenya's experience under the new constitution. This looks good on paper, and there has been a point in its favor. However, the electoral commissions so appointed have not inspired confidence up to now. But its major merit is that the members, as opposed to the experts, they are non-partisan and not affiliated to a political party. However, we have noticed that the selection board, they rarely agree, even on method of scoring points, and that method can also be interfered with when ensuring that a member gives very high points to the one he favors and very low to the one he doesn't like, so that when it comes to average, somebody goes through. And in fact, I believe you have heard here allegations that even on the last electoral commission, some of the commissioners, although it was through that system, that some of the commissioners were appointed as a result of maneuverings by certain political powers or political or eminent politicians. So it can also be manipulated, in other words. To cut a long story short, what is my proposal? My proposal and recommendations, having studied the three matters of appointing commissioners, is that we have a mixed system of some commissioners nominated by political parties and some commissioners appointed through a refined system that we now have. In this way, the benefits from both ways can be realized. I suggest, what I'm suggesting here can be refined in further discussions, particularly amongst you and amongst the political parties and other key stakeholders. I suggest that the top 2 or 3 political parties should nominate people for appointment, direct appointment to the Electoral Commission. and the top 2 or 3 should nominate 1 commissioner each. And the rest of the political parties should jointly nominate 1. The persons to be nominated, that's a procedure, by the political parties should meet the set criteria, which I've already mentioned, is the criteria that I used and which the political party leaders accepted and which they implemented because they gave me real proper names. People of integrity, well-known reputation and whatnot. They gave me those names, and out of which we appointed that criteria can be used by the political parties in suggesting the names. This can, of course, be refined properly. This will enable the Commission to have persons of gravitas and also experts. The persons of gravitas, you see, people who, if you appoint, the country will just say, yeah, that one we agree, you know. Such a person, I can tell you, is not likely to apply and be subjected for shortlisting and for appearing before a panel of youngsters and whatnot and so on. He will not. But such a person can only be appointed by elder statesmen who are the party leaders or leaders of the coalition of parties, just directly, without any problem. So this system will enable such persons to be appointed rather than this other system that we are having. And so once the political parties are appointed, then the balance of the commission can be appointed through the system that we have with proper amendments to take care of the weaknesses that we have seen them have. So that's what I would suggest on the issue of reconstituting the commission. And probably the political parties liaison committee constituted under Article 38 of the Political Parties Act could play a role, and therefore the Act should be amended for it to play that role. The other suggestions I would suggest under this is that we are taking into account the decisions of the Supreme Court in the various election petitions and so on how the EC operates and functions. Some amendments ought to be made to the various laws to make clear that the chairman of the Electoral Commission does not act on his own, but he acts on the decision of the Commission, on a decision that collectively arrived at. And that before even they announce the presidential elections, they must then have looked at Form 34C, which shows the results of the presidential elections, and not just a summary of what the result of each county. That's not a verification, that's not tallying. But that law needs to be tightened so that we are on proper footing. The other point under you had me to address you on was audit of the 2022 presidential election. The Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes relating to the elections to the office of the president. And its decision is final, Article 142. To my mind, the audit cannot change or reverse the decision of the Supreme Court through a constitutional and legal process. The audit is like a post-mortem, which cannot revive a dead body, but can tell you the cause of the death. And that's what we want to know in this audit. We want to know and identify the shortcomings, the weaknesses, the loopholes, or the shortfalls which should be rectified before the next election. In fact, this is the only way you can improve on the electoral processes and instill confidence of the people in it. In my mind, in fact, such audits that we are asking for, it should be held after every general election, proper audit, so that we can progressively improve our electoral systems. Many election observers have observed that normally the election process up to the polling day was credible and counting in the polling stations was technically professional. The problem lies in tallying, tabulation, and declaration of results. The issue of whether or not the server should be opened has engaged the public debate for some time now. The more debate on this matter goes on, the more suspicions are created or raised that where there is no smoke, there must be some fire. This has left a doubt or a lingering thought in the minds of people that it may not be that the figures in the portal are different from the figures in the server. That it may not be, but it could be so. And this may repeat itself in the next election. If the same is not cleared, if these doubts are not cleared, it could erode confidence in future elections and reduce the figure of people participating in such elections. I am therefore recommending and proposing that a law should be enacted to make servers automatically open and accessible to anyone, that as soon as the presidential elections are declared. In other words, as soon as the presidential elections are declared, and that's normally the last to be declared, the server should be open, and it should be open and accessible to whoever wants to access it. Rather than these arguments we have been having in 2013, 2017, with the court, we go and open the observer. Oh, we cannot open because of some foreign company has some rights, I don't know, intellectual rights over it. We can't just interfere. I think it should be very clear to whoever comes to assist us that the servers will be open. And we can only do that if we make it law that the server will be open as soon as the results are declared, and will be accessible to every person, and even those who want to file petitions now, they can use it, the information there to file their petitions. Last, permit me, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I've been a Pan-Africanist since I was in intermediate school, before I went to Alliance High School in the area of Mheshimiwa. But I've taken notice of the fact that the leaders of the two coalitions which constitute this committee are believers, are also Pan-Africanists and believers in the greater political, economic, social integration of East Africa, and indeed Africa region as a whole, as a stepping stone for faster economic development for the benefit of our people. But what I'm going to say again is relevant to Article 43, is relevant to the rising costs, is relevant to stabilizing our economy and making sure that it can take off, can grow at an accelerated pace. In BBI, we recommended an amendment to the Constitution, and we had a new Article 10A, which reads as follows. 10A, regional integration and cohesion. This constitution embraces the goals of African unity and political confederation of the Eastern Africa region as integral towards attainment of sustainable development, prosperity for all, and stability. So I'm recommending to you that you also recommend such a clause in terms of the economic and social rights, that we also have that clause in our constitution. That was my little thing. Now, just for the verbal thing, number one, I looked at your terms of reference, and I wasn't sure whether you can recommend additional or reduction of counties. I was not very, very sure on that. And therefore I did not write my thoughts down. But since it appeared before you, just on the off the cuff, I can tell you that that's a very, very sensitive matter. I can say in a sense I was sort of responsible for the 47 counties, because if you followed the arguments at that time, some were suggesting over 100, some were suggesting about 14, some were suggesting 18, and there was no way forward. But when I suggested that we just follow the districts which had been recognized in law, in the independent and boundaries on the Provincial and District Boundaries Act, which I piloted through Parliament in 1992, that we just accept that as a model, and so the 47 counties, everybody agreed, and we have 47 counties. Now, to take the very grave step to add, or take a very grave step to deduct, I suggest it's not a matter that can be lightly handled through a committee which has limited time and which has more pressing, important issues to decide. And therefore, I suggest that if you think that there's some merit in either adding and either reducing, maybe you recommend that the matter be separately handled properly by another body or whatever, people to look into the matter more carefully. That's number two. Two, I also had some suggestions, but I think here you are within your mandate. I've been a senator, and I'm glad the leader of majority is here. He worked very well, and he has really matured over a very short time. He keeps a very young man and he has matured so quickly. And actually, there are two senators. One is him, and the other one is now the governor of Nandi. They have followed their career, and they have done very well. And I must pay a tribute for the system that allows such young people to come up and progress. I feel that if you have the time, you look into the place of the Senate. And I believe the place of the Senate should be strengthened in terms of legislation and in terms of everything else. And I also do support the Senate Oversight Fund should be done. Look again, Abay, on this one, if you so wish, I could write something and hand it over to you within a limited time on how the Senate could be strengthened. Because this is really something that's very, very, very close to my heart. And I think with that, if there's anything else you want me to address on, I can do it. But those are my initial thoughts. And thank you, Chairman, for being kind to me in not interrupting me. When I passed the 10-minute mark, I was looking at you very carefully. But as you know, strong to serve is our motto.
Thank you, AG Emeritus, Senator Amos Wako. And indeed, strong to serve. That is why I could not master the guts to interrupt you. And we definitely benefit from your immense knowledge and experience in government, and also in your later life as a legislator. We'll have a short plenary. Maybe if I may start, before I give someone else. You have spoken to an audit, which in my interpretation looks like you're speaking about an audit of the process, electoral process, or rather an evaluation of the electoral process as provided for in the Constitution, rather than what you have said, an audit of the election, and I believe election results would be like a post-mortem that you have said is like trying to resuscitate a dead body. Then if it is a process, how would you then propose that that electoral process be evaluated after every election? Because what I've heard you say is that you would want to see a system where there is an evaluation or an audit of the electoral process with a view to improving that process. And I think that's what, in my interpretation of reading of the Constitution, the drafters of the Constitution envisage, that after every election we shall be able to evaluate and see where can we improve on the processes to ensure that we have a credible electoral process. How would you suggest that that be done? By which body? Is it IEBC, or which other body would you propose that they do that review of the Constitution? You have also spoken to direct appointments and put a very strong case for direct appointments of commissioners. Where does that sit in view of the new Constitution of 2010? Because granted that the experience you are speaking about is before this new Constitution, which requires that we have a very fair, competitive process where people are given jobs on merit. Where would your proposal then to have direct appointments proposed by party leaders like Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka here, who is a party leader, the former vice president, and Honorable Eugene Omalwa is also a party leader. They are party leaders who, at least Honorable Eugene's party has, I think, about 5 members of parliament and a number of county assembly members. They are party leaders without a single MCA, a single member of parliament or a senator or any elected official. And I could form a party, like we have given the case example of UDA that we formed about a year before the election, but today is the largest political party. Shall we not be disadvantaging those who are not yet party leaders, those who are yet to form parties, and therefore advantaging the likes of Eugene, Honorable Kalonzo, and other party leaders who already have established political parties? And would that fly directly contra the Constitution in terms of being discriminative? Maybe Your Excellency can go first, then Omar. Who else has Eugene?
It's okay.
That order.
Very good to see you, Attorney General Emeritus. You talk about the school. But I want to humble myself before you say I was your pupil at Kaplan and Stratton. I like your spirit of regional integration. And of course, that notwithstanding, at some stage I became Vice President of the Attorney General. But that's the nature of things. I know your ability, your commitment to this country. You recall one time you wanted to resign, and I walked up to you and told him, you will not do that in the best interest of this country. You're a man I've seen who has received a lot of beating for being a stickler for the rule of law. 2 points. Like you, and you remember when we had the BBI sittings, I entered appearance and pitched for the role of the Senate. And since we cannot do much other than recommend that this issue be resolved, we heard from I think it was your successor, Professor Gilum Wegai, also pitched for the role of the Senate. And you have one up against him because you've yourself served as a senator. But what I liked about your selection of IEBC commissioners, and I don't think it goes necessarily against what Kimani Ichung'wah is arguing, is to think of persons with gravitas. And you say they will never apply. And yet we know these are people who can never be compromised or bought with money. The likes of the late Harry Mole and the first mayor, I think Margaret Kenyatta was, when Mzee Moi that time saw these names, they are not necessarily pro-Kanu, he picked them on your advice. I think the same advice can be given to political parties so that we can get away from this ghost of stolen elections or allegations of stolen elections. So I like that, persons with gravitas, in addition to the experts, because today's expert, look at them, it goes through, by the way, before you came in, the selection panels here, and they were very gracious to the work of this committee, basically open-minded, and we thank them. But this whole thing about people with absolutely no political sense coming in, and they have no feeling whatsoever, and all they do is, and we know, I can tell you, as you know, we've been serious political players in the 2013 election, the 2017, and our 2022, which falls short of what those persons with gravitas achieved in 2002. When in fact, the outcome of that election made the whole world say the country with, I think, the most optimistic nation on earth after 2002 was Kenya. And we continue to build on that goodwill, this country will be very far. So, I just want to agree with you on the persons with gravitas. How you achieve that is something that we probably may want to develop with us, and not necessarily the strength of political. By the way, you're very clear, Kimani may not have listened. You say the major 2 or 3 political parties can present lists, and the others, 1. And you can also look at the existing ones. I mean, the persons perhaps will be worked upon by the selection panel. And then we end up with a product that can deliver this country to the next level when it comes to political party governance. The only thing I want you to address, because you didn't address it, because the rest of the points are very clear, in fact, absolutely well thought out, is the fidelity to political parties. This aggression on the party that ends up forming government, and in this case, our friends in Kenya, Kwanza. You will remember that immediately after elections, Azimio Umoja won Kenya had the majority of members of parliament. But there are people in this country who do not believe in political party democracy or decency. They want just to be in government. And they went to government and caused a violation of what was even agreed at that time by way of registered coalitions with the registered political parties. First of all, what would you recommend with regard to the independence and the strengthening of the role of the office of the Register of Political Parties? And again, fidelity to coalitions and coalition arrangements. Because then whoever takes over power at a particular time will say, I want the numbers so that I can carry out my legislative program. But it appears to me, if we are to borrow the example of what's happening in the United States today, the Republicans are the majority in Congress, and the American people are teaching us something. You negotiate and even end up like they did last night, say, well, let's leave out this matter of funding the war in Ukraine and look at national interest. And then everybody ends up feeling a bit more accommodated. President Biden is a president on the Democratic Party, but Senator McCarthy, of course, they want to impeach him now. The extremists on Republicans want to impeach him for considering what they've given. But since our Constitution 2010, I'm sure you'll agree, has drawn heavily from the American model, presidential system, I think that it probably will make this country be in good standing if we then can follow some of these ethos and avoid disorganizing, dismantling in a very dismissive manner political parties that take time to put together, coalition arrangements that they take time to put together. Of course, the idea of a post-election coalition is also possible, but immediately after an election, in a country as divided as we are, right now divided right in the middle, and then you have a head of state who probably said, I want to stamp great authority. He ends up doing that, but at what cost with regard to political party democracy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since everybody has said something, as a writer before their remarks, I'll also say that my time at the Senate was made extremely useful by the likes of you, the late Haji, Raitu Murungi. You're able to clarify to Junior and I and those who cared to sit down with you a lot of the episodes of history where on the decisions that were taken at that time by the former president and some of the decisions that were made by very great leaders. And you told me that to publish your memoirs, some people have to be dead. So I had you talk about your memoirs. I'm confident those people are now dead. you actually, that was the joke you had, that if you were to publish your memoirs, some people must not be there. And that meant they must be absent from life, from the earth. Two.
But they have their successors and assigns. Estates could go for you.
You never clarified that. Maybe you can clarify now. Number two, you make a very flowery reference to the elections of 2002, and that there was a bipartisan IEBC as a product of the IPPG. But also the margin of victory between Uhuru Kenyatta and the late Mwai Kibaki was so significant that no Tarakanithe could turn it around. And in fact, I'm one of those who was very critical of the Moi administration. But one greatest act of statesmanship that is corroborated by both President William Ruto and former head of public service, Sally Koskei, is that when everybody was waiting for Moi to do the magic, the late President Moi asked Uhuru Kenyatta to concede, which led to the concession at Serena. We need to have a culture of conceding elections. Whether we are the country, in terms of margins of victory, it is not specified. The only constitutional threshold that is required is 50 plus 1 vote and 25% in 24 counties. Americans vote that way every successive elections. Ghanaian presidents win with margins of 50,000 or 25,000. But we have radicalized and weaponized some of our base of supporters to constantly deny to accept victory by always blaming some top technology, some software, some server. Yet it is some of it is in open public gallery.
for it to be said. The server or the portal was simply a reflection of the server. We have since been informed by our Supreme Court team that the Supreme Court actually, in 2022, the day after that, we said all elections were contested, and all of them read Raila Odinga and others versus, so the contestation has been from one center. But I wanted to ask, I don't know whether you were part of the Supreme Court process, of the 2022 elections. Actually, an audit of the server was actually, and we will present it in the deliberations of this committee, was actually ordered by the Supreme Court. Both parties to the suit were actually asked to come. They were taken to those places. Others, even from ODM, had their notes and they wrote, and they all signed onto that report, upon which I'm told it is what informed part of the decision of the Supreme Court. But I totally agree with this proposal that we indeed need to make it law that servers be opened immediately after an election so that we conclude these elections conclusively. We do not need to repeat ourselves constantly that after every election we are putting out some IEBC people out of work. We are victimizing and vilifying Kenyans. We are, in the lead up to the elections, we're intimidating them. We are kidnapping them. We are murdering them. And those are some of the things we need to look into. But the final thing I wanted to ask, election cannot be the work of only political parties and politicians. I think all these Kenyans here, including the media, those who work in other sectors, are interested in the outcome of these elections. In fact, the politicians are a very insignificant part of the entire electoral process. But I've had Senator Okongo Mgeni ask about it. Are you aware of the Mozambican model, where the commission is appointed on account of party strength? And it is not usually cited as a best practice because it is in the interest of those commissioners in terms of survival to ensure that the party that nominated them continues to win. And that whole idea is also manifest, unfortunately, in the Cherera Four, who, in our view, are appointed in very close to the elections, who I think had a common plan, who now continue to peddle a common theory that is fairly tired about them not having been called into a commission meeting to decide whether to subvert or affirm the popular will of the Kenyan people. So I wanted you to speak to the partiality of these people who are nominated by political parties, who, in my estimation, are more prone to subvert an election than to affirm it. I think those are though I totally agree with the strengthening of the Senate. It's not only strengthening of the Senate. We must take the courage and deal with this issue once and for all. This is a fallacy. Senate must be the upper house of Parliament.
Thank you.
Senate, just a minute, must be the upper house of Parliament. How do you get elected in 6 constituencies, 12 constituencies, and then you are told these two houses sit by side? It's not practical, it's not logical.
Okay, thank you. Eugene?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Before
Eugene, is it like a point of order or something?
Yeah, sort of. But first, let me say my apologies. I came from the Council.
You don't need to.
We had elections of the office bearers for the Council of Governors. But, Chair, I'm just concerned that we, the committee, are taking too long to seek clarifications. Chair, you took about 15 minutes. Hassan has taken 15 minutes. There's a whole list of people. So just out of concern, can we go? No,
thank you.
You took long. Could we at least take 2-3 minutes?
That point is taken. Cicely, we hear you. Please, Eugene.
Thank you very much, to Honorable Chair. The gentleman before us happens to be my namesake. The only thing I blame him for is I think he made the name Amos more popular than Eugene, but his name is actually Amos Eugene Wako. And one thing apart from sharing a name with him is we share love for Shakespeare. This gentleman with my late brother, true Shakespearean. And your presentation really touches one of Shakespeare's famous lines, to be or not to be, in Hamlet.
Indeed, there's a tide in the affairs of men. This is a tide. You don't catch it at its height.
Yes.
This country could go hayway. Anyway, continue. Just
yes. So the elephant in the room, and I'm very happy that you've touched on the critical issues. We have about 5 issues. We have 25 days to go. And you are not just speaking to us, you're making recommendations in terms of way forward, and I'm hoping our Secretariat is capturing this. And on each issue, you have left us with a clear recommendation. One of those is the issue of to be opened or not to be opened. To be or not to be opened, the service. That has been a hot political potato. But from what you have said today, I think we can pick a very clear recommendation that this matter should be a matter of course after the elections. Servers should be opened in the interest of transparency and accountability, and also to boost public confidence in our electoral processes, equipment, and everything. So it should not even be an issue that should be left for debate. What I wanted to ask, so that we can tap into your wisdom, is the IEBC appeared before us, and we're looking at Article 88. So when you look at Article 88, H, 4H, it's very clear that it is the duty of IEBC, that is on page 40 of our Constitution, at the top, the first line, H. It's actually the cardinal duty of IEBC to ensure facilitation of, first of all, observation, and this they have been doing. They have been observers, facilitated, external observers, monitoring. I don't know if you've gotten it. 88, 4H. 88? 4H. 4. Yeah, in my copy, it's on page 40. The first sentence at the top.
Oh, mine is
4H.
No, I came with it. Oh, my goodness.
Are you looking at 88?
No, I came with the wrong.
Maybe the Secretariat can help you with the latest copy. But basically, there are 3 things that IEBC is supposed to do to facilitate observation, and observers have been facilitated. To facilitate monitoring, that has been done externally. And from what you're proposing, the issue is evaluation of elections, where IEBC has been doing it, by themselves, and we had asked them whether this is not just self-appraisal. If we were to go by that provision of Article 88 4H in terms of evaluation of the elections, and to take your recommendation, and there are those who came before you who also recommended amendment, so that it is provided in our law that there will be that audit done immediately after elections, servers opened automatically. Would that fall within your recommendation? And that you can make in your further written submissions. You can look at the law, and it will help this committee in terms of those recommendations. Then the other issue that you have made a very clear recommendation on, and I hope our Secretariat has captured it. So the issue of counties, that's a very sensitive issue. You were the AG, I think when we had the Akiwomi report, you did make your advice to that commission, and the tribal clashes of 92, 97, and whatever happened. So in terms of adding or subtracting, to have or not to have more counties, it's another hot political potato, and we are happy with your recommendation that perhaps we will not be looking at whether the matter is within our jurisdiction or it's beyond our mandate, as per the motion passed by Parliament, and therefore recommendation what I wanted your advice on, maybe when you're making your recommendation, whether that can fall within, of course, the purview of Article 188, where it's required that Parliament handles the issue of creation of new borders, counties and whatever. That will be very helpful in terms of a way forward and in terms of recommendations. Lastly, we have the issue of course, the two-thirds gender rule. We are looking for that clause that disappeared. I think you are saying that could really resolve the situation of the two-thirds gender rule. Because in the county assemblies, because of the law that we put there, Article 177, we have achieved in all our 47 county assemblies. But in our National Assembly and I think Parliament, we have a problem. I think you can help us find the clause that disappeared that could have actually resolved this. Be more specific in terms of recommending so that we can pick it as part of a recommendation to resolve that issue. And lastly, the issue of Article 43 and matters of socioeconomic rights. That also, I think you made some very, very good recommendations. It's an issue that, of course, our colleagues in Kenya Kwanza didn't want on the table. But you're saying it's a national crisis. Kenyan suffering don't belong to Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. They are all Kenyans suffering, regardless of how they voted. So there was the recommendation you were making about a national consultation, NCG. I think that's a very good recommendation, which I'm hoping will also capture. But what I wanted to ask is, I think during Kibaki's time, when we had this economic crisis, Kibaki came up with the economic recovery strategy and a team that was tasked to actually address the crisis at the time. I remember during Moi's time, when we had a similar crisis, he came up with a dream team that included people who are not even his supporters, a cross-cutting team of experts and people like Leakey and others who didn't agree with him politically, but a team that would be brought together as broad-based and with the necessary expertise, economic and legal luminaries, if that could actually be recommended, so that we say it is no longer a Kenya Kwanza affair, it's a national crisis we are facing. Let's come together and let's reason together.
Well, thank you. Maybe we give you time to respond now. Because in the interest of time and what Cicely was reminding us of, I think it's good. And again, thank you. We are not raising any issues. I think we're very clear.
Mine was just
I thought you
have raised a very important issue on the issue of bicameral house vis-a-vis the Senate.
It was very clear.
I wanted to make a small request that you don't make it off the cuff. You send us a write-up on your thoughts.
Well done.
Yeah.
I had actually given him one myself when they were sitting at KICC. Maybe just to enrich it and see what we can do. Over to you, Hon Amos Wako.
I wish to, this is my eyes are Mose. I was start with which text should he use? Let me use this one so that I'm not now seeing it clearly. First of all, let me thank you for the comments you have made, which have all been very positive, and that's the way it should be. Mr. Chairman, your committee can even make proposals for amendment. I do not think that the proposal that political parties appoint in any way contradicts the Constitution, but if you feel somehow it contradicts the Constitution, but you like the idea, then you can do a slight amendment. And if you want me to help you, I can do it. Honorable Muchoka, I just wish to confirm that there was a point when I thought I'd had enough and I wanted to sign. And actually, I'd gotten good jobs somewhere. But he came. My friend came. He was, of course, my pupil before he became an advocate. So he was now taking care of his master, both spiritually and whatever. He came and really, we had a long discussion, and he convinced me not to resign. And that's why I continued. At that time, continued in the next regime, and continued to make a record of 20 years over as Attorney General. And I'm always grateful to you for that. And that's what I've made. I don't know where I would be now if I had made that decision to quit. Honorable Kalonzo, you asked about fidelity to political parties. To me, the situation to me, that one is very, very clear. Kenya is a multi-party democratic state, and anything that undermines that should not be acceptable. But more important to me is that wananchi, the people, the sovereignty of this country rests in the people. And the people, you have gone to them and you have said that I'm now in this party, these are my programs, and on the basis of that, they have elected you. And maybe you decided to stand on that party because you knew that party was popular in that area. And therefore, for you to be elected, you must be a member of that committee. So you are going there under false pretenses to be elected, and then soon after election to go somewhere else. That is deception to the people of this country. And we should be very firm on it. I agree with my reasoning. If you go to the Parliamentary record, what Tom Boyer said when in the Parliament, when they brought up that law that if you resign from the party which elected you, then you must go back to the people and have a by-election. I agree entirely with what Thomas Joseph Boyer said. You should have the courage just to resign and go, rather than say, I will not go. I'll use the processes of the tribunal or the court and so on. And by the time they decide, my time will be over. I've heard such statements being made. And really, that is arrogance, impunity of the highest order. For you to sort of agree, I've left. And you are now on the other side. And then you say, but nothing will happen to me because I'll use the system to stay where I am now until the next election. You know, it's a gross abuse of the system that is there. And such approach should be discouraged and discouraged completely to me. So, we should make it easier for such people to resign, and not make it not so much for such people to resign, but we should make it easier for the institutions that deal with such matters to make quick decisions, and if there need be a by-election, let it be a by-election, rather than boasting that we are going to use the courts, the tribunals, and so on, which will take you round and round until the 4 or 5 years are over. Really, all of us around this room, we should detest that type of approach to our politics. We are not maturing enough. We should, by now, we should have matured enough. Not even to say that should be an embarrassment to yourself. And they say so again with the pride. This is wrong. This is the rotten part of our Kenya politics is really that. So I think I've answered you, Mchoka, that one. The answer to Mary, yeah, thank you very much. We have been together for many years. Safari Park, particularly, and so on. And the the comments we made about 2002 elections, the margin of victory was such that they could not be tampered with. Who tells you that? I've been in the system. If I wanted to tamper with that, I would have done it. We have a recent example here in Gabon. Gabon, what happened? Did the Electoral Commission announce so and so has won? But when they opened the server, what happened? And yet the result of the election announced in Gabon, the gap was so wider than the 2002 elections. I think it was something like 17% versus 7%, but they had done it. I'm just saying this to give credit. Let's give the credit where it is due, that the Electoral Commission did a good job in that election and announced the results which reflected the wishes of the people of Kenya. And that Electoral Commission was actually composed of people, commissioners, nominated by political parties of the day. And therefore it's possible. Now, when you say that people nominated by parties will be partial and so on, yeah, it's true. But you see, if you do not give political parties, particularly the 2-3 big ones, that chance to nominate their own people, if they have to go into the system of maneuvering, manipulating the selection system to make sure that the person is there, the type of person they'll nominate will not be a person of gravitas. It will be a sycophant, and therefore he'll be influencing. He'll be there to disturb the situation and so on. So that's why it's good just to accept the situation the way it is. Say, you are the big guys, not nominate. But there should be people of gravitas, and they will do so. Rather than making them go under the table, manipulating, and making sure that their sycophants are nominated. This question. But anyway, thank you very much for putting order in the discussions. I can tell you that Cecil Mbadire, the governor of Embu, we also have a claim on her in Busia. Yes. So we are very proud of her in Busia also. And then, Eugene Wambua, you mentioned quite a number of things which, in a sense, I agree with. Actually, also agreeing with my recommendations, but also suggesting a few things. This Article 88.4H, I think it can be used, but it will be useful if there was a clear clause to say that after every general election there'll be that. Opening. Yeah, make it clear rather than just a general. I think that's basically what.
Senate.
Anything else?
Well, thank you.
But I can say I'm available.
Yeah, thank you. Please enrich our thinking. Including, by the way, you know, this thing, Zambians went, and I think at some stage, Hassan and referring to again, talk about Frelimo experience in Mozambique and Renemo. But Zambians have actually decided, rather than have this electronic transmission, they will do it manually. I don't want you to answer now, but perhaps give it some thought. Give it some thought.
But then you didn't answer whether you were in that petition as one of the lawyers in the Azimio.
Which one?
The Azimio petition.
No, I was
not.
He wasn't.
Honorable Co-Chair, just to thank the Honorable Attorney General Emeritus. He's actually flown in from, he was out of the country at a family tragedy. And he just flew in for this. And we must really, really appreciate it. And we've taken up a lot of your time. In fact, speaking from your brains, we should have paid you your hefty fee notes. But because of the patriotism, and your colleague, Honorable Gidu Mwigai, was here also, this committee benefited greatly. We hope the sitting AG would also have time
to come and you're adding value to our process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my pupil master.
So we get your item.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. I think Okonko, we're going to have that for a write-up. If the chairman orders me to.
Please do. We wouldn't mind on the issue of the camera house.
Yeah, and be more than
I am certain Senator Mugeni is interested more on more powers getting to the Senate. And we shall allow it.
If you can give me 14 days. Would that too much?
We have a balance of 25 days as a committee.
7 days.
7 days?
No, as Eugene, my namesake, I confirm that I'm also called Eugene.
For the record.
I think it sort of indicated to you that Nikona Huku.
I think you can do
14, fine.
Okay, 14 is the fact that you also took time from outside the country to appear. It allow you the 14 days.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana. We have members. We have Kipra next. We still have a group of senators, Enoch, Wambua, and Ojienda, and Ledama, Olekina. We have agreed to allow the Ogier community 10 minutes. And we have agreed with them strictly 10 minutes because of time. And we still have another 4 groups. You know why I'm saying that? For Eugene and Omar, who never pays attention to what is going on in the meeting. You know why I'm saying that? Did you even hear what I'm saying? You and Eugene, you know why I'm saying that?
Chairman, this is all on camera.
Oh.
But it's fair enough.
But it's fair because the housekeeping,
we just asking that
anytime
Eugene keeps his comments brief.
No, for Eugene and Hassan Omar, it is not comments. Please keep your lectures brief.
No, Chair, what you need to guide is that they've made their comments for the entire day. Now they need to
now they need
for the rest of the day.
No, Aaron Chariot.
I will skip some.
To show a level of maturity. That was very high.
No, you know Eugene and Omar. I think I want to agree with Senator Aaron. You have spoken for the day.
Tumetumia bundles zetu.
I will skip some.
Bundles zimeisha.
Eugene.
Kipra, are they here?
Yeah, there they are.
Thank you. We will allow you to pass. Kipra, karibuni. We'll do a quick round of introduction. From my right, Senator Mugeni Okongo, Senator Nyamira, Honorable Amina Malindi, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Honorable Pio Andai, just stepped out, His Excellency Honorable Musyoka, Senator Omar Hassan, Governor Cecily Mbarire, Senator Aaron Cheruyot, who is our majority leader. Mine is Kimani Shumwa. Karibu, you can equally do a quick introduction. We'll give you 10-15 minutes. Are you able to do yours in 10 minutes?
Thanks very much, Chair.
Is that you do not need affirmative action.
Huh? So I'm going to, thanks very much. We are really grateful to be here. I'll start by introducing my team. On my right, I have Dr. Elda Onsom, who is a director. And then on my left, I have Irene Mithia, again a director at the Institute. And my name is Rose Ngugi. I'm the executive director for KIPRA. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, Rose, I think what you didn't get what His Excellency was saying is saying you do not need affirmative action in terms of the female gender balance, but you may need affirmative action in terms of boy child. So, Karibu.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you've asked whether we can do it in our contribution in 10 minutes. We'll try to do that. First of all, is to say that we received an invitation to this committee on the 19th of September to make a presentation on any of the 5 issues that the National Dialogue Committee is focusing on. And KIPRA, we have a submission on one of the issues, and that is on issue on outstanding constitutional matters relating to the Article 43 of the Constitution, the cost of living, and related issues. The Article 43 of the Constitution on cost of living and related issues covers various aspects, this including economic and rights of everyone in Kenya. That covers one, highest attainable standard of health, adequate food and of acceptable quality, matters to do with housing, matters to do with clean water, social security and education. And this is what we are focusing on, given that at the moment what we are facing is rising cost of living and also inequality. And we also look at this as basic needs for each and every Kenyan. And since independence, sessional paper number 10 of 1963 identified 3 basic issues for Kenyans, and that is matters to do with poverty, issues to do with hunger, and also health. And these things have continued even in the Vision 2030, the Big 4 agenda, and the better. Matters to do with the basic needs of Kenyans have continued to carry the day. And of critical importance when it comes to cost of living is the fact that when you look at these basic needs, food, shelter, health, clothing, and education, they actually compete for income for households. And when we think about the bottom of the pyramid, it means that they are competing for very meager income. And without an increase in a commensurate increase in the income levels, then it means that the households are left with a very big headache on how they can allocate the resources to meet all the needs. We appreciate that the government has continuously continued to support matters to do with access to basic needs, but there are still some issues that we still feel still facing us, otherwise we would not be where we are today. So I'm going to look at 2 issues, and Dr. Elder will look at the other 3. And the first one is to do with the adequacy of food and of acceptable quality. And start by saying that, yes, the government has given priority to food production, to achieve food and nutrition security. And a lot of efforts have been put on the supply side, whether we are talking about fertilizer subsidies to reduce the cost of production, investing in irrigation to ensure that we are not relying on rain-fed production, agricultural extension services so that we can have high-quality yields, matters to do with the minimum wage, because without that you can not talk about the demand side of issues. Access to credit, because credit is where we smoothen our consumption today and tomorrow. Expansion of social protection, and social protection comes in very handy because we realize that there are many of us who are below poverty line, and we need to be protected to sustain our livelihood. In addition, is making markets work, and there's a lot that is happening. Right now, we have a Ministry of Cooperatives, a very key move forward in terms of not only aggregation, but also supporting farmers to see that they can access markets. So what do we see as gaps in food supply? Of course, as a country, we are producing food, but there are circumstances when you'll find that the supply of food results in some areas having bumper harvest and other areas not having any food. In addition, you'll also find that when we have good rains, we have bumper harvests, but during drought situation, we find ourselves again struggling with food supply. It means that there's one element we are not exploiting, and this is the value addition, which we do through manufacturing. And manufacturing costs are high. One, given that for you to do food manufacturing, you're actually relying on inputs from agriculture, and agriculture output is actually susceptible to drought situations. So during drought situations, we find we don't have adequate raw materials for manufacturing. In addition, you'll notice that in manufacturing, food manufacturing, majority of the farms are actually micro and small enterprises, which of course we know face a lot of challenges, including technology, as well as sourcing for this raw material. So on the supply side then, you'll notice that we have not managed to smoothen between bumper harvests and when we have drought, and therefore we don't have adequate food. On the demand side, you'll notice that we have a registered minimum wage, and this minimum wage covers about 77% of our workers. We have seen over time that minimum wage has been actually reviewed upwards, and the last time that it was reviewed upwards is in 2022 by 12%. But the increase in the prices for essential commodities went up by 22%, which means that the purchasing power for households was actually reduced. And given that in Kenya, households spend over 50% of their budget in food, it means that with an increase in the food prices, without an increase in minimum wage, it leaves the households at a very weak position to manage their basic needs. Further is the food inflation. If you look at inflation in Kenya, a key significant contribution is food. Like last year, on average, the overall inflation was about 7.7%, with food inflation at 13.1%, almost double that. So anytime we therefore think about food, it should be the first priority, it should be our second priority, it should be the third priority if we have to manage the welfare of Kenyans. And for this reason, it's important to think about how we can diversify our crops, how we can support the production, as well as how we can actually enhance the earnings of the households so that they can smoothen their demand for food. And lastly is also the social security, social safety nets, which can come in handy for the vulnerable groups when we have food price shocks. And of course, we know that we are moving very well with the early warning system, but the key question is how we actually manage to put everything in order such that when we have drought, we don't face the same situation that we had with the prolonged drought that started in 2021.
Dr. Maybe if I could guide you, you're already 7 minutes and you've only tackled 1 out of 7 issues. Meaning if we move at that pace, we'll probably finish at 3 and will not be doing justice to the rest of the country and other stakeholders who have been waiting. I want to propose that don't take us through the entire paper. It's a very good paper, very well written, and just give us highlights.
Okay.
Don't go through item by item the way you are doing it.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
I'm sorry, I know you're an academician, so you are very tempted to take us through a class.
Yeah. And I'm also a former lecturer, so...
Yes.
Also give us
I saw that danger, Mwalimu.
All right, so I've just talked about social safety net, so I can talk about social security. I'll take only 1 minute and say that, yes, a lot has been done, but the kind of gaps that we are realizing is that if we look at, say, for example, the hunger safety net programs, we give households about 2,000 per month. And these are mainly, for example, in rural areas. And the poverty line, going by the 2015-2016 household survey, is actually at about 1954, which means that we are giving them just at the poverty level. And when there is an increase in prices, this is not revealed upwards. So they are left actually, they actually drop down the poverty line. When it comes to poverty across the children, what you'll notice is that 4 out of every 4 children actually facing a significant level of poverty, which has implications in terms of their nutrition levels, and we shall discuss nutrition later. But I want to say at this point that when we don't take care of children at that very beginning, the country tends to lose about 6.9% of GDP to malnutrition. And a core element is in productivity, which is about 6.5% of GDP. So going forward then, we are saying that we need to look at the social protection such that in addition to minimum wage, we go beyond that and see to it that we are providing affordable transport, housing, universal health care, and education so that we can leave the households with adequate budget that they can allocate to other things that they need in life. And also finally is to address matters to do with social mobility. From our research, we found that poor households tend to get to poor situations because even when we have social protection, which are not well targeted, then poor households are not benefiting. And if they don't benefit, they don't take their children to school. If they don't take their children to school, the children actually end up being poor. So to break that, it's critical that we look at how we target our social protection to allow for social mobility for those at the bottom of the pyramid. Chair, I'll give 5 minutes to my colleague here, Dr. Elder, and I'll tell her to use just 5 minutes.
I think 5 minutes on the high side.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'll take us through the following
areas. I start with health and nutrition. The government, as we know, is implementing a number of interventions, starting with the universal health care. We also have a lot of support when it comes to provision of food. We have a lot of support when it comes to production of vaccines. However, a number of issues remain that are outstanding. First is the high out-of-pocket spending. And this is basically because we have emergence of non-communicable diseases, because the country is transitioning from the higher incidence of communicable diseases like malaria, which is being tackled, but now we have new diseases like hypertension, we have diabetes, we have cancer, among others. All those constitute the high cost of out-of-pocket. We have a mismatch between what we are spending and the outcomes of health, particularly when it comes to the overall human capital of the country. Stockouts in medical centers, particularly the public health institutions, and this is because of weaker supply chain systems, the distribution of human resources for health, and these include the doctors, the specialists, we have the community health workers, among others, which then means going forward we need to tackle this through the following: ensuring that we expand the provision of quality health. This tackles support for households, and this can be through the universal health coverage. We need to improve the budgetary allocation and utilization, because primary health is one of the default functions, and here the counties have a key role to play, particularly from the prevention, nutrition, and also ensuring that we access public utilities like water, which are key. We also need to look at the redistribution of healthcare workers. When it comes to housing, this is a key area because in the Article 43, each Kenyan has a right to quality housing, and this is housing that has amenities, but the key gaps can be tackled through exploring effective land use planning and management policies, which ensure that all the population in the rural and urban areas, particularly in the informal settlements, have access to housing that has amenities and housing that helps them attain the basic minimum as per the Constitution. We also need to balance between the development of our infrastructure such that every Kenyan can access that pertains to quality and also the standard of accommodation. When it comes to clean water and safe water, this we know the amendment of the Water Bill 2023, which supports partnerships, but we have outstanding issues which relate to access to clean and safe water in the informal settlements, arid and semi-arid lands, and even in the high potential areas where we still have poor water harvesting systems that we can leverage on as a country, and that then compromises the quality of water that the Kenyans are accessing. Going forward, then, we recommend the need to enhance investments and capacity development in rural and the informal settlements. We need to look at the water management, particularly wastewater treatment, which requires use of technology and also high capital investment. When it comes to water harvesting, it will be important to put legislative frameworks in place, particularly in the public places where we have high levels of space in terms of roofing that accommodates water when it rains, and that can be harvested for use not only in the urban areas where we have most housing, but also even in the rural areas through the piping. Finally, on education, in addition to the reforms that are taking place, we find gaps in terms of inequalities to access to education, particularly in the post-primary education. which we know is key where skills are being developed. Interventions then could relate to addressing inequalities in access to quality education, and here technology has a key role, and hence need to look at how to have universal access to internet, particularly not only in schools, but in homes and in public places, looking at the safety of children online, and also improving school infrastructure by increasing also community awareness on their role in provision of education, both at the basic level and tertiary level, which we know is very key for skills development and also human capital development.
Well, we thank you. Does your colleague want to add anything in a minute? We don't want to feel deprived. But please notice, we thank you for accepting to even give us a written memorandum.
Thank you, Chair. We are satisfied with the submissions, and we look forward to further engagement. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We thank you so much. I don't know whether any of the colleagues here would want to interact with that submission.
Yeah, I just one very short question.
We shall hear Honorable Hassan Omar in absolute silence.
Yes, this is a very well done paper, and I always have a lot of respect for the work done by Kipra, and I can see once upon a time your former board chair, Linda Musumba, is here with us. My question is that as you make all these analysis about government interventions, particularly in terms of mitigating the cost of living, can you either forecast the impact it has had or forecast the impact it will have? Like you see, we said we did a G2G, government to government on the fuel. That was supposed to ease the pressure on the dollar, so that then we don't have scarcity of dollars like what is happening in Tanzania. And in addition to that, to try and keep the rate of the shilling against the dollar, at least to mitigate it. We have had interventions with respect to subsidies on fertilizer. We've had an intervention in terms of bringing oil and other food products at zero-rated import duty. So I want, are you able, maybe even if you don't have the answers now, to analyze, because this government is implementing a plan and you are a government agency, to analyze whether there is some impact with some of these interventions in the short and probably in the long term of some of these interventions with respect to mitigating the cost of living.
Yes.
I just want to really thank the three ladies. I think it's the first time we are having this kind of forum where the entire team is one of ladies. And it gives me some comfort. For the first time, we are not talking about the men. and just to let you, actually, I am very keen to know whether, just taking up from what Hassan has said, are you analyzing the impact of the government programs that are there in the plan in relation to the issues that you've raised? For example, I'd be very happy to hear from you what has been the impact of the subsidized fertilizer to farmers in relation to the last season, and has that improved the quantity and quality of food? Are we there? Are we there yet? And in your view, if listening to Kenyans and politicians, we want quick fixes. We want to wake up one morning and the government has subsidized fuel by half or by a quarter or whatever percentage. We want to wake up one day and we have subsidized maize meal so that it's now below 150. And we saw that attempt in the last regime. Between what happened in the last regime from a very independent position and what is being attempted currently by the current regime, which is the better way of sorting these issues? Is it those quick fixes, or is it long-term, calculated plans.
Chair, because I served in the last regime, I think our friends from Kenya, Kwanza, are saying their plan is working very well. We just want to know, because this plan is called Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda, Better. This plan was supposed to make lives better for Kenyans. In 100 days, now it's a year. If this plan has worked, as my colleagues are saying, and we have a bumper harvest, why is it that we're importing yellow maize now? Can you explain to us? Many of us are farmers. We don't understand. It's very worrying. The last time we ate yellow maize, I was a little boy in the Nyayo era. Are things okay? Is the plan working?
May I clarify something about the yellow maize? And this is so important, especially for the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa. The yellow maize is coming here to strictly help us with livestock, animal feeds, poultry, livestock. Because what the government has realized upon analysis is that the cost of animal feeds is too high to keep farmers in profit. And that's why we are bringing in cheap yellow maize, not for human consumption, I repeat here, not for human consumption, but for animals. That's the purpose of the yellow maize. So Eugene Wamalwa, be sure of that. And that's why we're giving fertilizer for proper maize for human consumption.
Okay. I think, Chair, we live in this country. This is a country where we've had sugar being imported and mixed, brown and white. Once you open the door for yellow maize, what controls do we have? That's the worry of most farmers. We have a bumper, we are harvesting. I just came from home now. Why you bring us yellow maize now when we have a bumper harvest?
You know, if we, although His Excellency keeps encouraging dialogue, when we speak across the table to speak to each other, I think the fair thing is to allow Kipra to have that very balanced analysis to tell us. Because, for instance, speaking from where Cess is sitting, I may have the view that the subsidies, consumer subsidies that Honorable Eugene's government did in the last regime did not work. If anything, they left all those bills to this regime to pay. And therefore, Kipra would be in a better position to be able to analyze and tell us.
All of you guys who are together, you're talking strange things to some of us.
I can confirm that Kimani Shunga was not there. We were all together.
We were all together initially before Eugene edged us out. So maybe Kipra should be able to analyze and tell us what is a more sustainable policy to pursue. Is it the consumer subsidies? Is it the producer subsidies? Is it what from your paper, I have seen you've spoken about wage increments and enforcing that, because the cost of living inevitably will keep rising. And some by factors beyond our control as a country, for instance, the fuel issue. But the challenge then are Kenyans having the levels of income to be able to afford that cost of living. So maybe you would strike a balance for us, and we don't expect you to necessarily have all the answers now. We would not mind a well-done paper like this one, probably to answer those questions if you're not in a position to answer now, unless you have a quick one as we close.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much, committee members. I think these are very exciting questions. And I want to say one is that, yes, we can do impact, and we have done actually a very good analysis on the implications if all the proposals that have been given by the government were to be implemented. But I want to say that recently we have launched our report, the Kenya Economic Report, that was looking at the cost of living. And one of the key things that you'll notice from it, and that's why we are focusing a lot on the food, is that food actually taking over 50% of the income. It makes it the first, second, and third priority that we should get into. transport costs, especially for those who are using matatus and the like. It also takes almost 10% for transport, and it is among, I think, the second in terms of contribution to the cost of living for Kenyans. So when we are able to reduce actually the cost for fuel, it means that you can reduce the cost for transport. It means that you can reduce the cost for distribution of foods, and therefore you can have an implication on the prices for food. Now, it's one thing to have food supply in the market, but it's another to say that I can access it. I may not access it because it's not affordable, but can I also be empowered to actually access it? And I can only access it if my income is also taken care of, which means that increase productivity for micro and small enterprises, for the farmers, they can reap higher and they can increase their incomes. Yeah? But at the same time, you say that you may not actually get that immediately. You may also find that there are those who are still struggling, and that's why matters to do with the social protection come in. And the social protection means that we need also to review not just the 2,000 that we are giving to the households, but we need also to ask ourselves, are we giving them something real? In real terms, what are we giving to them? So both the supply side and the demand side factors need to be taken into account so that we can see markets operating. And it does not mean that the government does not have a role. It has a very major role to ensure that it's able to put in appropriate regulations to ensure that one is able to access, and that the pricing process is also not, what did I say, it's not penalizing, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adi. We will encourage you to give us a more detailed analysis of such interventions for us to be able to interact with as we continue, because we may not have the time now to engage on everything. Analyze all those things from fuel to the changes with the social health insurance from NHIF, because they all have a bearing on the cost of living, including proposals on what you are saying on income disparities among us Kenyans. Asante sana.
How soon can we have that?
Yeah, how soon can you be able to do that?
You want us to do another submission?
Yeah.
Additional submission?
Yes.
The previous one was asking 14 days. I don't know whether 10 days will be good.
Yes.
10 days, fair enough.
10 days. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ari.
Thank you.
And your team. We have next the Chamus community. Please, Sergeant at Arms, usher them in quickly. And we agreed we are only giving them 10 minutes because they are not even in our program. Yeah? Yeah.
Then we can come and wait.
Senators Karibu, then usher in the Chamus community to sit right behind Senator Wambua and Senator Ojienda. And not everybody. Sergeant at Arms, they must select a small group. We don't want the drama of people coming to sing here.
But now, okay. Enoch, waipa senator anataka kupresent mbele party direct. You want Kitui County, Winning County.
Are you alone, Senator? Or Senator Ojienda? There was an indication that you are. You are
Look
talking
mystified.
Ojienda.
Why don't you allow us to listen to Chamus then, as you wait for your colleagues? Find out where they are.
But maybe they are not presenting together.
Chair,
They're all separate.
We were informed, Senator Wambua.
I need to be guided.
Yeah?
I need to be guided. I'm here on account of a memorandum that I sent to this team.
And in our meeting last week, we proposed, and I think it's Senator Mugeni who told us that there is a bicameral issue on the bicameral parliament that you are coming to present together with Ledama and Senator Tom Ojienda, because for the other individual member of parliament's memoranda, we had resolved to interact with the memoranda and avoid the face-to-face engagements, since we have not also accorded the same to other Kenyans. And we said in the spirit of fairness to other Kenyans, we interact with your memoranda just like we interact with all other Kenyans' memoranda, unless it is a group, and that's why we were convinced by Senator Mugeni there was a bicameral issue that you had to present together with Senator Ojienda and Senator Olekina. Just like we have a group of 27 members of parliament addressing the issue of proposed counties, and I know your memoranda also touched on a proposed county of Mwingi. I'll probably propose, if it is that's the issue you are here on, probably it's fairer to join the other group so that we listen to you on the issue of bicameralism.
Chair, let me just intervene. Just first of all, for us to confirm whether the two other senators are there or not. But even if they aren't there, since he has come at the time that we allotted for them, would they indulge him?
Yes.
Yes, for just a few minutes.
Even if it's
Then we
about
excuse him.
County.
Yes.
It's okay.
You know the way Mheshimiwa Omar is putting this matter, we start on the wrong footing.
It's on the wrong
No, it's okay.
Omar is not on record. Maybe you respond to what I have said, and Honorable Pio.
Okay, let me go on record.
Yeah.
Co-chair, first of all, I'm happy that you've invited me to make a presentation to this team. Those conversations that you had with the team about then what it is that I'll come and present on were not communicated to me.
Okay.
So if you had an internal communication amongst yourselves and you did not inform me, it would be very unfair, co-chair, to expect that I have come from Kitui to make a point on Mwingi County. Wait, I listen to you, wait. To make a point on Mwingi County, yes. Then you tell me
Senator,
I have to wait for my colleagues.
I just want confirmation from the Secretariat that that was not communicated, because that are the instructions we gave. Emigen, is he here?
In an event, Chair, since we had agreed we hear him, let's just hear him. Avoid those other things, and let's...
We hear you?
Yeah.
10 minutes. We have a whole list, Senator.
Hey, that's okay. I'll make it 5 minutes.
Please, we would be happy if it was even 5.
That's okay. So I thank the team for inviting me, and as I said, my presentation is on a proposal that I sent to this team on a constitutional matter in relation to the creation of Mwingi County. Co-chairs, for the information of this team, this is not a conversation that started yesterday. It's a matter that I've been engaged in since 2019. Those of your colleagues who sat with me in the Senate between 2017 and 2022 will remember that I brought this proposal to the Senate, and that time actually Omogeni was the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. When we were accorded an opportunity to present a memoranda to
the then BBI, I made the same presentation. And so I will take you through what it is that I'm thinking, and I will leave the final decision to the team. Co-chairs, I am guided by Article 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, Article 6.1, that provides that the territory of Kenya is divided into the counties specified in the first schedule. By that statement alone, it should be noted that the drafters of the Constitution were alive to the fact that there is no magic number in number 47, that the first schedule can be amended to create more counties or even to reduce the number of counties. So on the basis of that chapter 6.1 of the Constitution, I do make a presentation on a proposal to create a second county in Kitui called Mwingi. My idea, co-chairs, is what I would call authentic. It's an original, authentic idea. I do understand, as you have mentioned, co-chair, there is also a caucus of members of the National Assembly who are also pushing the agenda of creating additional counties in this country. Respectively, Mr. Chairman, a lot of that, again, is a Me Too attitude, that now that some people are asking for counties, will also ask for additional counties. My idea is authentic in the sense that, Mr. Chairs, the genesis of the creation of counties in this country under the 2010 Constitution was informed by a decision in Naivasha that the districts that had been created and gazetted around 1992-93 would be given a county status. At that time, co-chairs, there were 48 districts that were created up to and including 92-93. What the mistake was, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairs, is that the districts that were created around the same time that Mwingi district was created from Kitui district, including Tharaka-Nithi from Meru, and Makueni from Machakos, were given county status because they had been gazetted as districts. Unfortunately, at creation, Mwingi district was not immediately gazetted, and for that reason, we lost out on a county status. The chairs, it is the same challenge that I found when I was elected the senator of Kitui County, that Kitui County had lost out on benefiting from the equalization fund because, again, of technical issues. It took my personal intervention in the offices of the CRA to argue that it would look bad in the eyes of an ordinary Kenyan to hear that some sections in Kiambu and Nyeri and Murang'a are benefiting from the equalization fund, and not a single area in Kitui had been listed to benefit from the equalization fund. And that is how then the formula of moving from classifying marginalized areas in regard to counties was changed, and now they started looking at areas, villages, locations, where then you would have pockets of marginalization for counties to begin to benefit from the equalization fund. Co-chairs, my proposal is an attempt to cure an injustice vested and visited the people of Mwingi, and by extension the entire Lower Eastern region, on account of a failure by the Office of the Attorney General to gazette a district. And I am urging this committee, the National Dialogue Committee, not to grant the invitation from any quarter to be bystanders as the people of Mwingi continue to suffer this injustice. Co-chairs and members, the object of this proposal, which I have presented to you, is to amend the Constitution of Kenya and to ensure that resources and services are brought closer to the people by splitting the expansive Kitui County into 2 counties. For the information of these members and for the record, the distance between the southern farthest end of Kitui, which is Adi town, to the farthest northern end of Kitui, which is Usweni, is 350 kilometers. The distance from Bomet to Nairobi, traversing Narok County, Nakuru County, Kiambu County, and Nairobi, is 228 kilometers. So as you travel from Bomet to Nairobi, you have only covered half of Kitui County. And the beauty of our county is that it is settled all over. You wouldn't say that there are regions in Kitui County that have no settlements. So the distance to service, to take service to the people in the farthest end of the county is a challenge to the administrators, and that is why we are asking this committee, if and when, because I believe that there will be an opportunity to open the Constitution. If then that opportunity is availed, then you should consider correcting the injustice, the technicality on Mwingi, and I'm saying that we have 3 constituencies in Mwingi, which is Mwingi Central, Mwingi West, and Mwingi North, and a total number of 15 wards, which would constitute a county either from Kitui, with a population of about 450,000 people, according to the 2019 annual census report. The Speaker, the Chair, as I move towards closure, there have been arguments against this push, and you heard them on the floor. There are people who will argue that it is too expensive to create an additional county. There are others who argue that why Kitui and not X or Y county. My response to that, co-chairs, is that anybody arguing about the expenses of creating a new county is just being unrealistic. And if you think then democracy is expensive, we could try anarchy. There is nothing in expenses that should stop a people, a population, from enjoying the benefits of devolution. Because we have comparative jurisdiction, co-chairs. We have counties in this country that are much, much, much smaller than the proposed Mwingi County, much smaller. I could mention just 2 or 3 of them. Kirinyaga County, with a landmass of 1,479 square kilometers, is a county. In fact, I make this joke, co-chairs, about Kirinyaga County, that the county is so small, and I'm not saying that they should be denied their status, no. They're so small that even the Catholic Church has not established a diocese in Kirinyaga. It is administered from Murang'a, and yet they have a county status. You go to Lamu with 2 constituencies. Go to Isiolo with 2 constituencies. You go to Samburu with 3 constituencies. Tharaka-Nithi, which is even smaller than Kirinyaga, with 3 constituencies. Co-chairs, it is my submission. I see the co-chair wants to interrupt me. You can.
Thank you. Not to interrupt, I was just prompting you to wind up, as I also noted that you are avoiding mentioning Nyamira, which is in your document, because the Senator of Congo is here.
I have not mentioned Nyamira, I have not mentioned Mombasa, I have not mentioned Vihiga. I said I mentioned just a few of them. Nyamira happens to be one of those ones that I did not mention.
Senator Wambua, you are cleverly avoiding Nyamira.
No.
Because of Senator Okongo Mugeni here.
No. He knows you don't roll that way. He knows very well. So,
right, if you can wind up, please.
Let me wind up. My proposal, co-chairs, comes complete with a proposed draft amendment bill. It's attached to my proposal. And for the ease of reference, the only thing that we're looking at doing is actually amending only 3 sections of the Constitution. Article 97 of the Constitution, that makes reference to 47 women representatives. We change that to read 48. Article 98, which makes reference to 47 senators, we move to 48. And the same article 98B, the clause dealing with 16 nominated as women senators, because this proposal actually even cures on the gender representation. So we move from 16 nominated senators to 18 women, and then of course amending the first schedule.
Thank you, Senator, since the proposal is attached. Okay. Members,
just
appear.
A small clarification.
Aaron,
Senator Wambua. And thank you very much, Senator, for this very, very precise and concise presentation, and done so eloquently. Just one issue, for record purposes, if in your view, such an amendment would require a referendum or not, just that only. And then, just a light note on the issue of the Catholic dioceses. You know, even Nzoia County is administered under one diocese together with Kisumu, despite them being too big.
It must be very small.
You know, Wambua is a Catholic, so let us.
Certainly, he's not a Catholic.
He's not Catholic. I see.
Yes.
So I'm not sure whether he has a diocese in Siaya or in Kirinyaga. Aaron?
Thank you. I sure do know they have a couple of churches. I'm not sure of the yeah, I know. Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Senator Wambua, for finding time to come. Now, I know how passionate you are about this particular cause. And my question to you is not to the people of Kitui specifically, and you who's a representative, but it's a wholesome team that appears before us. You're here, right behind you are people from Chamus in Baringo County and spread out in other counties in Kenya. We have previously listened to about 2 or 3 others, and tomorrow we listen to 27 colleagues of ours who are on a similar quest. So therefore, I don't want you to take this question as either opposition or support to you, the quest that you have, but it's just to help appreciate and see if you do appreciate the economic situation that the country finds itself in, and how do you plead given that there is statistics out there, Senator. First of all, number one, to argue for or against this long debate that we've had from 1963 on population versus land size. Because if the people of Kirinyaga were here as well, just to use as an example, they'd say that for half the population of what they have, close to almost 650,000 people, against your population by 2019 statistics of 1.1, they get only 50% of the allocation that you get to administer and do the same. I could even make it better and say my own people, the people of Kericho, same number in size, 1 million population, our county shareable allocation is somewhere upwards of 6 billion. Yours is 10 point something billion. And therefore I could push a case and say, on account of population alone, it deserves to be similar. Therefore, it's a very complex debate, which when we have the challenge, and the reason why I'll ask you this, and perhaps not any other of the groups that have presented, is because you're a leader, we sit together in Senate, and you understand the intrigues and the difficulties that the country continues to face. Wouldn't you propose rather a way and means of ensuring that services get closer to your people, more than just creation of an administrative unit? And you know this, Senator Wambua, that in all our 47 counties presently, and this is something that we need to consider in Senate in the next coming days, all our counties are in violation of Section 25 of the PFM Act. There is none that is devoting more than 30% of their shareable revenue to development. So therefore, what you end up doing is that when you create additional counties, you're giving jobs to perhaps a maximum of 1,000, 2,000 people, but what eventually gets as actual development to the people that you're seeking is only 20% of that. Haven't you thought of maybe of another way other than just creation of a county, of trying to ensure that your people get justice? I thank you, Chair.
Yes, Senator, we'll allow you to quickly respond to those two.
Yes, I will. Let me begin with
I need to say this before you do that. You're quite right. The Attorney General Emeritus was sitting there before you, actually confirmed that he was the violator. He's the one who gave the list in order to break the stalemate, because some were asking for 100, others 18, and others. So he really used like a rule of the thumb and said those which were which had been gazetted as districts. And although Mwingi was announced, I remember that, about the same time the Rakanithi was given the district status, and Makueni, and Mwingi was just not gazetted. It's really, you're quite right in saying the Office of the Attorney General let down the people of Mwingi, because that was the criterion that was being used. So I want just to agree with you on that score.
Thank you, Party Leader. It feels good when your party leader agrees with you. Now I can deal with the rest. On the matter of the referendum, yes. I think because this will touch on the structure of devolution, then it's a question that should go to the people and let the people of Kenya decide whether it is something they want to do. I'm very clear about that. On the matter of what Senator Cheruiyot is asking, who is also my leader in the Senate, two things. One, he brings in the argument that I started with, the Me Too argument, that if you create Mwingi County, then other people will say, Me Too, and will give their reasons. But I am convinced, and my party leader has borne me out, that the reason why we don't have Mwingi County today is not because another person was given a county. It is because somebody slept on their job. The Attorney General did not gazette Mwingi County alongside Tharaka-Nithi and Makueni. And on that account, now the people of Mwingi will continue to suffer injustice because of the mistake of one person. That's the way I look at it. Secondly, Senator Cheruiyot, this country is defined, Kenya is defined as its citizens and its land. And that's why a lot of presidents will say, we will not cede an inch to anyone, because land is important. So land mass is as important to this country as the population is. So the argument that there are people that have huge populations and small pieces of land, in my case, does not arise, because then what you lose in land mass, you gain in population. And what you lose in population, then you gain in land mass. And as I conclude, I say this. Devolution, Honorable Tim, devolution has actually been hijacked at county headquarters. The drafters of this constitution, and that's why they are leaving that Article 6 open. They did not envisage a situation where, when you create a county headquarters, now that is the end of devolution, things now should work properly from there. No, no, no. That should have been the beginning of it. That we should evolve further to wards, to constituencies. And by extension, then this one county, this just one county in this country, Mwingi, that was denied a right by the mistake of one person. I will leave it to you to decide whether you want just to say they lost and they lost, then let them live with it, or you may want to correct that injustice on account of the fact that we all agree, and the AJ Emeritus was here, as you told me, he has confirmed that it is him that did not gazette Mwingi. I rest my case.
Thank you, Senator. And it is indeed true. He was seated right where you are seated, and he made that concession. We hear you and sympathize with not you only, but the people of Mwingi and many other Kenyans who feel that there is some element of injustice. But that is why we are here. We will consider yours and those of other Kenyans. Asante. Na kwaheri if you are traveling back to Kitui County. Or is it to Kuisha? You're doing badly. I thought you'll invite me for lunch. and unfortunately, Senator, and it's good because the fourth estate are here. And I saw the nation accuse this committee of gobbling up 100 million shillings. And I heard, I think over the weekend, someone saying that we are sipping expensive tea and champagne. We unfortunately have no facilities. We are here to get a shilling. Even the waters and the conference facilities, we are here courtesy of a well-wisher, one of our civil society organizations that have been meeting the conferencing facility costs, including our teas and light meals when we have a long day like today. But unfortunately, because of you and the Chamus and Public Service Commission who are here, we are not even able to break for lunch.
That's okay. Chair, Ajay, let me help you there, because then it's a problem. And let's confirm to media, because I sat in this committee, the first team. And to be honest to this country, there is no government money that is being spent on these things. It's a volunteer service. It's people doing this for the nation. So thinking that government is giving these people allowances or monies, I think we should disabuse ourselves of that notion and just allow Kenyans to do their job. They're just doing their job.
Thank you, Senator. We will request, just hold on, we request Public Service Commission. I'm told you have a meeting at 3:30. So we request the Chamus community to hold on.
No, just sit.
Letagule, just take your seats first. We allow the Public Service Commission. They will be very brief. We wanted to slot in at you at their time, but they have insisted, so we allow them a quick presentation. Thank you. I believe you know everybody here. We will not bother you with introductions. Maybe you just introduce yourselves for the record and move straight on to your presentation. I'm told it's a very brief one. It will take 5 or 10 minutes?
10, not more than 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, co-chairs, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah and Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, and the honorable members of this committee. Greetings from the Public Service Commission. My name is Anthony Mushiri. I'm the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. And today I'm accompanied by my director of legal. Her name is Jacqueline Manani. It is a privilege for us to be here on your invitation, honorable co-chairs and members, to this most important National Dialogue Committee. By way of introduction, the Public Service Commission did receive a letter from the National Dialogue Committee on 19 September 2023 for oral presentations on the 5 agenda items forming the terms of reference of the committee. Honorable co-chairs, we've already given our written submissions to the Secretariat, and these documents should be getting to this committee shortly. The Commission does welcome and appreciate the invitation, it being a major stakeholder in the labor market of this country, as it is responsible both directly and indirectly in the management of over 300,000 public officers through various instruments developed and or approved by the Commission. Honorable co-chairs, the Commission is established under Article 233 of the Constitution, and its mandate is outlined in Article 234, of which I will not belabor. It is clearly spelled out in the Constitution. So from the foregoing, the Commission's role in public service institutional development and management is central, not only to the government of the day, but to the nation as a whole. In view of its mandate, the Commission bears the responsibility for improving the capability of the public service to provide strategic and innovative policy advice that spurs growth to meet citizens' expectations. That is why it is normally referred to in our mission charter as a citizen-centric public service. So, honorable co-chairs, the Commission did consider the request of the National Dialogue Committee and hereby presents its views and proposals. On electoral justice and related matters, that's the restructuring and reconstitution of the IEBC. Honorable co-chairs, IEBC has been a matter of concern to many Kenyans and public servants equally, and indeed to the Public Service Commission. Partly because of the anxiety raised by its decisions in all electoral processes. The institution should therefore be restructured in a manner that makes it more effective, efficient, and credible on matters elections. Restructuring and reconstitution of IEBC should be done in the spirit and letter of the Constitution. IEBC is an independent constitutional commission, as defined in Article 248(2) of the Constitution, with the object of protecting the sovereignty of the people, securing the observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles, and promoting constitutionalism as provided in Article 245 of the Constitution. The Public Service Commission is also bound by this. These objectives should be at the core of restructuring IEBC to ensure that the persons who will eventually be appointed as members will be able to deliver on their mandate. Co-chairs, for purposes of objectivity and independent identification of members of IEBC, the framework and process of restructuring and reconstitution of IEBC as an independent commission should be defined in a manner that would not be subject to interference or influence by various quarters of society, including political parties. The recruitment of members of IEBC should be shielded from political party interests that ultimately cast aspersions on the results of elections. Co-chairs, in other words, the members of IEBC should be like Caesar's wife, the beyond reproach. The process of appointment of persons as chairpersons and chairperson and members should be competitive, objective, and fair, and should safeguard the interest of the major stakeholders, particularly the people of Kenya, rather than a select few segment of the society. Number two, outstanding constitution matters. The cost of living. The rising cost of living has continuously impacted negatively on public officers which has resulted in a low morale, poor performance, and poor social welfare of officers, some of whom are undergoing depression, for, amongst other reasons, the inability to meet their financial obligations as and when they fall due. Data held by the State Department for Public Service shows that 12,532 public officers sought psychosocial support in the financial year 2022-23 as compared to 6,616 in the financial year 2018-19, representing an increase of 84%. Inability of public officers to maintain the 1/3 of net salary requirements, thereby causing pecuniary embarrassment to the officers. Co-chairs the Commissioner's access to the public service payroll management system, which shows that out of 79,253 public officers in the civil service, 17,132, representing 21.62%, earn less than 1/3 of their basic salary. Additionally, out of 31,892 officers in the prison service, 13,661, which is a 42.8.3%, earn less than 1/3 of their basic salary. In the discipline services, out of 106,667 officers, 51,784, representing 48.5%, earn less than 1/3 of their basic salary. This data paints a grim picture of the situation that public officers are faced with as and when additional taxes and levies are introduced in their paycheck. Our recommendations are that majority of public officers are servicing mortgages either through the civil servants housing scheme or other non-public schemes. This affects their disposable income and, in essence, their quality of life. The Commission therefore proposes that either the taxation regime be reviewed, a considered wage increase be mooted, or public officers who are servicing mortgages be exempted from additional and similar levies taxes so as to give relief to public officers and boost performance and delivery of services. Our second recommendation on this is a staggered implementation of the housing levy and possibly consider basing the levy on the basic salary rather than the gross salary. In a similar manner, the NSSF contributions were reformed. This would cushion employees from the adverse effects of the all-round increase in taxes and ensure that all employees are, in as much as possible, within the 1/3 net salary requirement. Co-chairs, the number of levies and the VAT imposed on fuel can also be reviewed so as to reduce the cost of fuel that has a ripple effect on the cost of living. Implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. The Commission does implement the 2/3 gender rule in all its appointments. Additionally, the Commission, while recommending persons for appointment, always provides a list that meets the 2/3 gender rule. The Commission is also developing an affirmative action paper that will translate into regulations that will be applicable within the public service, falling within the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. On this recommendation, co-chairs, the Commission proposes that an affirmative action framework in the form of legislation be developed and implemented to comply with the 2/3 gender rule for appointive positions across the entire service. With regard to elective positions in Parliament, a provision similar to Article 177B of the Constitution should be adopted to fill up any gender shortfalls in both the National Assembly and the Senate, respectively. On governance issues, including promoting national unity and inclusivity in public appointments, the Commission does observe the provisions of Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution while appointing or recommending persons for appointment to positions in the public service. Recommendation on this: it is our view as a Commission that there are adequate constitutional and statutory safeguards that provide for inclusivity. The conversation that the country should therefore be having is on how to ensure compliance by all appointing authorities. There is therefore need for parliamentary oversight through receipt of an annual recruitment report that is in the nature of a human resource audit report for all appointing authorities. This would enable Parliament to impose such sanctions for non-compliance with the constitutional and statutory provisions on inclusivity. In conclusion, Honourable Chairs, Co-Chairs, the Commission supports the national dialogue and hopes that the results of the dialogue will improve the welfare of public officers, leading to an efficient and effective public service that delivers services to the citizens of Kenya as expected. Thank you for listening. To the Public Service Commission, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Commissioner Mushiri and your legal director. Maybe just a quick one from me. You have enumerated data on the public servants, and you actually contend that a number of them are earning below a third of their basic salary as their take home. And you are proposing either a review of the tax regime or a considered wage increase to be mooted. From where you sit as the chair of the Public Service Commission, how would we be able to strike a balance between increments of wages, especially for public officers, and what has been seen as a bloated civil service? Not both at the national government level and at the county government's level. How can we increase the earnings of public servants and also deal with what is politically a hot potato, like having to rationalize the staff establishment at all levels of government?
Okay. Can I go? Ambassador Wajiri.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the work you're trying to do with Public Service Commission. I'll ask you a subjective question. How independent is a Public Service Commission? Your recent appointment of so many vice chancellors, for example, where the commission was given a list and told to abide by it, doesn't that embarrass you? And do you render correct advice to the appointing authorities? Number two, how often do you make a report to Parliament on the very critical issue of inclusivity? Again, I refer you to the recent recruitment at the Kenya Revenue Authority, where clearly you're saying there's sufficient safeguards in law, and indeed there are, and you say the conversation we should be having is whether there's compliance. Some of these are embarrassing. We want a nation where every Kenyan belongs. The recent conversation we've had in the country is whether there are Kenyans or Kenya comprises a community of stakeholders and non-stakeholders. And although all of them pay heavily when it comes to the levies. Then thirdly, that a lot of your public officers are having negative payslips, particularly the police force. Wanaongezwa pesa 4,000 kwa upande moja, kwa njia moja na ingine inapotea, and they are actually negative. No wonder that a lot of them have gone for counseling. Therefore, this issue, and thank you for this very clear presentation. You're calling a spade a spade. We have a problem. And you're even recommending that we don't implement the housing levy immediately. We need to do something about it. But you know, and yet our friends on Kenya Kwanza insist this is their government. They should be allowed to deal with it the best way they can, and the opposition should then be shouting or something like that. I think that this memorandum is critical, and I congratulate you for being very bold about it, and I think Kenyans should stand guided.
Thank you, Opium. Thank you. Very, very briefly, as usual. I just want to understand from where you sit, Ambassador Mushiri. because the lingering question of imbalances in employment, both in terms of geographical areas, ethnicity, and so on. Your commission is supposed to play a role in addressing such imbalances. But apparently, there are instances where public institutions have gone ahead to defy you, and in fact could be recruiting without your authority. What do you say about that? But secondly, these rampant cases of public servants or civil servants earning less than a third of their basic salary as a result of the very, very many taxes that have been imposed on them, including the housing levy. From where you sit, does this go against law? Is there a law that provides for that one-third rule on basic salary? Okay, thank you.
Maybe, Ambassador, you will confirm to avoid the Honorable Pio and I, for obvious reasons, putting words in your mouth, whether those public officers who may be taking a third or less home of their basic pay are doing so on account of any tax measures, recent tax measures, or is a situation that persisted even before the tax measures. And that I believe you would have empirical evidence to show, for instance, that when you increase VAT from 8 to 16% on fuel, a policeman who was earning, taking home 20,000 shillings is now taking home 15,000. That kind of empirical evidence, so that we avoid also driving narratives that may not necessarily help us. Because I think from your presentation, my reading, and I'm trying to be, unlike my co-chair who has said he's asking you a subjective question, I'm endeavoring to be as objective as I can be. Because I know for a fact, many Kenyans, not just public officers, take home less than a third, largely on account of loans, including members of parliament, and I can confirm, including myself. I take home less than a third, but on account of a mortgage, of a car loan I have taken, and other loans, circle loans and all that. So I would want to hear that, and that's why I noted the increment of wages, because I would not mind also an increment. Senator Omar?
And also I just like Kimani Shungwa.
I'd like to know, where has this co-chair been getting this money has been paying Tico with a negative payslip?
Your Excellency, on a very serious note, I stopped depending on a paid salary 8 years after campus.
And
I am a very serious businessman.
I also earn less than 1/3 of my payslip. So we are many of us, and it is, and for me it is. For me, I just want to make two observations, two quick interventions. One, which I think, building on what Kimani, Co-Chair Kimani said, there is no impression that should be created whatsoever that we are fearful or lethargic as Kenya Kwanza to any candid report by government in terms of helping us to improve on our mandate and in operations of government. In fact, that's why you are independent commissions. As an auditor on human resource, there's an auditor on human rights, there's an auditor on financing. All these reports, harsh as they might seem, help the governance process. So we want to listen. An impression was created in the previous sitting that we were not for discussing the cost of living. In fact, we admitted the cost of living debate even when it was not agreed upon earlier by the two principals as one of the issues that we need to discuss here. So we are here to dialogue, and that's why we are seated here from dawn to dusk. Number two, again another comment. I don't know when you understand Jackie. Jackie was my college mate. When you understand the Constitution holistically, and I keep saying this, there is a way in which you must look for resources to fund social justice. Social justice is an extremely radical preposition to make those who are worse off better off, because before those who are better off become well off, not just for those who are better off to become better off and better off and better off. So to impose a 1% or 1.5% tax levy to build houses for those most vulnerable, to actually implement programs around universal health care under Article 43 is part of the requirement of social justice. That those who are well off, kidogo, uko na kidogo zaidi, to help those who are worse off, wale ambao hawana kabisa, before you also become better off with them. That's the whole idea. So that's the context also I wanted to you as you navigate your public service, to understand where sometimes would you look for the limited resources to fund these programs of dignity.
Any other?
Yes.
You know you are Omar's compatriot.
Yes, my good friend. Today is very brave.
Just as you left, I saw you had said that the media that we are selling mail.
No.
In TransNozia yesterday.
Yes, we were actually on the cost of living issue.
So allow you, ignore Omar, just go straight to your questions. And Omogeni to close for us.
I'll start on the cost of living issue. I think what Senator Omar is referring to. I was in TransNozia yesterday and the farmers are very, very worried.
Eugene, we said what we say in rallies, including what I said in Kericho yesterday, we leave them in rallies. Omar, I will protect Eugene from those.
Thank you very, very much. So the cost of living issue is one of the top issues in this dialogue, and the issue of electoral justice. Looking at your presentation, may I say you have greatly enriched our dialogue. When we started, actually, some of these areas like cost of living were no-go zones, opening of servers were no-go zones, but we're getting ideas, better and better ideas, so that by the close of our public hearings tomorrow, this committee will be better off to make recommendations. So I just want to thank you very, very much. Your colleagues from Kipra were here, and they had told us, I think it was on page 2 of their presentation, a very sobering reality. And I agree with Omar that it's very good that independent commission should be able to advise independently, objectively, whether it's good news for government or not. And they have said that while the minimum wage increased by 12%, in 2022, essential goods and services rose by 22%. They're making ends meet for many Kenyans, and Kenyan with a payslip is an endangered species. I'm happy that you have addressed some of the issues, like the issue of the housing levy. At first we heard it was on the basic, then we heard it was gross. So it's one area that every Kenyan with a payslip is feeling the heat. The other issue that you have, that will greatly enrich our recommendations is the issue of the levies and taxes. I promised Senator Omar, I will not repeat all the 16 levies because there are quite a number on fuel, about 16. When you go to the tokens, electricity, there are about 8. And all this is taking away the little disposable income from every family. They're feeling the pinch. Therefore, your recommendation that we can actually review this tax regime is a very, very solid recommendation. I want to thank you for that. And lastly, I think I'll leave it at that because of time. And I just thank you for your very, very solid recommendation. Thank you.
Yes, first, Commissioner, Chairman Mushiri, I think we are one of the most patriotic Kenyans because your paper is very candid and you have presented the situation as it is. Really, these are big kudos to you. And I just want to understand, as a key stakeholder, you know the issues you are saying, border on national security. They are serious issues. It worries when I read that in the disciplined forces, out of 106,000 officers, 51.7% earn less than a third of their basic salary. And that includes even officers serving in prison. I mean, that is something that any government cannot ignore. Now my question is, as a key stakeholder, and we are all here parliamentarians, did you get a chance to make a presentation before Parliament when you were dealing with the finance bill on issues of taxation, so that we cushion these Kenyans that play a very critical role, but who seem to be choking under serious taxation and the levies from the government of the day? Because it worries me, honestly, and anybody in government should be worried if this is the prevailing situation. Because a bank will not care about increase of taxes. The worst they can do is to come for your property auction. We have had cases of officers in the disciplined forces committing suicide. You know? So did you ever make such a presentation to Parliament when we were considering the finance bills? Number two, you play a critical role in promoting values and principles under Article 10 of the Constitution. And I'm also from one of the marginalized, so-called marginalized communities. I don't repeat the question on KRA that the former Vice President has asked, but I want to ask a specific question. This issue around national unity, inclusivity. When you make proposal for appointment of some of the key state officers, like principal secretaries, do you take into account the need to ensure that all the 43 tribes are represented? Because out of the 56 principal secretaries, for example, we had people from Mount Elgon, Sabwat, they say they are not represented. The Kisis are not represented. You know, we have communities that have over 16 representation in principal secretaries. So is it that your recommendations are ignored, or you are the one, it's the commission that is breaching the national values under Article 10? Because we're having a conversation, we want to get a solution. Is the blame on PSC when you do interviews, do ranking, or the problem is with the appointing authority? Thank you.
Chungwa.
Thank you. I'm trying to. Yes, Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question and a comment. I must appreciate, I had earlier, I think it was His Excellency who asked a question, how independent the Commission is. I think their presentation is testament to their independence. I can't imagine another administration that would have allowed a member of an institution that is a government agency to bring such a presentation. Anyway, just to the more difficult questions about it, is number one, there is also a misleading narrative that I see being weaved, and unfortunately you aided it, and therefore my colleagues took cue from your presentation, which I want to vehemently disagree. Taxes are paid by all Kenyans, those who work and those who don't work. Therefore, the question that we need to ask you is, which are these taxes that are deducted from an employed person that leads them to earn less than a third of their pay? Because basically, if you push that argument, it means that there are taxes that have been introduced that are upwards of 60, that takes upwards of 60, two-thirds of your salaries, 67%. Will you mind then giving that breakdown for us to appreciate? Because the rest of the Kenyans, all of us, those that are employed and unemployed, they pay taxes. But to sustain the narrative that is being weaved in your presentation, that the only reason why people are earning a third of their pay is because of taxation, then justify for me to appreciate where is this 67% going? Apart from pay at 30%, what are these other taxes? Because even what is being described, housing levy and the rest, they cannot account for more than 5%. Finally, Chair, is just to guide that not everything that is said in this forum is accurate. Therefore, my colleague, like Senator Mugeni, I heard your last comment. It's not true what people say. The sub-outs came here and they said they don't have a PS. I'll tell you for a fact. The PS for health is called Hari Kimutai. It's a sub-out. So people come here and say all manner of things, but it's not everything that is factual. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and that's why I did indicate to Ambassador Mushiri to be factual even on those tax elements to avoid those narratives. Honorable Amina, the last one.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be on the bloated wage bill. As we all know, the wage bill has an effect on the cost of living and on the taxes. So my question to the Commission is, what are you doing about this crisis? Like, what's your take? Do we have many employees that we can't afford as a country? Or what's your take on that? Thank you.
Okay, Ambassador.
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chairs, and I really appreciate those questions. I'll start and end. I'll end with the bloated wage bill, which is what Honorable Ishungu asked, and Honorable Amina just finished with it. I'll take that as the last one. But I'll go to Co-Chair Kalonzo Musyoka when he talked about the independence of the Public Service Commission, and I'm glad that his colleagues really did assert our independence, as Honorable Pio, Honorable Amalwa, and Honorable Omogeni. When we serve Articles 210 and 232 of the Constitution as a Public Service Commission, when we advertise for positions of the Vice Chancellors, we are provided by an intent by the councils of respective universities. We do a competitive recruitment through advertisements, we do a shortlist, and we interview and give the names in order of ranking to the councils of the universities to pick out these people. So I would not understand at what point of time there is a list that is given to the Commission of who to appoint. If you observe our recent appointments, they were very balanced in nature and went through this competitive recruitment. Honorable Co-Chairs, the issue of recruitment, more so what has been asked in KRA and other entities like police force, we have different employing entities. We don't employ in KRA. They have a board that employs. The only time we come in such employments in public services, especially state corporations, is when we provide the document that we call compliance on Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution. This is a document that we provide to Parliament and to the President every year on 30th December. PSC does not have enforcement measures or sanctionary measures to uphold violation of Article 10 and 232. That is within the ambit of the National Assembly and the Presidency. So when we have entities like the National Police Service Commission, the Teacher Service Commission, those are the ones who do their own employment. PSC just does employment within the service. But we do oversight in terms of Article 10 and 232 by providing that information. Chair, on the issue of the taxation, when you get a pay slip and you get a pay at the end of the month, and I believe this was misconstrued, what you do with that pay slip is up to you. Whether you want to subject it to zero, that's up to you. So the information we have here, this 1/3 has been progressive from time immemorial. I can't remember, I've worked in the civil service for 39 years. I can't remember a time I've been above 1/3. Because every time you finish servicing your mortgage, your car loan, your furniture, SACCO, you name it, you take another one. So you'll always, you take another one to go and buy chicken, to rear chickens, etc. So you'll always live in that borderline. I would find somebody who lives above that borderline either to be dealing in some untoward illegal behavior. Because if you are really subjecting your payslip to those deductions, then you are leading an honest life. So, Chair, when the issue of taxes and levies to come in, when the housing levy came in, those payslips are already at 1/3. The housing levy did not increase. Our recommendation was to maybe mitigate, either put the housing levy on the basic salary or progressively increase it. But we did not say that the housing levy should be done away with. Those are our recommendations sitting at the Public Service Commission. On the issues...
Ambassador, on a light note, that is a risk you run into when you are dealing with two opposing sides of the political class. We will want to put words in your mouth that will favor our respective positions. But go ahead.
I do understand, Chair. Honorable Kalonzo has been also in government.
You know, you've been my ambassador, you know, to Libya.
Yeah, exactly.
And you saw a chaotic nation and come out of conflict. Now, it's when you are there, it was a better country.
Yes.
Now, what remains of Libya? We're trying to avoid that situation in this country. And you, Ambassador Muchiri, know, you know the importance of that.
I hear you, Honorable Kalonzo. Honorable Chairs, I think on the issue of the wage bill, Honorable Co-Chairs, of course the wage bill has increased exponentially, more so when we got into, the Kenyans decided that we are going to have a devolved government. And the issue of HR, it just became chaotic. My colleague here will mention of a county that we went to do a human resource audit and found that out of almost 1,000 people who had been employed, 980 were employed illegally without due process. So that cuts across all the counties. And that has increased the wage bill. But if I confine myself to the Public Service Commission, I would say that our wage bill is not bloated. Why would I say that? Because right now, virtually every ministry is unestablished. And we cannot maximize or optimize the establishment in terms of human resource personnel because there is no money. Normally when we are employing as a Public Service Commission, when ministries and agencies send their indents, we cannot recruit without a letter from Treasury. So the domiciled entity that would really be able to answer this question is the Treasury, because they are the ones who provide the funds to employ. We cannot recruit, we cannot advertise, we cannot employ if the Treasury has not given a green light. But all ministries as we stand today are established, and there is that serious issue in the effective delivery of services. All right, I'll just give Jackie to respond to one or two related to Honorable Chergai and Omar.
This is Cheriot.
Oh, sorry, Cheriot. Apologies. My apologies. I know everybody here.
Cherokee is yet to come with the stamp limits.
My apologies.
Cherokee is another one.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on to something the Chair has talked about KRA. Yeah, on the issue of state corporations and how they recruit, they both have the independence to recruit. However, the Commission has a constitutional mandate to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization, administration, and personnel practices of the public service. Yes. So the Commission is able to do that, and we are trying to look at how we are able to do that for all state corporations, because there are quite a number. And so with time now, our annual reports on the work the Commission does, because there are two sets of reports that the Commission presents to Parliament. There's the annual report on the work of the Commission, and then there's the annual values report. So with time, our annual report on the work of the Commission would be able to then come out with some of these things that maybe are outliers, like recruitments that may not be very balanced. So that is provided for in our mandate as the Public Service Commission. On what my...
Sorry, how is it on the principal secretaries? How is the picture like?
In terms of the balance?
The national outlook.
Yes, as the chair said, the Commission is not the appointing authority for PSs. The Commission undertakes a recruitment process and forwards names for persons to be recruited. If you looked at the shortlist that was published in the newspaper, you could see those balance in terms of the entire country was properly represented in the shortlist that the Commission published in the newspaper. Beyond there, unless the chair can respond on that.
Well, I think that is a question that should be subjected to the appointing authority. We are just the employing entity.
Yeah, thank you.
Fair enough, as least balance
yes.
at the point when you are doing the recruitment.
Yes.
Fair enough.
We do that, yes.
So that you also, the appointing authority, by the time you are submitting a list to the appointing authority, based on some balance.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. And in response to my colleague mate, Honorable Hassan Omar, yes, I do agree that the government has a responsibility to provide social rights, including housing, healthcare, and so on and so forth. However, in the process of doing that, I do not think that it's in the interest of the government to, at the point of pulling others, to take others down. Yeah, so that what the Commission's concern is that at the time you're bringing in the housing levy and other taxes, already the public officer's payslip is below a third. So when you bring in the housing levy on gross salary, it makes the situation even worse. It's not that the taxes and the housing levy are what cost, and I'll combine that with the Senator Cheriot's question. It's not that the taxes and the levies cost officers to earn 1/3. It's that by the time these taxes and levies come in, already officers are earning less than 1/3. So that it would be perhaps, in terms of just looking at fairness and having some sympathy and empathy on public officers and perhaps even officers in the private sector, that you could base that levy on a basic salary rather than on gross salary. So that at the point, while you try to pull people up, you're not bringing many more to come to that lower level where you're trying to pull people up from. So that's basically what the Commission's presentation is trying to say. And I believe I've addressed both. It is not the levies and the taxes that hire. Yeah.
Mine is very simple. I'm just happy that I finally get to meet Ambassador Mushiri. He's been very supportive to me on my own public service issues, giving me guidelines on what needs to be done. And I appreciate that because we only talked on phone several occasions. And I'm happy to finally meet you. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor says that we must allow me also to commend you for consulting. So we are now certain that the county that the director was referring to is definitely not Embu County. And encourage other governors to work with the Public Service Commission because they would guide them on how to recruit staff in a balanced way and without doing it outside of the law. Thank you, Ambassador and Director. We will now invite the Chamus community. I am told Commissioner Letangula, you are the one leading. We will... Yes. IEBC.
About what? Yeah, I saw that.
So, Commissioner Letangula, karibu. I am told you had a very long article in the papers yesterday.
Yes.
We will kindly request you not to take us through the article on a light note. Be very brief. We are, for lack of a better word, stealing time for you from other groups who are waiting. So we'll restrict to what we had agreed of CAP to strictly 10 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, co-chairs, for giving us this opportunity. I want to confirm that looks like this committee they've not even been given water. So I think we want to appeal to those who fund these people, at least to provide them with basics. Having said that, I want to give the committee some of these documents, just so that we are at one page. Those guys must stand. Do they have this? Oh, okay.
Let them be.
Yeah, I agree. Honorable members, co-chairs, before you are members of the Chamus community from Baringo County. I'm a lawyer of the High Court of Kenya, representing them in several cases, so I'm here in that capacity, and also in the capacity as a member of the Chamus community. We have submitted a petition to this honorable committee, and we have a lot of faith in this committee that finally our matters can be heard and be implemented. Now, honorable members, in the interest of time, I will go through the issues very fast. We have submitted only 3 issues to this committee, and our issues are only 3, and all of them have ended up in the High Court, and judgments given in favor. Number 1, honorable members, the Chamus community is a community residing in Baringo County. It's an indigenous community speaking Ma, as you can see from my standing morans behind me. This community in the 2019 census were counted to be more than 30,000. I think now we are about 50,000. With a voting block of more than 10,000 votes. We reside in Baringo South currently. Baringo South has about 25,000 votes, and the Chamus people have 10,000 of those votes. The rest are for the Tugen community, who are our neighbors. Now, it has been very disadvantageous for this community over time because of lack of representation. I think it is the only community in Kenya which has no representative in parliament, whether nominated or elected. And the reason we are here is to petition this committee to finally see how the Chamus can get a constituency of their own for effective representation. We face a number of challenges. For example, we are the ones constantly under attack of our neighbors, the Pokot banditry, where they have taken most of our cows and resources, yet we cannot have a voice to raise these issues at the national level. So, our first request is to see how, in the next review of boundaries, this community can be represented. And attached to my document is an order issued by the High Court in 2017. It's attached. It's a High Court order. And if you allow me, I will just go to certain specific orders issued by the High Court. One, they said, and this is the 3-judge judgment of the High Court, and I will read order number 5, which they said, in the event of any future constituencies being created by an act of parliament or any other review being undertaken, the Chamus claim be processed by the Electoral Commission of Kenya with the criteria herein in view. In this regard, we hereby declare that reasonable departure from the normal creation of boundaries be departed with in order to enable the Chamus to be represented. In other words, what the High Court was saying in 2006 is that let us depart from the usual criteria to give these people a chance to be represented. And they wrote almost 500 pages judgment, which I was not able to attach, giving the reasons why this community must be considered. And so I've just attached the court order. We have not been able to implement because the current constitution provides for minimum population in a constituency, and they said minimum is 79,000. The Chamus cannot reach there. And the High Court was alive to this. And so they said, depart from the normal criteria to enable effective representation of the Chamus. I want to ask this committee, as you write your report, kindly see how you can accommodate the Chamus people to finally be able to be represented at the national level. So I have attached that order. Issue number 2 is the issue of effects of climate change. Honorable members, I would even ask you to visit Baringo. Something very phenomenal has happened there. The waters of the lake rose up, and the effect is that the two lakes are about to merge, Lake Baringo and Lake Bogoria. Actually, the difference is about now 2 kilometers apart, if I'm not wrong, between the two lakes. And one lake is salty, Lake Baringo is a freshwater lake. Now, a phenomenon has happened. The water is rising. These were areas where the Chamus people live. Now, these people have been completely displaced by the water. That land has become government land by virtue of it now being a lake. Now, what happens to these people? That is why we say a special kitty must be established to compensate people who have been moved, not by their own willingness, but by the effects of this climate change. And they have been moved away from their lands, their ancestral lands. So I appeal that through this committee, we see how these people can be compensated for the losses they have incurred. Now, again, my third issue and final one is the issue of Prosovis plant. This goes together with the issue of climate change, but it's very distinct because this plant called Madenge, it was named after the officer who introduced it in Baringo. I wish I can meet that Madenge to just give a slap. Now,
is that allowed?
Absolutely out of order.
It is because of the pain.
We also know that, in fact, the community got some goats sued this Madenge.
Yes, I was the lawyer on record.
Yeah.
I brought a goat, live goat, to court because the judges were not understanding what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The effect is that this Prosovis, the moment the goat eats the plant, it's sugary, so ultimately all the teeth fall out, so the goat is unable to eat anymore and they die. So this plant was brought in and it really took over the entire area. If you look at the pictures I have annexed to this report, it is a plant which grows even without water. It was brought from South America. And this plant now has submerged the entire area, coupled with the rising lake, which has taken all the homes, coupled with now no goats anymore, no cows. You will see a very sad story here where our children are now going to school with canoes because you see the whole land has been submerged by water. So, honorable members, my presentation, and I have attached a court order again on the environment, and I wish you this committee can recommend the implementation of this court order. And one of the orders was that this plant has destroyed livelihoods. And it's not only in Chamus. I think it's an issue which you can address conclusively all over. In fact, the current president, Honorable William Ruto, is the one, when he was Minister for Agriculture, declared this plant noxious. He gazetted it. And you can see from this order, it's a lengthy order, but I want to just point order number N. It's where the court made specific that we form a commission to assess the damage caused by, a technical commission be formed, a national commission, which will address the issues of this Prosovis, so that this commission will report to the country and assess the damage caused by this plant, assess the cost of damage, loss of lives, loss of animals, and report adequate compensation or any other matters which can be dealt with. This plant is a national crisis. When I talk to you, I'm not just talking about Chamus. This plant is a national crisis. The country must wake up to the disaster this plant has brought. It is not only in Chamus, it is in Tana River, I don't know where else, Garissa I think.
Yeah.
It is a dangerous plant and we need a conversation in the country what we do with this plant. I don't know who brought it, but it has caused a lot of havoc. So I want to end there and allow one of my members just a short...
Yes, indeed, and I want you, Commissioner Tangule, to know you've already taken your 10 minutes, but we will hear, Madam, if it can be, you can be very precise, because we had to slot you in, although you're not in our programs. And as we slot you in, Commissioner Tangule, could you be specific? What would you want this committee to do? Because we are not a boundaries in the electoral, not boundaries commission, for example. We see it's a petition. Or the only thing we can do is make recommendation, but we want it to be very explicit because you understand. I have a family of the Kekimons who are very close to me, and I know how they've been affected living between Lake Bogoria and Lake Baringo.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
If you allow, maybe perhaps the lady could speak by way of answering, because I've got something to clarify also.
Okay.
Yes.
Let Madam, you will answer after that. Let her make her comments, and then we open the floor. We'll open the floor to fellow committee members.
Mwenyekiti, kamati wako hapa pamoja na sisi. Kwa majina mimi ni Caroline Lesaya, nominated MCA UDA party from Baringo County, Baringo South and Chamus community.
Your chairman, who is a member of this committee, is obviously out of order.
Yeah, I'm very sorry, but I was just want to introduce myself.
Okay, that's okay. You have an executive
I am just
chair of order.
congratulating you because you belong to my party.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So she's gone absolutely partisan, but we understand.
Mwenyekiti, I'm very sorry. Ombi langu mwenyekiti kama ya Chamus community ni kuomba eneo la bunge. Tangu tupate uhuru 1963 up to date hatujai ingia bunge la kitaifa. Hiyo ndio ombi kubwa tuko nayo, kwa sababu nikiongea hivi community ya Chamus tumepitia mengi machungu sana. Yale yamesokwa na lawyer na Ndagule ni hivyo kabisa venye imesema, tumepitia machungu kama community. Sasa tunaomba leo kwa hii committee na tunaomba kwa unyenyekevu ili tuwasaidie ama mtupe hiyo nafasi ili tusikike na shida zetu ipatikane kujulikana, tupate eneo bunge la Baringo kwa Baringo County.
We hear you, Madam, nominated MCA. Now we'll ask very quick one comment. Mheshimiwa
in half a minute.
Will ask a question or comment.
Yeah, let me confess that I've been very sympathetic to the cause of the Chamus people, having gone through their stories over time. And if you have got a friend, then it's me. But let me say this. Before I proceed, I can see my friend, the Honorable Mpurken, in your delegation. And yet he has been an MP in Laikipia North previously. Is he a friend of the Chamus or is he a Chamus? Just by the way, just not. Two, and more importantly, Wakili, this order, which was issued way back in July 2007, I think in the old constitutional dispensation, was so explicit, so clear, so unambiguous. In fact, order number 5, which was actually decreeing some sort of affirmative action in as far as the Chamus community is concerned. And the court was very clear that in the subsequent boundaries review, the Chamus should be considered for a constituency. My question is, did you seek to enforce this order by way of serving a decree on the successor to the ECK, which is the IEBC? Yes, I don't know. The IEBC, as presently constituted, or decided, is the successor to the then ECK. And therefore it was under a constitutional and legal obligation to enforce or to implement this court order, which was never vacated or varied in any way from what I have on record. Just clarify that.
I think the issue of Bomas was also taken to the African Court of Justice. They really prosecuted this matter. far and wide and got orders. So people are under obligation to do the right thing. So, Mheshimiwa Sisley.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me begin by saying that my heart really goes out to this community. They have their rights, I believe so, and I think it's time we had them. And I want to thank you for your courage to be able to come here and speak out and speak for the people that you've left behind. Now, even as we try to look for our own way of supporting you as a committee, I think you have a serious issue of climate change effect on an impact on your community. And I strongly feel that you need a sitting with the Ministry of Environment through the CS Soipan. And I wish to undertake to help out to make sure that you get a chance to sit down with her. Because I know the ministry has taken climate change very, very seriously. I know there's a lot of resources, not necessarily in the ministry, but across the world around the livelihoods and issues of climate change. So I'll be happy, Commissioner Letangule, to offer that support of making sure you have a sitting with the CS, who I'm sure will definitely come to the rescue of the community. That would be a great opportunity.
Thank you. And I think with that, we want to say thank you for coming to see us. We will do our bit, however small, as a committee. Thank you. You want to respond?
Yeah, just your question on how to implement.
Yeah.
Thank you very much once again for this committee, and thank you so much for being sympathetic with our cause. I can see it from Governor Sisley and Honorable Wandai. I think we seem to be sorted. We'll take the offer. We'll ask you once we move out, please be with us.
Yes.
Because
No. I want to take it up with Cicely on that note. It's not going to be an easy matter. There's plenty of funding in the area of climate change. And this community needs to get money on the ground to help them. Because watoto hawezi kwenda shule, watoto kwa mashua jameni, like Baringo, the hotels there sank. It's a complete disaster. And I think we should use this as a country to illustrate that we can actually benefit from climate funding. So let's IPAN, the CS, be able to take this matter strong.
On the issue of how to implement, we have Article 100 in our current constitution. I think it will be the recommendation of this committee. Article 100 specifically talks about how marginalized and ethnic minorities can be represented. I think if this article is operationalized by way of recommendation from this committee, with specific affirmative action for communities like us, I think we can finally get some help in terms of representation at the national level. Therefore, we thank you for hearing us, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wakili and the delegation of the Chamus community. All the best.
Thank you. Okay. Do we still have others or that's it for the day?
I'm told Senator Ojienda is in the house. Senator Ojienda, we had given him a slot, but he can only come for 5 minutes.
Do we still have others or that's it for the day?
I think that's all for the Senate now.
No, for the day. No, the day. We still
the day is still long.
Oh.
Yes. Still long. Let's finish. Senator Ojienda, I know you know all of us. Yes. So in the interest of time, we shall not go do introductions. Kindly go straight to your issues, and we have got no more than 5 minutes. Please, bear with us.
Thank you, Chair. I will summarize my presentations so that the 5-minute period does not lapse if I finish. Chair, this is a presentation pursuant to your call for submissions, and it is a presentation that seeks that this committee, pursuant to the powers granted to it, when making recommendations on constitutional amendments, that you revisit the provisions of Articles 94, 95, and 96 of the Constitution, and the power relations between the Senate and the National Assembly. These provisions speak to the necessary changes. Mr. Chair, the provisions of Articles 93 to 96 of the Constitution, which concern the establishment of Parliament, creates the two houses, often referred to as Parliament, the National Assembly, and the Senate. But there is a grave power imbalance which has created, not only in my view, a miscarriage of justice, that which seems to relegate the Senate to the National Assembly, yet senators are elected by constituencies, many constituencies, or represent the interests of 47 counties, while the National Assembly represents the interests of sub-counties or constituencies. Clearly, in terms of the power frame and the shift, the Senate should be the upper house. And I will demonstrate briefly, Chair, why the framing of Articles 94, 93, 94, 95, 96, as relates to even the powers of originating bills under Articles 110 to 113, should be reframed so that Senate considers every bill emanating from the National Assembly. In all representative democracies, Mr. Chair, where Senate is elected, I give you the example of the US, where we have Senate and the House of Representatives. Senate 1 has a longer term of 6 years. The House of Representatives has a term of only 2 years to the next election. There must be a formula for compensation of senators who traverse diverse counties to campaign or to be elected. Yet, when they're elected, they are equated to members of the National Assembly elected in single-member constituencies. Chair, that is summarized in my memoranda at paragraphs 10 to 14. Then I go to the question even of the manner that the Parliamentary Service Commission has treated senators. Senators are given the same allocation as members of the National Assembly, ignoring the fact that senators have to traverse the very sub-counties that members of parliament represent. Now, we are equated to one member of a sub-county when the PAC allocates funds for running offices. The senator is only enabled to establish one office. A very unfair process, Mr. Chair. So, membership responsibility, and because there are two cases in court, Mr. Chair, on this question, we have litigated previously division of revenue before the Supreme Court. I appeared for Senate then. Now we have a live case before the Supreme Court on the question of exercise of powers under Article 113 and whether all bills emanating from the national, so here we're dealing with over 23 bills, should as a consequence be enacted or approved by Senate. I think the right way to go is for this committee to recommend when reviewing the Constitution that Senate as a superior house should give a stamp of authority to every bill enacted by the National Assembly. If I go to the comparative, let me go to Canada. I've tried the US. Even in Canada, the Senate is again a superior organ. In the UK, where the Lords are called into membership, of course the House of Lords is not as strong as the lower house, but because they are nominated. So where you have a system where senators are elected, I think create a strong Senate. Give senior members like yourself a chance to vie for Senate instead of going back to the National Assembly, and give Senate the requisite authority that it ought to have, so that in representative democracy like this, we have a Senate that then stamps authority. If you look at the functions, even impeachments, the Constitution has, in a sense, created a grave imbalance. Origination of money bills, a grave imbalance. And remuneration unjustified equity. It is unjustifiable that a member doing more work is remunerated less because you have a wider area to cover, you have more people to cover, you spend more resources when campaigning, you spend more resources on a daily basis because you have a wide coverage, and yet you're treated as though you belong to a single constituency. I think these are some of the things that need to be addressed. Now, on the, if I look at even the history of this country, this is because I'm a researcher, under the independent constitution, when we had 40 districts and a number of senators, Section 34 of the constitution then defined representation then. Even if we go back to the spirit of that constitution, the intention in the representation was to create a bicameral system that gave more power to Senate. And I think it is important that we go back there. I know that our system is mongrel. I know that this committee is entirely toying with the idea of having a leader of opposition, and we have a leader of minority. I think we have a leader of minority in the National Assembly.
We think, or you know, Professor?
No, I know. I know that that idea is on course. Yet we have adopted a presidential system. When you have a presidential system, and you want to slide into a mongrel system where you want to pick half parliamentary and creep presidential, then you have a tough challenge in terms of law, because then you have a framework. Your framework will not sit in with the presidential system that we have adopted. Because then if you, technically, you are the leader of opposition sitting in parliament, because a leader of opposition as contemplated in the parliamentary system is one who would sit in parliament and respond to the queen or the king then, to the, not queen or queen, to the head of, to the prime minister, answering on the part of government. Then the opposition leader would then respond on parliamentary questions or all questions. Now our system is unique, and I think that this committee has a challenge of trying to craft a process or a unique framework that will go off balance the presidential system that we have, and perhaps try and stray into a measure or have a cut of the parliamentary system, which is a tough task that you have before you. So Chair, I plead that as you go through that process, and I'll share my experiences. The US system, the Canadian system, all favor a strong Senate.
Well said, Professor. Very well said. I think since you don't have your memorandum, you will share it with us.
I have several copies of them.
Yes, please. And we are also guided that actually it was the intention of the Bomas then that the Senate would be the upper house. That the issue was interfered with at Naivasha. So maybe that's food for thought. We could, as a committee, of course, when we retreat and look at the issues you have canvassed. And for Senator Cherot is banning.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Chair, to Senator Professor Ojienda, is that he has many friends of the committee who agree with him on the things that he's canvassing, and it's a travesty of justice that SLC has never seen that to be unfortunate, and to allow that situation to be obtaining for more than 10 years is not something that perhaps can be wished away for far too long. I think it's part of the greater inequality that you're talking about, including actually overally in the entire society. So you're on the right track, Prof.
Thank you.
Prof, if I can, Prof. Prof was my teacher in school in Moi University. Prof, without a doubt, I was there when the Senate was being established. And all these were some of the discussions we had. I was in the first local Senate. And honestly speaking, one of the reasons I thought that it was not viable to be elected back into Senate was some of those structural changes that you are alluding to. That you are elected with a wider footprint and then put into almost a box of inertia. But the truth is, part of these discussions came up when the counterparts of Obio and I were in the National Assembly, said that if we were to have a salary differential, then it means in the order or packing order of business, the more the salary you have means your stature is higher. So therefore that will distinct a senator as having a higher cadre. In fact, even the salaries of the National Assembly Speaker, I remember then the National Assembly argued that even if it is to differentiate the Speaker as number 3, just by having an extra 1,000 shillings, so that it is clear that who is the most senior Speaker. So I think we had so much sibling rivalry at that point. But the Senate at that time had the stature of certain key leaders. If you look at the first Senate, all of us looked at the Senate of the Obama ilk or making. So that's why you saw a lot of former ministers, former attorney generals, former all that came into the Senate. I totally share that sentiment. That Senate must be the upper house if this constitution is to be reasonable in terms of its mandate and in terms of its structure.
Thank you. Maybe just in one sentence, when all is said and done, and we make the changes as a country, of course, we are proposing. In your view, would this require a referendum or not? Just in one sentence.
Automatically, 256, 257, definitely a referendum is required. I know that will be hard to achieve, but we are there. But Chair, imagine the Speaker of Senate, the Speaker of the National Assembly, chairing the Parliamentary Service Commission. The Speaker of Senate is nowhere. We are represented by 3 members as against 4. We are minority. We have no power to even do anything. It is unfair.
Chair, finally,
I think we are blessed to have a scholar appear before us, because he's really hit the nail on the head. Even the comparison on how you treat an elected senator and the House of Lords, it's a very good comparison. Even something I never thought about, the area where you campaign, and then, every amendment of opposition, Chair, should address the difficulties a country has faced on implementation. The fact that we have a number of cases in courts touching on the relationship of National Assembly and Senate is enough food for thought that we need to relook on the relationship of the National Assembly and Senate in a bicameral house. So I think it's a good presentation, very good food for thought, and I hope this committee will take it up.
We shall definitely benefit immensely from your presentation, Professor Ojienda.
Yeah,
where is his memo, his memorandum?
I have shared, I just want to remind the Chair that I'm still a member of ODM, a life member. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Those not relevant, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Have you heard in your memo?
And you don't have anything to say about Senate Ledama?
You don't, Ojienda, as you go, being challenged by Senator Omar Hassan, that what is my personal view about the quest for Senate to be the upper house. Let me tell you, as a matter of principle, I agree with you. Totally. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Excuse you now.
Thank you, bro. Umoja,
which group is this now? TransNozia. Continue, tafadhali. Aya.
Professor, who is very well reasoned.
The TransNozia group.
That's good. Quickly, 1 minute.
Okay. Wacha waingie tu. Sini group moja. Mbona wengine wanatolewa? Okay, the leader, the team leader. Okay, thank you very much. Very quickly, we have Honorable Amina Abdallah from Malindi, the Honorable Waziri Eugene Wamalwa, the Honorable Senator Okongo Mugeni. Personally, I'm Opio Wandai. We have got Governor, Her Excellency Cecily Mbarire of Wembu. Come. Chairman.
Asante sana. Naitwa Bishop Martin Mafumbo. Natoka TransNozia County. Mimi ndio ninaongoza hii timu ambayo tumekuja nayo ya jamii zote za TransNozia, zaidi ya jamii 43 pamoja na wakilishi wengine. Kwa hivyo kabla tujaendelea, kuna ningetaka nikueleze kwamba wale tumekuja nao tuko na jamii 43, lakini kwa sababu ni wachache wamekubalika kuingia mahali hapa, chairman, kwanza ninakuheshimu pamoja na kamati yako.
Wengine wako umumu,
wengine wako hapa nje.
Si wangesimama tu hapo nyuma.
Tuliambiwa wasikuje, kama wangeturuhusu ingekuwa ni vizuri sana.
At least because they are just for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Kama tu huko nyuma ndio wao pia wajisikie.
Tafadhali.
Wako Bomas.
Tafadhali. Tafadhali chair. Thank you very much for that. Pigia chairman. So endelea ama tungoje?
Endelea.
Haya, asante. Hapa nimesema tuko na jamii 43 ambao ningetaka tafadhali chairman, wale wachache wako mali hapa uniruhusu ni wa introduce. Nataka kabila zote 43 ambao mko mali hapa, simameni. Simama tu wenye mko hapa. Chairman, hapa tuko na jamii mwakilishi wa Gema, ndio huyo hapa. Pale nyuma tuko na mwakilishi wa Somali, ndio yule pale. Pale tuna mwakilishi, nimengojea chairman amalize.
Yes, proceed.
Haya chairman, inaanza tena hapa. Simama, niko na mwakilishi wa Gema, anawakilisha jamii ya Gema TransNozia County. Pale niko na jamii ya Wasomali, anawakilisha Wasomali TransNozia County. Kachini. Pale niko na jamii ya Jaluo, anawakilisha jamii ya Jaluo kutoka TransNozia County. Hapa kachini ni kwanza kwa kabila. Hapa tuko na jamii ya Wamaragoli, anawakilisha jamii ya Wamaragoli kutoka TransNozia County. Tuko na jamii ya Wakamba kutoka TransNozia County, unaweza kuketi chini. Tuko na jamii ya Itaho kutoka TransNozia County. Tuko na jamii ya Teso kutoka TransNozia County, na tuko na jamii ya Wabukusu kutoka
TransNozia County. Ndio vile mwenyekiti wa wafanyabiashara. Yes. Anawakilisha kila mtu.
Unaishi Kitale?
Naishi Kitale.
TransNozia County.
Asante.
Alafu kule nyuma pia tuko na jamii ya Wabukusu kutoka TransNozia County. Tuko na chairman ya Waturukana kutoka TransNozia County, ndio yule mahali pale. Tuko na mwakilishi wetu pia anaitwa Kaburu kutoka katika jamii ya Wabukusu, na tuko na chairman wetu ambaye pia anawakilisha jamii ya Wanyala.
Marama.
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 Yes.
Very good.
So unaona tumekuja jamii yote. Alafu kikundi cha pili tuko na professionals. Simama, Oli Mujima. Huyu anawakilisha professionals. Alafu pia tuko na professionals wako hapa. Alafu pia tuko na kikundi ya tatu ambao ni viongozi wa kidini kutoka Interreligious Council, dini zote kutoka TransNozia. Mimi nikiwa katibu wao hapa. Alafu mama ndugu, tuko na secretary ni Muislamu kutoka Islamic Faith. Alafu wa mwisho kabisa katika hii kikundi ambayo tumekuja mbele zako bwana chairman, tuko na wale waliadhiriwa na mambo ya clashes ya mashamba, wakahamishwa kwa mashamba, ambao waliadhiriwa leo hawana mashamba, wanaishi kwa center, lakini shamba zao kuna watu wanaketi. Yuko hapa mwakilishi wao, simama. Huyu mama hapa ni mwakilishi wa wale walihamishwa kutoka katika mashamba. Tumekuja na wao wako hapa, lakini ni mmoja. Through you chairman, kwa sababu mlikuwa umetuambia mtatupa 30 minutes.
Hapana, Mungu dakika 20, lakini endelea. Endelea tu. Yeah.
Nilikuwa nataka alafu nimesahau. Tafadhali nisamehe. Niko na mheshimiwa kutoka County Assembly ya TransNozia.
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Enoch Wambua. Mimi ni minority leader wa TransNozia County. Majority leader wetu ni Mkali.
Hapana, wacha hiyo.
Kabila ya jamii tofauti.
Wewe ni minority leader. Hiyo ni muhimu.
Majority wale wanasema hao ni wachache. Nadhani hao ndio wengi kwa assembly.
Mheshimiwa, ulikuwa tuna introduce yourself.
Unatoka Saboti constituency wewe?
Mimi natoka Kiminini constituency.
Kiminini constituency. Okay.
Alafu tuna mama wa mwisho, Atieng, Fili Atieng. Simama. Mama huyu ni mwathiriwa. Mume wake wakati ya clashes ya kuhamisha watu kwa mashamba, mume wake, simama tu hapo, alitolewa macho, ni kipofu. Hata huyu mama kukuja naye hapa tujui mume wake anahudumiwa vipi. So pia tutawapea nafasi hata kama ni dakika moja wajieleze. So nilikuwa ninaomba chairman, kwa sababu tulikuwa tumejipanga tukaambiwa 30 minutes, ingawaje umetuambia 20. Nilikuwa ninataka the main counter petition ungetupa 15 minutes. Alafu historical explanation tutakuwa na dakika 5, alafu vitu vingine. So kwa ufupi bwana chairman, ninataka kuleta yule atapeana the main petition yenye tuko nayo, ambaye ni ndugu yangu elder anaitwa Barasa Nyukuri.
Chair, members of the National Dialogue Committee, my name is Barasa Nyukuri, a professional and one of the students on conflict resolution from the 90s. I've published books and articles in journals. So today, I'm appearing on behalf of the professionals and elders from 43 communities in TransNozia. We appreciate your mandate. Of course, whatever else I will say about your mandate, we have written in our document, so we don't have to read for you. Mainly, we have listened to what has been going on. I will focus on electoral justice and the issue of boundaries. That's our main agenda here. Other issues like the cost of living, my brother Wakili Waso will talk about. Just to begin with now on electoral justice, I want to say that we still think there's something that is hidden, and that's why we support electoral justice to be through transparency and accountability. Article 86 of the Constitution talks about an election that is accurate, verifiable, free and fair. So we need also to justify that, and that is one of the mandates of IEBC under Article 884. So electoral justice is mandatory because the power of the ballot is the one that rules, and that is the will of the majority must reign. If it doesn't become the power of the ballot, then the opposite will reign, which we don't want. We don't want suspicion and mistrust. Year in every election, people are worried. Their mistake is just casting a vote. So we want electoral justice for all. Let the winner have it. The losers must also be satisfied that they lost, but freely and fairly. So for us, there's no shortcut to that. I will come to now the issue of boundaries. I will begin with the boundaries for constituencies and wards. if we look at Article 89 of the Constitution, Chair, that mandate is solely within the IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, under Article 89. When we come to county boundaries, under Article 188, the Constitution, in its directive principle, says Parliament shall form an Independent Boundaries Commission. So far, we don't have a Boundaries Commission. The law that governs creation of boundaries is still pending in the Senate. The Senate Boundaries Bill 2023. Maybe you will help us by helping us construct it. But otherwise, it's outside the mandate of this particular committee to discuss boundaries. Because what will be the work of the Independent Boundaries Commission for counties? And anything to
you say which bills?
I want to repeat it by saying Article 188, and I'm sure we have our friends who can read it, and I'm sure you are capable, says Parliament shall create an Independent Boundaries Commission for purpose of counties, solely for that purpose. But here you have so many other agendas, so you are not solely for that purpose of boundaries. For me, you should down your tools on boundaries. That's my take.
You say we have got no jurisdiction.
Yes, you don't have jurisdiction.
When it comes to issue of
in law, when you have no jurisdiction, you down your tools. So talk about other things, make recommendation for us to have the County Boundaries Commission or Independent Boundaries Commission. That will be the help you can do. You cannot go ahead and even name because you will have taken over the mandate of somebody else. Please don't do that.
And you say there's a bill.
Yes, the bill is there, the Senate Bill, yes. County Boundaries Bill 2023, that is now pending in the Senate. Help us to fast track it so that once it becomes law, they will create for us an Independent Boundaries Commission, and then they can now take that mandate for us to move on. We have a copy of that. If you want to look at it, we will share with you. So now I want to move. Chair, if you allow me. In terms of boundaries for constituencies and wards, of course you can make recommendations, and even the public as us can make recommendations. We will want to have 3 constituencies, for instance, created in TransNozia. That's in Cherangani, can be split into 2. Sabot can also be split into 2, and Kiminini into 2. And our brothers who are also looking for a new county, we can have Bungoma split into 4. We have Mula split into 2 is so big. Kandui can also be split into 2. Tongaren can also be split into 2. And Mount Elgon can also be split into 2. So that we have 4, we have 3 additional for 5. At the moment, we only have 5 sub-counties in TransNozia. I don't know how viable and sustainable is it to create now a county. TransNozia as it is now, the population is around 940,000. That, for us, is still not viable. And if you were to look at the issue of domestic resource mobilization, TransNozia is one of the candidates for dissolution. So if you now want to divide it, we will now be dissolving it more, unless they're telling us they want to dissolve TransNozia. So we are not agreeing with the solution, or rather the subdivision of TransNozia. Given our history, and my friends will talk about it, this petition documents the historical injustices in TransNozia from the colonial period, when the colonialists created settler communities. And the people who are original inhabitants of TransNozia were pushed in native reserves. So I think every community claims justice.
Who are they?
The Bukusu and the Luya. They were pushed to Kitosi, others went to Uganda, Luyembe, others were dispersed to Eldoret and other parts. TransNozia is the small Kenya. For us, it's trans. Nobody can claim ownership of TransNozia based on historical boundaries because the history is already distorted. Marakwet will claim, the Bukoti will claim, the Bukusu will claim, the Sabot will claim. So the moment we go that direction, Chair, we are now raising ethnic animosities. When you say it's transit, TransNozia is transit. All of us are migrants in TransNozia. So nobody can claim ownership unless you have to show us where the reserve was. And given that, it means TransNozia is a cosmopolitan county. That's why we have 43 communities. And some communities are claiming they have been marginalized. Here, I want to repeat and go on record that that's not true. Some of those people who are claiming they're marginalized, they're the second largest community in Bungoma and TransNozia. In terms of governance, they have the senator, they have the women rep, they have the deputy governor, they have also CEC, they have chief officers, and they're in charge, and member of parliament. Out of the 25 wards, Our brothers occupy 5 in total, and to demonstrate that they have not been fair to other communities.
Your brothers, no, your record.
Our brothers are the support.
Do not know who are the
They support our sisters and brothers are the support whom we have coexisted for some time. But historically, they are saying they want to be on their own. I don't think this is a forum to create an ethnic-based county. It will be very dangerous for the other 43 communities in TransNozia because we are all transit. TransNozia means transit. So we cannot claim ownership on a transit or a cosmopolitan county. It was settlement, we have come and settled. And history has shown that whenever there is such a claim of a constituency or a boundary review, clashes are always accompanying it. We can mention the 1991-92 clashes, where the common password was Hatutaki Madoadoa. That means other communities must be executed from, expelled from those. And that is demonstrated in this petition chair through the list of land, the acres and farms that have been grabbed by some people within such a kind of community. So we have detailed for each of the wards the land that has been grabbed. And these thousands of acres. We will present, and there's evidence, and you can verify.
Which report is that?
Our own.
Okay.
Our own. We have based this petition on the Kiliku report on 1992, Kiumi report on 1999. We have based it also on the studies that were done by Philip Waki on the judicial inquiry, and then the TRC, where I was also one of the researchers. I've also published on the impact of past and potential ethnic conflicts in Kenya, but specifically Western. My document is on the website. You just put in my name, Barasa Nyukuru, you will see. It's quoted all over the world. So this is based on research. It's not something which is, and I predicted that the clashes will come, and they came. We don't want that ugly face again of clashes in TransNozia. It will disorganize us. Some people don't have a home, simply because their land, as we have come with some of those mamas, they don't have a home. Their land was taken away, cattle also taken away, all property destroyed, and even documents. On this petition chair, we have attached even court rulings. We have attached even certificates of allocation in terms of allotment and even title deeds. But those people have not been able to honor
I think that. You are fine.
Yes.
Since you already actually.
I'm not.
It's okay. I'm
yes.
just to guide you.
Yes.
Your position is that we have continued jurisdiction over the county.
Yes.
Boundaries.
That's our focus.
Don't dwell on that so much.
Yes.
Yes.
So we are saying that there must be historical justice or repatriation for that particular purpose. So the reasons why we are saying we don't want a new county, our population density and dynamics does not allow. 2, we have had historical ties. We need coexistence. We need cohesion among all our groups. The issue of marginalization and minorities does not arise as stipulated in Article 56 of the Constitution 100 and 260. Because how can the majority claim they are minorities? That is a ploy, and we need to deal with that issue.
Who are the majority in TransNozia and Bungoma?
Majority in TransNozia and Bungoma are the Kusus, followed by the support.
Okay.
Yes. I hope I'm clear on that, followed by the Teso, especially for Bungoma. Yeah. Then the marginalized group or minority group in Bungoma could be the Batura, in TransNozia could be now the Okek, could be the El Moro, could be other migrant communities including the Kisi. But the other ones are not minorities. If you read our petition chair, we have been able to document even where they have benefited more in county allocations. And when they now get those allocations, they go and really allocate and distribute their own communities. That is not the spirit of devolution under Article 174. It means they have gone against Article 27 on equality and freedom from discrimination. It's documented, facts and figures. Even the staff, we have also documented, it can be verified. We are not naming people because of the Data Protection Act. We will not name anybody. But that information is verified. Where we are saying there are 40 law enforcement agents from the county, like what we call the security, the number is there. ECD, we have over 200 out of 791 from one community, which is claiming they are marginalized. I think we need to read our history and learn lessons from that history, Chair, so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Otherwise, the war drums are very high, and the social media is awash of all those sentiments of saying watatuona. Thank you, Chair.
Have you reported those incidents?
Those
to the
incidents
police?
are already in the police, but the police are also sometimes part of the problem. They are part of the problem. They also take sides.
Yeah, because as a community, we want to really encourage peaceful coexistence.
We want peaceful
and harmony.
coexistence. We want harmony. We don't want any inch of TransNozia, which is just around 2,499, to be annexed or be subdivided. It will not be economically viable as a county. We are doing very badly in terms of domestic resource mobilization. Chair, allow me just to invite Wakili Waswa to add value to what I've said.
Wakili Waswa, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I will take only 2 minutes. To begin with, Chair, I want to affirm that as people from TransNozia, we are supporting whatever this team is doing as far as bringing peace and cohesion in our country is concerned. To be specific, Chair, I want to confirm that we support all the questions that were raised in the BBI. All those questions that were raised, they go beyond individual questions and address the issues of peace, and therefore we are in support of the same. Chair, I also want to say that the question that you are supposed to address before, rather addressed in this committee on party discipline, we want to confirm that we are 100% supporting the same. We cannot sit as a country or as professionals and support what some people call political party prostitution, whereby you use a political party as a bus, then once you get to Parliament or wherever, then you want to begin hoping. We must have that discipline. If we won't have that discipline, then we will have no business having political parties. Let's just disband the political parties, then just go and vie individually with all political parties. But for us to sustain the same, if we're going to sustain political parties, then we will have to adhere to the party discipline. Another issue, Chair, I want to address the question of the cost of living. Kenyans are doing badly, are doing very, very badly. Things are too much. Taxes are too high. Taxes are so many. Taxes are so many in this country. Taxes left, right, center. You cannot milk a cow and not giving it food. You must be able to provide enough for the cow before you milk it. What we are seeing is the opposite. And Kenyans are being pushed to the wall.
The point is made.
And they will be bust.
Yes.
The question now addressing and tying to TransNozia County, we are farmers. What we are saying is we are supporting the question of subsidized fertilizer. We support it. And as a county, even now, we are now harvesting. But now the question that TransNozians are asking, why are they harvesting maize at the same time maize is being imported? Should we just stop farming?
I understand the import is for livestock.
No, not at all. Not at all, Chair. Chair, don't mislead the Kenyans.
I use the word understand. I have evidence.
Yes. So, Chair, don't mislead the Kenyans. What we are saying is we must allow, if at all we are to empower TransNozia County, who are seriously and large-scale maize farmers, then we must support them fully, give them fertilizer the way we are doing, the government is doing, and we support the government by doing that. So as we support them by giving us fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer, then allow them to produce so that they can also enjoy the market, not give them one hand and take with the other.
Somebody should give the governor a seat. Okay, proceed.
Then lastly, Chair, my colleague has enumerated everything in that petition. However, allow me just to address on one point because of time. This county of TransNozia is a cosmopolitan county. The moment we allow what some petitioners, our brothers and sisters from the South community, that they want to have their own county, then you're going to open up another box whereby each community now will be seeking.
Once there's no jurisdiction, everything else stops.
Thank you very much.
Don't move an inch.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy to hear that this committee has accepted that they don't have jurisdiction to what matters boundaries of the county.
Wakili.
And therefore,
Wakili.
Yes.
Don't put words in our mouth. and we don't expect you to speak on behalf of the committee. Make your presentation. I would encourage you to desist also from mentioning other communities. With due respect, everybody who has appeared before this committee has a right.
Yes, that's correct.
To have their say.
That's correct.
Just like you have your right, and we respect it. Also respect the rights of those others to say whatever they want to say before the committee. It is up to the committee to decide on, deliberate on the issues that come from all Kenyans.
We are guided, Chair. We are guided, Chair.
2 more minutes and then you wind up.
Yes, guided, Chair. And therefore, as you retire to go through this bulky document which you have documented, Chair, we will want you to look at several declarations. To be specific, the Mabanga Declaration. This declaration was signed by all the elders in TransNozia County and agreed in one voice that in the event of any misunderstanding or anything that might cause a division, they will sit down and deal those issues as a community. We are yet to get there, and therefore what we are saying is the question of seeking for another county, I think, is premature, and you must allow the elders and the Mabanga Declaration to see the light of day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wakili, and Chair. We are begging you, we end it there.
Why can't you summarize? Allow the majority leader, just a word.
Yes.
No, it's spoken. You are killing professional.
Chairman, please.
Chairman.
Can I guide now, Reverend?
Yes, sir.
Let me guide. Majority leader, one word.
Chairman.
Sorry.
Kila ambacho ningependa kusema ni kwamba tumekuwa na 5 displacements in Bungoma and TransNozia. And most of these displacements, ingawa mwenyekiti Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wa anasema ya kwamba hatuwezi kutaja mtu, in the petition of our brother in the suburbs, the Luya community or the Bukus community have been extensively and adversely mentioned.
Mzee, nimeshauri tusitaje watu ama jamii, sababu hiyo sio madhumuni ya hiki kikao. Madhumuni yetu ni kuleta uwiano na ni mazungumzo. Hamna mtu ako na vita na mwingine. Najua kuna uchochezi mwingi vile tumesikia, na tunataka tuulize watu wote TransNozia na Kenya nzima. Hakuna mtu anakuja anasema jambo hapa iwe ni lazima lifanyike vile amesema. Ni maoni ameleta, na yale tumeuliza Wakenya walete ni maoni. Lakini sio kusema ukija leo utuambie yako lazima tufanye yale umesema, ama mwingine akija aleta maoni yake. Na ndio tumesema tuheshimu tuheshimu haki ya kila mtu kusema na kusikizwa. Lakini sio kusema sababu yule alisema lazima pia mimi nije niseme nikadusha yale aliyosema. Kwa hivyo mtulie na tuulize watu wote TransNozia na Kenya wawe na uvumilivu na uwiano. Kongamano hili ni la mazungumzo, sio la vita, na tunataka liwe mahala ambapo tutaweza kuleta watu pamoja, tuweze kuzungumza pamoja na tusikizane. Na napenda vile wakili amesema wazee wa TransNozia washaona ya kuwa panaweza pakawa na mtafaruku kidogo baina ya jamii, na wanauliza tuje pamoja tuongee kama jamii. Na hayo ndio mambo tunataka tu encourage mzee. Kwa hivyo ndio nataka tusiwe na mabishano jamii hili jamii ile,
Asante.
haitatusaidia kama
Just 2 minutes, takuwa nimemaliza. We have had 5 displacements. The first one ni wazungu walifukuza watu wetu kutoka TransNozia na wakacreate kitu kinaitwa native reserve ambaye ni Bungoma. So we were moved from TransNozia to Bungoma where the reserve was created for us. The second displacement came when now the White Highlands, after 70 years, wazungu wameenda, matajiri wengine wanaingia. The laborers who are mainly the Bukusus in TransNozia, they were poor. They didn't buy land because mshahara wa shilingi 25 mtu angeweza kununua nini. So watu walionunua mashamba TransNozia wakawa ni makabila kutoka nje through willing buyer, willing seller. Na ndipo unakuta makabila yote ya Kenya iko TransNozia. There is nobody who can claim now ya kwamba hii TransNozia ni yetu ama ni ya nani, kwa sababu originally it belongs to the Bukusu community. The third displacement, wakati ambapo watu wamefukuzwa wakakosa mahali pa kwenda, wakaingia maforest, wakaanza kulima huko. In 1986-87, when Yusuf Haji was the PC Rift Valley, akatoa order watu watoke katika misitu. Watu walipotoka pia wakakosa mahali pa kwenda. Baadaye in 1991-92 kukawa na tribal land clashes. Na hizi clashes ilikuja hivi kwa sababu one of the nominated members of parliament 1988 ambaye alisema ya kwamba jamii yao ambao sasa ni jamii ya Wasabaot ya kwamba hawana makao, hawana mahali pa kukaa, na wengine wengi wako Uganda. So baadaye schemes zikawa created in TransNozia.
Hiyo record iko kwa hizo reports mbili, very well captured.
So
leave it at that. I want to give the leader of minority 1 minute, then we close. Please, just the leader of minority and we close. I am certain every other person there has something very burning they want to say. I can see others at the back gesturing.
Yes. Thank you, leader in TransNozia County. And as you see, TransNozia County is a small, unique county. From what they've just mentioned, TransNozia County is like Nairobi, and we always call ourselves small Kenya. Why we are saying small Kenya? We've got all communities, the 43 plus other communities that have come from other outside the country. We've got the Sudanese, we've got the Ugandans, we've got the Rwandese. They are all residing in TransNozia County. So we are happy. Our cohesion has made, if you come to the assembly, as we work as people or leaders of TransNozia County, we don't want to mention tribes, but there are different communities that have been elected. From the beginning, if you look at the history, we've had mayors from different Luos, if I can say, although you didn't say, we've got Kikuyus who've been Kisis. All people have been given opportunities to lead in TransNozia County. Currently, shockingly, the government of TransNozia is led by the governor, George Natembea, but it's a minority government. We are the minority. As we speak, the TransNozia now, the people who are believing that we are the ones who are being affected, we've got only, the minority government has got only 11 members of the county assembly. The majority come from, shockingly, I can UDA. The majority come from UDA. UDA, not UDA. UDA. So the uniqueness of TransNozia County, there is no single individual that can say we have been marginalized. And even previously, like in the past 5 years, the leader, the deputy speaker, and the majority leader came from one community. Currently, as we speak, the governor comes from one community, the senator comes from another community. Women rep, if you can,
The point is made.
Yeah.
And we know all those things. Yeah.
So the uniqueness of TransNozia County, I want to request the committee, please let TransNozia County, our 5 sub-counties remain. Because if you can imagine, if you reduce, we are only 5 sub-counties. If you reduce to two, then what will be the governor believe?
Thank you, leader of minority. And in closing, we'll end it there.
Chairman,
we shall end it there. We shall end it there. We shall end it there, and I will order you be removed from this room if you open your mouth again.
Chairman,
I wanted to conclude. We end it there.
Let me finish.
Then we can.
Yeah, in 30 seconds, because you must also bear with us, we are time constrained.
Yeah. Yes.
And we really want to thank you, because that will be my only comment.
Thank you.
We want to thank you for the very good presentations and encourage you to encourage, as Mzee said, and the gentleman who is next to the Mzee, the one who had a very eloquent presentation, continuous dialogue among the people of TransNozia, so that you remain, as the leader of minority says, as one united county, knowing that TransNozia is home to everybody. It's not home to any one particular community. It is home to the 43 Kenyan communities that live in TransNozia. And that should be the spirit of this engagement. And I want to plead, because as you have rightly said, there's a lot of negative sentiments even on social media, to plead with the people of TransNozia to be patient with each other and allow each other to have their say. Nothing said before this committee is what will be. It is simply Kenyans airing their views and giving their opinions in their perspective, and it should be allowed, just as you are allowed to air your perspective, others air their perspective. You never know, tomorrow maybe another group of another so perceived marginalized community. My own community is a minority in TransNozia, and if they come here tomorrow and say, we listen to them, isn't it? So
including mine.
Including the minority. And I've had the leader of minority say, everybody has had a chance to be a mayor, councillor, and MCA. So we encourage you, and Reverend, we would pray that you will lead together with the elders of the Mabanga Declaration in bringing the people of TransNozia together, just like we are endeavoring through this dialogue committee to bring the people of Kenya together. And that should be the spirit.
That is so, tungeomba chairman, muturuhusu kupeana zile document umekuja nayo. Kuna main document ya counter petition ambayo ningetaka my brother Nyukuri aweze kuhand over. Alafu peleka ndugu yangu. Alafu kuna memo ambayo inatoka kwa 43 communities. Alafu tuna memo chairman kutoka kwa 43 counties, 43 communities ambao wamesign in support of that counter petition. Itaongozwa na ndugu yetu anaitwa John Gagunda ambaye ni mwakilishi wa Gema kutoka TransNozia na mwakilishi kutoka Idaho. Kwenda peana kumezako.
As you make your closing remarks, mchungaji.
Alafu ya mwisho, memo ya mwisho
kuja pika
itapelekwa na
leta memo ya mwisho. We have the Council of Governors waiting, and we are keeping them.
yetu huwa ni ya viongozi wa kidini. Ukiona sisi tumekuja kwa
Yes,
amani.
kwa amani. Excellent.
Very good. Very good.
Na uwiano wa Kristo Waislamu wote.
Kuna hapa ya professional.
Na watu huyo.
Haya, asante, tunawashukuru. Sasa tutawaacha mwende, tutawauliza, mtatokea upande wangu wa kulia. Haya, mchungaji, maombi kwa njia ya ufupi.
Haya, tuombe.
Simameni tuombe. Baba wetu wa mbinguni, katika jina la Yesu, jioni ya leo tunakushukuru na kukuabudu kwa kutuwezesha kufika katika hii kamati ambaye Bwana ilikupendeza wewe ikaweze kutengenezwa ili kuhusika kuleta amani hapa Kenya. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya Raila Odinga pamoja na rais wetu William Ruto, Baba, kwa kukubali kuwa mwanzo na hata kuongoza mbele kuleta amani katika nchi ya Kenya. Bwana, sisi watu wa TransNozia County ambaye tumekuja katika hii kamati, tunaombea hii kamati ikawe na amani, ikawe na baraka, ikawe na hekima, ikawe na maarifa wanapofanya kazi yao. Tunaomba Bwana ukabariki Kenya, ukabariki TransNozia, ukabariki kabila zote za TransNozia. Zaidi ya yote tunawaombea ndugu zetu kutoka Mount Elgon, ndugu zetu wa Sabot waliokuja mahali hapa, ukawape amani, ukawabariki. Bwana, hata kama kuna jambo inawasumbua, wakatafute amani na jamii zingine. Tunakataa fujo TransNozia, tunakataa fujo Kenya. Jina lako likatukuzwe, Mungu wetu wa Ibrahimu. Katika jina la Kristo Yesu mwana wa Mungu tumeomba na kushukuru.
Amina.
Ubarikiwe na kamati.
Asanteni na muweke amani yote.
Let's have order. Let's have order.
Welete governors tumalize bwana. Sam, simulate governors. Tumalize. Opio. All the governors we look like two bugs.
Okay. Where is the next team?
They are coming. Let a governor up and down.
The ICT guy can come quickly as the governors organize.
Oh, ICT authority. Chamus.
It's not ICT authority.
Oh, ICT Association of Kenya. Oh, association.
This is which team?
ICT. Just find out. ICT.
Yeah.
Chemutai, go in. Listen to the governors now. The governors are coming in.
The governors?
No, just come, wait for the governors.
Wanaenda kuinterview wale alafu watarudi.
Oh, okay. Sawa.
Watarudi kesho hawa.
Yes, very quickly, sir. I know you. I'm sure you know us. My name is Opio Wandai.
My name is Aaron Cheruiyot.
Yes.
Hassan Omar.
Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah just stepped out briefly. He's coming back. Proceed.
Yes, I am
Yes.
Although I am here in the capacity of Secretary General of the ICT Association of Kenya, having received your request to come and make some oral submissions on the issues that are currently at deliberation by this honorable committee.
Let me guide you.
Yes.
In the interest of time. Because I'm told we have got your memorandum. We have it with us. I'm advised. Is it true? Imogen, do you have the memorandum? All the same, what you need to do is to simply summarize your issues in under 10 minutes. Then if there are any clarifications, you shall seek from himself.
Very well, Chair.
The rest shall deal with an informal memorandum.
Very well. So for purposes of greater relevance, I think I will first focus on the first issue, which relates to electoral justice and related matters, more to do with the restructuring of the IEBC, the boundary delimitation and the audit of the 2022 presidential election. With regard to the restructuring of the IEBC, our position would be that there is nothing much in terms of restructuring that should happen, because as currently contextualized in the Constitution, we believe it is proper in form. Now, the issue of the appointment of commissioners, there is in existence the selection panel, which is supposed to carry out that task of determining who becomes a commissioner. And in our very humble view, is a very inclusive process, because it is done by persons appointed by entities across the country. We have Parliament duly represented with their representatives, the Inter-Religious Council, the Public Service Commission, the Law Society of Kenya. And for purposes of getting a professional entity, we do believe that such approach would be more favorable as compared to a situation where we go the political party's way, which then would increase the degree of vested interest and horse trading, which would even take longer in terms of realizing that objective. The boundary delimitation, our current appreciation of the Constitution is that the only boundaries that can change are those boundaries of wards. Because as per the Constitution, the number of constituencies is prescribed. It cannot be altered. So what cannot be altered are the names and boundaries of the constituencies. But there can be a variation in the number of wards. So we do submit that at the proper order of time, we can have the boundaries realigned. And the upshot of this is that there is no constituency that, under whatever circumstances, can be lost in the event of any delimitation. The constituency number will remain. What can only vary is the boundaries, unless through this committee there is made a proposal either to increase or decrease the number of constituencies. But as things stand, we cannot lose any constituency, even those ones that are perceived to be lower in terms of their population, because the Constitution protects constituencies and only leaves the legroom to variation of the number of wards. The audit of the 2022 general election is important. The reason why audit is usually carried out is not because you don't trust that things have been done properly. It's because you want to assure yourself of that reality. And indeed, it's our view that every time prior to elections, we should have the systems audited prior to the election. And then subsequently, we can do another audit just to confirm. And it is proper to put in context the place of systems within the election process. Of course, the final results that determine the person who wins the presidential elections are those declared at the polling station. So the system is basically there as a way of creating some form of assurance that whatever is happening in the polling station is what ultimately is reported. So if we are going to do an audit of the 2022 presidential election, we cannot just rely on the systems, but we must benchmark that alongside the declaration forms that are in the ballot boxes. So if we are going to audit the presidential elections, we don't just audit the servers, we audit the ballot boxes, because that is where the final results are contained. For better conduct of and use of technology, we would propose that we try and grow a local ICT system. Because majorly, the system we have is the one used for transmission, electronic vote transmission. We do not have a digital election per se. Everything relating to election is conducted in fairly a manual approach. We vote manually, we cast a ballot manually. So the only point where technology comes is where we have to do the vote transmission. And it's a system that we can grow. And our proposal would be that we have a team under the aegis of the Political Parties Liaison Committee that can come up with a system that political parties themselves will audit prior to the election and see how the movement of figures progresses from the polling station up to the turning center. Because the main issue that there is not a system issue, it is a trust issue. You have a good system.
Mr. Kamoto, you are doing well, but you have got only 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Chair. I will endeavor to remain within the time. So the aspect that must be given consideration is how we can grow our own system, have it audited, or make it auditable prior and after the election. Otherwise, the issue that we seem to be confronting with regard to the audit is a question of trust. I will focus now on the other issue, which is fidelity to political parties and coalitions. Now, the whole aim of regulating the political party space is at least to ensure discipline. However, we must recall that there is a right to make political choices which must never be muzzled. That is to say, if today I am elected based on a ticket of Party A, and then in the course of time, I encounter a Damascus movement and realize that I joined the vehicle to the wrong destination, then I should not be prevented absolutely from decamping. It should be possible for me, once I realize that I'm heading to the wrong destination, I should be allowed to alight conveniently and then reroute again and get where I belong. Because political choices are dynamic. So what might be a choice today, and a good ideology in this case would be the arena of marriage. If you get into an arrangement with a partner, and then you realize at some point that there are irreconcilable differences, then should we keep you in that house up to the point where you suffer domestic violence. I would take the negative position with regard to that reality. So members should be given the liberty to change their party choices whenever they so wish. Then in terms of entrenchment of the national...
Now I'll stop you.
Yes.
Yes, because since you have got written submission, just make a closing remark. We shall deal with the rest of the material in my written submission.
Very well, Chair. Allow me to make the closing remark in the...
Waiting behind.
Yes. Allow me to make the closing remark by addressing this issue of the Constituency Development Fund. I believe this is an issue that can be attended to without the necessity of a referendum, because it doesn't affect the function of Parliament. It only touches on developmental issues, and the fact that the parliamentarians are not per se the ones who run the National Constitutional Development Fund, then it means it's possible for us to change the constitution without having to go the referendum way, because what would require a referendum is if we were to change the functions.
You made the point. The cabinet is alive to the provisions of 255, 256, 257. The point is quite clear that we support the fund to be entrenched. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Advise that the members of the committee have got no questions, and therefore on that note we shall excuse you. And thank you very much for a very, very precise and concise presentation, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you, Chair.
Concerning me,
yeah.
That you be taken.
Can we have the COG come forward, please? COG. And we apologize for keeping you waiting. We know you are very busy people,
especially
with enormous responsibilities.
This one from
with a heavy load on your shoulders.
From all the way from Bungoma. At least huyu mmoja alikuja hapa kutoka Makueni, he came walking.
I can see all the way from Mulam, you know, the very long distance. And from Nandi.
And my brother Sang from Nandi County. And even this, we were in our DM.
Order, man.
I'm on my change load. You know, the party head of political affairs is here.
No, don't worry.
Where's Chairman? Where's the chair? No, the chair is here. You are the one presenting Ahmed? Thank you. Okay. The last time you retrieved your data.
Yeah, he addressed us on the, I just wanted to ask him what is his understanding of it.
He's a lawyer. The name is Komedia. He's a lawyer. But he came on IGT. Yeah. So mimi nilikuwa nangoja tuongee mambo ya saba.
That's what I wanted to ask him. What's your knowledge of Asaba?
He looked to be, anyway, he looked to be a deep sea, holding brief.
Unajua kuna association. How many? So on that one we didn't get the right.
No. Give it from me.
Hiyo ya ICT ilizama.
Anaongea tu mambo ya.
Yeah, he was appears to be a UDI.
Yes.
No, he did. He also didn't speak when he did mediation.
Yeah.
The only problem he was off topic.
Yeah.
He was put on a topic in this I had a question, but Odeng was advised by the members of the committee.
I think we shall proceed. We shall proceed in the best interest of time. If you are okay with that, the COG. I'm waiting for the chair to sign the document. then we can proceed. And by way of introduction, I don't think you need any introduction on our part. I'm sure you know Honorable Senator Cheriot, the leader of majority in the Senate. I'm sure you know your colleague, Governor High Excellency Cecil Mbarire of Embu County. You know Senator Emeritus Honorable Omar of Yala. Okay? And my name is Opio and I. And Honorable Amina Mnyazi all the way from Malindi. Honorable Kimani Chungwa is just joining us. Okay, he's here. He will speak for himself.
Kimani Chungwa, Member of Parliament Kikuyu, co-chair.
Let's proceed. The floor is yours, the COG. And we have only 20 minutes. The excelling.
Thank you, co-chairs. This is the COG. I will request my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Chair, may I request that I be given the folder? I don't have a copy.
Okay, and to make it, I don't Chair, if I'd request if COG Chair can follow cue from you
And just introduce
her quickly. Let's save on time.
We'll save time, yeah. In any case, we know them.
Governor Lusaka can do that. Introduce everybody.
Governor Godana Tanariva.
Thank you.
Governor Timami Lam.
Sante.
Governor Lusaka, Bungoma Speaker Emeritus.
Senator Lusaka.
Governor Ahmed Abdullahi, Wajir County and Vice Chair of Council.
Okay.
Mutula Kiloza Jr., Makwani Chair, Legal Affairs.
Senator.
Stephen Sang, Governor Nandi, Whip COG.
So how many senators? 1, 2.
Okay, Chairperson, Sergeant Natams.
Anne Waigoro, Chair, COG. And behind me is also the Secretariat for COG led by Madam Mary Mwiti, who's the CEO.
We have been joined by Honorable Eugene Wambua. I'm sure you know him.
Chair, just before we start, allow me to let you know that the chair and her team have been re-elected for another 1 year in office. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate them on their re-election. Well done.
Thank you very much, and congrats from us.
Thank you, Governor Cicely, and thank you, team.
Yes, please proceed. Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. This is a submission from the Council of Governors in recognition of the fact that the sovereign power of the state is exercised at 2 levels of government. That is the national government and the county governments, whose distinctness is recognized by Article 6.2 of the Constitution.
Maybe, Governor, to guide you, to save on time, you have 20 minutes. Don't take us through the whole write-up.
Don't worry.
Just do highlights.
It is, it's very basic. Taking into cognizance the establishment of the National Dialogue Committee to foster productive dialogue and consensus building in adherence to the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Kenya, we note that the committee will recommend suitable constitutional legal policy reforms concerning the matters of significance to the devolved system of governance and to the people of Kenya. In view of the foregoing, the Council of Governors, on behalf of 47 county governments, makes the following proposals. Number 1, on boundaries, the limitations. The Council notes that the process of the review of boundaries is due, latest March 2024, which is the 12-year outer limit required by Article 89.2 of the Constitution, and the continued delay in the Constitution of the IEBC, the body mandated under the Constitution to review the boundaries of the electoral units, is most unfortunate. We therefore call upon the committee leaders and political actors to have a chance, to give a chance to the selection panel to complete the exercise. We also call on Parliament to provide the required budgetary allocation to IEBC so that there are no further delays. And further, we urge that Parliament fast tracks the enactment of the County Boundaries Bill to provide for the legal framework for the review of the same. On B, proposed devolution-related issues for consideration by the committee. The Council proposes the following issues, which will go a milestone in the implementation of devolution for consideration by the committee. Number 1, funding and periodic costing of the national and county functions. Pursuant to Article 216 of the Constitution, the Commission on Revenue Allocation is established to make recommendations concerning the basis for the equitable sharing of revenue raised by the national government between the national and county government. The Council of Governors is proposing that the National Treasury and the Controller of Budget be assigned the responsibility of periodically costing national and county functions to determine the basis for equitable sharing of revenue every 5 years. We also recommend development of a policy to guide the periodic costing of all national and county functions. And we further propose transfer of resources of county functions that have been transferred, which resources are still being held at the national government. Number 2, complete transfer of functions from the national government to counties. The Council of Governors is appreciative of the functions that have already been devolved, but is asking that the remaining functions that are still outstanding and still being held at the national government to be transferred to the county. In addition, this will include restructuring or winding up of parastatals that carry out county government functions, and these parastatals have employed staff, whereas counties also have the staff performing the same functions, leading to not only duplication but wastage of resources. The Council further recommends that all laws developed under the promulgation of the Constitution and after that clawback on devolution should be repealed, and we have attached a comprehensive list of all the sectoral laws that claw back on devolution. Additionally, we recommend the development of legal notices revoking previous legal notices delineating the county and national government functions. Number 3, increase of the equitable share of revenue for the county governments to 45%. Articles 203(2) and 3 of the Constitution stipulate that for every financial year, the equitable share of the revenue raised nationally that is allocated to county governments shall not be less than 15% of all revenue collected by the national government, calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received. The Council recommends an amendment to Article 203(2) and 3 of the Constitution to the effect that every financial year, the equitable share of revenue allocated to county governments shall not be less than 45% of the previous year's revenue collected by the national government and calculated on the basis of declared national exchequer accounts. And we have given details of how we've come up with that. Number 4, borrowing powers by the county governments. We recognize that Article 212 of the Constitution allows the county government to borrow only if the national government guarantees the loan and the same is approved by the county assembly. The public finance management sets the debt ceiling for the country. While we note that the policy direction and the global best practice is to have a debt anchor as a percentage of gross domestic product in present value terms as opposed to existing debt ceiling of 10 trillion, there is need to ensure that borrowing by the national government does not prejudice borrowing by the county governments. Over time, the stock of public debt has been used to deny counties their share of revenue, with counties not having contributed to its increase. This is therefore to ring-fence an amount for borrowing by county governments and also ensure the process is approved by the Senate as a representative of county governments. We therefore recommend an amendment to Article 212 of the Constitution to provide that 20% of the debt ceiling is ring-fenced for county borrowing. Number 5, the National Treasury. The Council of Governors proposes that the National Treasury shall be established as an independent institution separate from the Ministry of Finance in order to effectively serve both levels of government. With this, there shall be 2 IFMI systems, one designated for the national government and the other for the county governments. And in view of the devolution of services, we propose that the approval of withdrawals from the county revenue fund by the Controller of Budget be at the county or regional COB offices level and not the national office level as the case at this point in time. Number 6, anchoring and resourcing the intergovernmental relations structures into law. Article 189 of the Constitution provides for the cooperation between national and county governments. However, it fails to anchor the necessary intergovernmental institutions established under the Intergovernmental Relations Act No. 2 of 2012, which facilitates consultation between the two levels. We therefore recommend the anchorage of the national and county government coordinating summit, which is the apex body for intergovernmental relations between the two levels of government in the Constitution. We also propose the anchorage and sufficient financing of the Council of County Governors Secretariats as a body fostering intergovernmental relations between the 47 county governments under the Intergovernmental Relations Act. Number 7, on safety and security. The Council recognizes that the Constitution clearly states that security is a national government function and should be carried out by national government officers. However, in the expanded definition of national security, most of the functions that are performed by county governments respond directly to attainment of national security. National security infrastructure, such as police stations, police facilities, amongst others, are hosted within the counties, and any disruption would affect the functioning of counties as well as national security. Critical infrastructure, the counties including transport, logistics system, water, communication, oil storage, electricity and gas reticulation facilities are important as they also contribute to national security. The exclusion of the county governments in the national security process may have been overlooked in the enactment of the Constitution 2010. The Council therefore recommends the amendment of Article 240 of the Constitution, which establishes the National Security Council to provide for the representation of the county governments through one of the county governors, and we further propose for the establishment of a county security council at the county level to be presided over by the recommends that the national government releases funds to counties to support the county policing authorities, which are key structures of the counties on matters security. This is pursuant to Section 41 of the National Police Service Act. Number 8, on impeachment of governors and deputies. The Council proposes changes to the process of impeachment of county governors to prohibit any impeachments within a period of 24 months after their election into office and 12 months towards the next general election. This will mirror the petition for recall of the members of Parliament as provided under Section 45 of the Election Act, and enable sufficient time for governors to set up the administration for purposes of service delivery. And number 9, and finally, consideration of legislation concerning county governments. The Senate represents counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments under Article 96(1) of the Constitution. The Council proposes that the mandate of the Senate in considering, debating, and approving bills concerning counties should be expanded beyond the provisions of Article 110(1) as all the bills passed by Parliament concern the county government. I submit, co-chairs.
Thank you very much, the COG chair.
And I'm sure I did not even get 15 minutes.
No, you did very well.
You have done very well.
You did exceptionally well, and we must congratulate you. No wonder you have been elected as the chair of COG. Now, we shall open the floor, but I'll start with Senator Aaron Chariot if he has any issue. He mentioned to me that he wants to go somewhere.
Without starting with the last issue.
Which one? Thank you.
Go 110-1.
Oh, 110-1. Yeah. In fact, I was wondering whether it's a bribe to me. Anyway, Chair, just a comment on item 4 on borrowing by powers by the county government. Listen to the very interesting proposal from COG. Makes sense to me. The challenge, of course, has been how to ring fence what they want us to ring fence. It will interest them to know that presently we are actually doing the mediation on this particular bill because the National Assembly and the Senate disagreed on how it's to be handled. I wish they would have been more elaborate on how this proposal to ring fence will work, because in your presentation, Chair, just says this is therefore to ring fence an amount for borrowing by county governments and also ensure the process is approved by the Senate as representatives of the county. Please, if you could take time to expand on that, I'd really appreciate, as this is such a good opportunity while we do those discussions. Just as a comment out of that, Speaker, this issue of debt by counties is something that worries me, though, because I have a report on my chair, on my desk. So
let's give Governor Wadime a seat, please. Karibu, Mheshimiwa.
Okay, good. I was saying, Chair, I have a report on my desk on expenditure by county governments, Regulation 25, and the violation which affects, unfortunately, 47 out of 47. All of you that are here, including says on to my right, that not a single county is dedicating the threshold of 30% to development. Many, the figure is actually dropping due to the same mistakes that were made by the national government. We are beginning to see it in counties. Growing size of recurrent and shrinking in development vote. The reason I asked that question in line with your borrowing policy is that how national government got us into the mess that we are in today as a country is inability to manage your expenses, and because you have political promises to keep, you go and borrow to appear as if you're doing something and you're not prudently managing your finances. If we open this window, what is the assurance that we get from you, Chair, and your members, that there is something that you're doing at governor's level to try and comply with that regulation? And like I mentioned, the report from COP on 21-22 and 22-23, the financial year that we've just closed, shows a decline in almost all the counties, which is a worrying trend, because counties are about to go the same direction national government went.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please just answer Honorable Chariot, then you can proceed after that, with the rest of the questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I will answer briefly, and then I will give my colleague, Vice Chair, to also chip in. I'll start with the issue of how do we intend to ring fence. Borrowing is a normal part of every government financial process. There is no government in the world that doesn't have a debt. I think what it is that jeopardizes any country is the extent to which you borrow. Many of them measure borrowing on the basis of their GDP. This country recently have resulted to cap our limits and not deal with the GDP issues for reasons, I guess, as advised by the National Treasury, who are the ones responsible for monetary and economic policy. Now, what we're saying is this. When counties make requests for resources to carry out our functions year on, what happens is that we are usually given the excuse that the reason we cannot increase your resources to be able to do the functions that you're asking is because this is the only amount we have, because we are having to borrow this much to pay our debt. Now, every budget making process considers two items to fund the budget. One is revenue, the other one is the borrowing to fund the gap. Because in every government, development projects will always exceed the amount of revenue that the country has, and that is why they end up with a gap in borrowing. As I said, the issue is to rationalize what it is that you prioritize as your projects so that you're able to finance your budget. So the borrowing then should be to the extent that it is in many countries that are in debt distress. Now, what we are saying, since that is the logic that is used for county governments to be denied their revenue, then we should apply the same, that we are given the same space for both the allocation from the revenue, which is what we usually get, and we are saying as a percentage of the revenue that has been raised in the previous year, and we are proposing in this case 45%. And then, considering what the national government is borrowing, the county government should also be given the same window of 20% to fund their budget deficits for their development projects. So in essence, it's just what we're saying is that whatever you're applying at the national level, you should also apply the same principles at the county level. Now, to address the second question of why is it that the counties have a problem with adhering to the stipulated or recommended 30% by the PFM with regard to recurrent expenditure versus development. One of the reasons that our recurrent expenditure grows is human resource expenses, which have to do with the staff that we have in the counties. Now, we got functions that were devolved and with it came human resource. We also found human resource of the counties from the county authorities. Now, the challenge, like in this past financial year, if I could explain, the amount of money that the counties were given in additional revenue was less for most counties than that which would be required to just factor in basic requirements of law in terms of increases of salary, annual increases of salaries. And we raised it when we were coming to the Senate to look for the resources. So of course, if you do that 2-3 times, you'll find that all counties then will end up spending a lot more than the 30%. So it is the only way to get the counties to have their 30% or less in recurrent expenditure, especially in human resource, is to increase the allocation that you're giving to the counties. But if you keep the allocation at a lower pace than the increase in recurrent expenditure, both when you factor inflation and they factor increased taxes, like right now we have increased taxes, and then you factor increased salary increment but that are mandatory by law, you will find that over the years, the cost of recurrent expenditure for counties will exceed the 30% threshold.
Chair, maybe before you give, and maybe he could also help you, because I know he's a finance person, because from your answer, what you are saying is actually not factual. You have said that what has been used to deny counties more revenue is how much government is borrowing. Well, the excuse, as you may put it.
That is the excuse that the national government gives us when they are doing the CARA.
And I'm saying because your vice chair is a finance person, he knows that is not factual. What is factual is that is not borrowing, is debt financing. And it is also a fact, the Controller of Budget just released a report last week, but one, saying that we have now surpassed the 1 trillion mark in debt financing. And that is what has a bearing as to how much money then is available to the counties. The other thing that is factual, true, the cost of living is going up and inflation and all that, and wages will definitely go up. But I would want to hear from you, where is a place for own source revenue for county governments? Because we are now all competing for resources at the center, but we never hear any governor or even the council speak about own source revenue. And I believe the spirit of devolution was also to encourage counties even to compete amongst themselves in raising revenue. Part of the other reason, Governor, Chairperson, why counties are finding themselves in problems is unrealistic estimates of your own source of revenue. And you end up with very many pending bills. I'll give you a case example of a county that I know that the last financial year they raised about 2.1 billion shillings, and they have now estimated for the next financial year that they will raise 7.9 billion. And they will go ahead and procure and incur pending bills. Then that drives the demand for more resources more than probably the other issues of inflation and all that. Because if you have to factor in inflation, the other thing that is factual, and I say this with all due respect to the council, because I have sat in Parliament as the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Part of what is factored, and I'm certain even Senator Aaron or Senator Mukani would have bear me witness, the cost of inflation is always factored. Always. Yeah. So that's why I challenge you that on that particular aspect, what you are telling us is not factual.
I actually beg to differ, because you know very well that as much as we raise revenue in the country, sometimes we also borrow to pay debts. We borrow from to pay B, or we roll over our maturities and use maybe domestic and convert one borrowing to pay another debt, and that happens, and it is normal in all counties. So I think we can't assume, if you look at how much money that the country collects vis-a-vis how much money that we're spending in development and how much we're paying in debt, you will see that what I'm telling you is factual. The second thing is, even in the national government, they have never achieved 100% of their revenue collection target. Half the time, and I come from a background of Treasury, I was there for over 15 years. In all those 15 years, or over 15 years I was there was no day we said we had achieved 100% of our revenue target. We always get to, in fact, if you get to 85, 90%, it's considered a very good performance. So it is not unusual also to find the same in the country, in the county governments. And I have said on the issue, this I've said before in Senate, I think one of the things that would cure our pending bills, and pending bills, Chair, does not only apply to county governments. Whereas county governments have a fraction of pending bills, I think our total pending bills are about 115 billion shillings. And out of that, you will find that one county will probably have 90, and the rest then have the spread of the little. And the largest bearer of the pending bills is the city of Nairobi, because of the previous local authorities and also the previous regimes. You will find that the national government's pending bills are in excess of 400 billion. So when we talk about pending bills and we talk about this financial management, let us be careful not to cast aspersions on the county governments at the expense or at the detriment of the expense of our reputation vis-a-vis the national, because Chair, some of us have the facts, and we will also respond with the facts. Thank you.
Vice Chair. Thank you very much to chairs. Issues raised, just add a few things. With all due respect, whether we call it debt financing or debt, it's our feeling that the national government is front-loading its share through debt. In that, when they borrow upfront and spend more on repaying debt, and when we come to the division of revenue, debt is used to explain why we can't get money, it's not fair. If we just even look at the current revenue share formula in the Constitution has provided a ceiling of 15% as counties' percentage of shareable revenue. It would have made sense for us to have a law in place to say, even with respect to the fiscal space, national government can only use up to 85%, because they ought to pay their debts from the revenue share that they have, which is 85%. So now, they are using the entire fiscal space for borrowing, and that doesn't leave counties with anything. A framework was suggested that says counties can borrow up to 20% of their equitable share. I think that's too low. It should be pegged on the available amount to be borrowed. The space that there is. I'll leave borrowing at that. Coming to the issue of recurrent expenditure, I think Chair has explained this has to do with the fact that expenditure is outgrowing revenue for counties. Every year we go to we go through a very intense DORA negotiations, division of revenue negotiations, where CRA comes up with numbers, and the National Treasury and the National Executive then take it upon themselves to decide what to give to counties. So we go through all these protracted negotiations, and at the end of the day, it is, take it or leave it in a sense. And if we don't get the support of the Houses of Parliament to actually increase the share, we're left high and dry. This is what has been happening. Then we'll end up with a situation where the growth in our expenditure, in our establishment cost, operating cost, every single year outweighs the increase in the equitable share. 2, development begets more expenditure. The more dispensaries we construct, for instance, or the more water wells we drill, the more we have to employ people to operationalize those, and then up goes our establishment cost. I think these are some of the things that drive this. And then the extraneous factors. We are out of a drought situation. When I took up office this term, if I started building anything, I'll be insulted on radio and I'll be cursed. Why? Because people are dying of hunger. I had to divert money from development to keep people alive. And that was in many counties, a lot of the ASL counties actually. So the solution then is give us more money. And how do you give us more money? Just let's be true to the constitutional requirement that resources follow functions. We're not asking for resources outside of what is available to do devolved functions. If there's money at Afya House that's for primary healthcare, give it to us. If there's money at Maji House that's available to do pans and water wells, give it to us. That way, we'll have dealt with that issue. On source revenue, I want to dissuade ourselves from this notion that counties ought to be funded from on-source revenue. It's not the case. Because at the time that we adopted this constitutional framework, the functions counties are doing were already being funded from the National Exchequer. Health was being funded from National Exchequer. Agriculture was being funded. And Article 209 has not given counties a lot of powers to actually collect revenues. Our mandate is pretty much limited to land rates and entertainment, taxes, alcohol,
cemeteries,
and user levies, for collecting garbage bins. I mean, you don't raise a lot of money from that, surely. So, much as we are trying to actually increase that, and counties are not equally endowed in raising revenue. The amount that Nairobi will collect in say, land rates, you wouldn't get that from Wajir or Mandera or Taita Taveta. So let's be real. Just give us what is due to us.
Okay, Governor, on this particular subject, we may debate until the cows come home. And if you read Article 203 of the Constitution, sub-Article 1B, on the criteria, not national interest, the second one, because I heard Governor Igoro whisper that excuses, not reasons. It's actually a constitutional provision, and your chair legal knows that any provision must be made in respect to all the public debt and other national obligations. Therefore, that's a subject of discussion. As I say, that we can debate until, including whether counties have contributed to the rise of public debt. And Governor Igoro rightly put it, just as you say about, speak about pending bills, it is also factual that part of this public debt is debt that came from the defunct local authorities. Again, Nairobi County being top among those counties. I want to move you to your first issue on the reconstitution of IEBC and boundaries delimitation. And on page 2, and you are asking, you therefore call upon the committee leaders and political workers to give a chance to the selection panel to complete the exercise of composition of IEBC within the stipulated timelines to undertake this important exercise. Just a direct question, is that to say that you support the selection panel as established under the IEBC Amendment Act of 2022 or 2023 to continue with its work and complete that process, and through that selection model of a panel.
I will ask Governor.
Can they take a few then?
Yeah, maybe you can take. You'll answer that one.
You can take a few, then you respond, Chair.
Omalwa, then Omar.
Yes, I think on that same point, on page 3 of your presentation, I think apart from the reconstitution of IEBC, you're also urging Parliament to fast track the enactment of the County Boundaries Bill. I think this is before the Senate, as we were told, so that they are able to execute their work under Article 188 of the Constitution. But according to you, you are saying that this will help address the continued disputes between the county governments on their boundaries and the shared resources. But there's another issue that is before this committee. It's not just the disputes on the boundaries, but it is creation of new counties. So far, I think there are proposals for almost over 10 counties. I think looking at some of you here, you are affected by that proposal. I think Wajir Governor, a team from Wajir came. Governor Bungoma, there's a team from Bungoma. And about 10 of you are affected by that. We wanted to know your views on this issue. And probably if you have been consulted as the governors of the affected counties and what you think this committee should recommend, because there's also the danger of having a Pandora's box opened, where every community would want their own county, and you are the wearers of the shoes. Would be very happy to hear from you over that. The other issue, of course, you have proposed increment from, I think, up to 45%. I think there had been a BBI proposal that had gone through, I think, most of your county assemblies. And I think there had been some build-up of consensus around 35%. But your proposal is actually beyond that. You're looking at 45%. I think it'll be good to hear your justification on that. Though as your former minister, I would really support, in fact, the more resources to the counties. I think you are shouldering the greatest responsibilities in terms of the big four. You are the ones on the ground actually carrying everything. And I would like to see that process that is ongoing of ensuring that all the work functions come to you, and of course resources follow the functions. I think that is a very interesting proposal. I would like to hear more about the justification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine would just be one or two issues that were raised following up on what Eugene has said. When you are like a counterpart, axis of devolution, the MCAs were here. They want us to create a World Development Fund. We want to hear your opinions about it. Secondly, there's a lot of allegations about the independence of county assemblies. So I also want to get a bit of your view about what you think about these issues on financial autonomy, particularly of county assemblies. Thirdly, these 27 or so counties that are, or 20 members of parliament who have been here without pointing any fingers, talk about the inclusivity issue. They say the reason they're asking for their little enclaves is because some of you as governors have deliberately marginalized them in your own counties. So as you build an inclusivity question or conversation in Nairobi at the national government, is the county, the COG trying in its own regard also to build an inclusivity discussion or discourse internally, or even in terms of peer mentoring, that there's a lot of allegations of nepotism, clanism, tribalism, So these small little groups are saying, when you are a governor from clan X, you exclude clan Y. And the last one, of these amendments you have proposed, are there any that require a referendum?
Okay, it's quite a mouthful from us, but I will ask a final one, hopefully. On your recommendation to have the equitable share of revenue increase from 15% to 45%, I just want to get some comfort from you. The basis for this, because in the past we've had controversy around the costing of these functions. So is this based on some scientific costing of the functions that would therefore demand this kind of equitable share of revenue? Because for my seat, I support more and more money going to the counties, but I want to be given some comfort that is scientifically arrived at. And I can also see you are saying that in that new scheme of things, the least county should get is 6 billion. You have to be sure that that is supported by some science. Two, and finally, is the issue of the MCAs. You know, MCAs are an integral part of the county government management, if I may call it so, for lack of a better word. There's been an outcry that the MCAs are very poorly remunerated, and this affecting their work in terms of oversight, legislation, and representation. I'm sure when the MCAs are uncomfortable, the county government work is also affected. So do you support the idea that the remuneration of MCAs should be addressed by way of enhancing it, okay, so as to make the work of the county governments more effective and efficient? Thank you.
All right. I will request my colleagues to chip in on the responses. The boundaries, one, will be handled by the legal governors amongst us, Governor Wambua and the team.
Sergeant at Arms, maybe you can add mics instead of passing around, but I see Mutula has one in front of him.
Yes. And maybe at the same time, you could just allow whoever is capable of answering the question just to shoot. Yes.
Excellent. I think I will just start off on summary on the last question of the county assemblies, because I've been on it for a while. I think in general, if you look at the disparities in terms of the salaries, you will understand where they're coming from. One, anyone who understands the politics of this country and the way their jobs were assessed by the SRC, you will know that they're, especially for you who are legislators, you'll know that the work of a legislator is not what is written on the terms of reference of a member of parliament. It's written oversight, representation, but you know, when you go to the ground, there's a lot more that you have to handle because of our culture and our society. No one will understand why a legislator cannot give or contribute to a funeral, or will not attend, or will not take care of, from your pocket, bursary and demands for healthcare. And it's the same thing for the members of the county assemblies. The other thing is that already Senate has provided for them an increased ceiling. But what has happened is that in the review of all the other cadres within the county governments, our county secretaries got more money, our county CECs got an increase, but the county assembly and the speakers got an increase, but the MCAs never got an increase. But they got an increase in their ceilings. So they have a ceiling, but they cannot spend. So they can actually get a little increase within the ceiling that is already provided by Senate without affecting the overall budget. Thanks.
Governor, maybe you'd have answered together with that question on the position of the Council of Governors on the financial autonomy of county assemblies and Ward Development Fund.
Okay, I'm going to answer the Ward Development Fund. Sorry. I think there's a genuine concern by the members of the county assemblies to ring-fence some Ward Development Fund. And the fear has been, because I've also been around for some time, the fear has been that sometimes development is best left to the whims of the governor who is there. So that if an MCA stands up and doesn't like the governor, or the governor doesn't like the MCA, then you just dictate that there will be no money going to that area for development. So as a council, we are proposing that out of the development fund, we ring-fence up to 5% of what has been allocated to go to the ward. That will ensure that every ward gets its share of development, irrespective of whether you agree or belong to the same political formation with the governor or not. The financial autonomy, in fact, again, is very good for us. We've already supported it. We want the county assemblies to have their own autonomy in terms of finance. It will get out of us, because again, it becomes sometimes a big challenge where they feel maybe the governor is sabotaging what they want to do. So we want them to manage their own funds. Therefore, as a council, the position is we support financial autonomy.
Mutula, Governor Mutula?
Yes.
On the legal questions?
Yes. One, let me just disclose that I participated in the 2016 law on the IEBC.
Oh yes, you did.
Yes, I was there. Now, for purposes of the COG, we didn't get into the details of who should or shouldn't sit in the selection panel for obvious reasons. We in a bipartisan manner, we left that issue on the detail. What we have emphasized, that it is nearly tragic not to have a commission. It's nearly tragic to have half a commission like we were having, and therefore this matter must be resolved as quickly as possible. So that then whatever method that is used, the principle is in the law that you must have a selection panel. As to who sits in the panel, that we have left to you without getting into the detail. Why, if you, in the 2016 framework, and you know how we ended up in the selection panel, we ended up picking church leaders to pick IEBC, for example, and it was one term. So we have left the details to you, but we are emphasizing
but more so on the mode of selecting the new commissioners. Would you, as a council, support the selection panel route, or what was christened the IPPG, for instance, route, or what happens in other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth where the president unilaterally decides Governor Mutula is a good man, he can become a commissioner of IEBC, Kimani Ichung'wah cannot, Governor Igoro can, between those, because that's the debate really, which route to pursue, and from your reading, you are asking for a speedy resolution of that matter through the selection panel. That's what I wanted to confirm, whether you are supporting the selection panel.
We have stated, yes, about the selection panel.
Selection panel is your position.
Yes, and the reasons are, are obvious. From our historical perspective from 1992, you don't want to reinvent history. It's there in the law, and facts.
Not political parties.
No, the details as to who sits in the selection panel, like in the case in UK, would be either political parties, etc. We didn't want to get into those details.
Okay.
Yeah, because then we didn't want to compromise the otherwise.
Sorry.
Yes.
But is it your position that the current selection panel continues with the work?
Clear. Yeah. So we avoided the question of current. We said selection panel. Not current. We didn't want a political fight about it, because people would hold different views. Just said, go with the method, but look for the detail. The detail is yours. Yeah, on the county boundaries. And the question...
We will read that to mean not necessarily the current panel, but a panel.
Yeah, read it that
panel mode.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, on the question of the county boundaries, let me say this, because I attempted, and majority leader, you are aware, since 2013, I attempted to have the county boundaries bill.
Yeah.
Since 2013. I drafted three bills from 2017 to 2022. Chairman, although we don't have a brief from the council on the creation, because we are not aware. We were not briefed on the creation, the proposed creation of the new counties. You can't even get there without determining the boundaries of counties. Because how will you split one county if you don't know where the boundary is? Yeah. But the contradiction is this, Chairman, that whilst constituencies are known, whilst wards are known, boundaries of counties appear ambiguous. So the delimitation is important so that you can resolve the question of county boundaries before you get to the question whether you will increase or reduce. Because the criteria of the 47 is already there in the 1992 District and Provinces Act. You don't have any other method. And in any event, Chairman, you know, for that territory of Kenya, you have to do a referendum.
It is disputed, sorry.
What?
That criteria was disputed vehemently this morning by Mwingi people.
By
Mwingi, the people of Mwingi neighbors.
Mwingi. My neighbors.
Yes.
Neighbors in Kitui.
Is that when Makueni district
yes.
and Tharaka-Nithi district were created way back in 1992 or thereabout, they were gazetted. And yet, Mwingi district was equally created at the same time, but was not gazetted.
No,
that's how it missed out.
The position is this, that the last Attorney General, Amos Wako, is the person who came up with the District and Provinces Act. Any other gazette notice that came after that was not considered for purposes of constitutional making. That is a fact. And there are many other gazette notices that followed. But the correct position is that the 47 counties are anchored on the 1992 law, which was the compromise by the constitutional lawmakers. Thank you.
More emphatically, the COG is of the position
yes.
that you don't support an increment in the number of counties.
I'm saying, for purposes of our brief, the county boundaries now appear ambiguous. It is a contradiction to start talking about other things before you define the county boundaries.
We first fix the existing county boundaries before we even begin the question of delimiting.
Yes.
To new additional ones or reducing.
There is no baby, so where do you get the other baby from? It's a simple thing. The question of the independence of county assemblies has been addressed. The question asked by my good friend and twin brother, Senator Oman, on referendum, I will tell you. Number 8 and 9 on our document are covered under Article 255. They will require a referendum. Independence of county assemblies, I fought very hard when I was sitting in the budget committee to ensure that the county assemblies are given financial autonomy, which was done through a circular. What they're asking is an amendment to the PFM. And since Chairman, you have been sitting in that committee, you know what they're talking about. Thank you.
And now that you're sitting in the Council of Governor, I hope you have praised the Council more on the provisions of Article 2 or 3.
Yeah, the one of 45% will be important to hear.
45%?
The justification for the 45%.
Is that what Governor Timami is?
And the minimum of 6 billion.
The justification for, in fact, at the time that we were proposing, in fact, at the BBI it was 40%. And in the calculation of the 40%, in fact, was costing of existing functions. Not even an increment, it's just the functions, the existing functions. If you cost the existing functions, you will even go to 40% straight without an increment. We're simply saying the funds have not followed the functions. And in this, we have gone out of our way, and I must say it, because this is a matter that I'm very passionate about. In the graph on page 6,
Is that why Governor says has taken over the work of the chair to allocate who is going to answer what?
And
I was asking her on a light note, what side is she on?
Look at the graphs appearing on allocations. This is how to answer that question, and it also answers the question that Majority Leader talks about funding. If you look at the funding for counties in 2013, at the advent, it was at 64.7%. If you look at it currently, it is at 56.3%. If you look at, no, that is national. If you look at counties, it has reduced dramatically from 14 all the way, and it has been going up and down, up and down. This increment that you can see at national government, those 2013, those are actually county functions. That, yes, from 20 to 15%. You can see the graph in the blue line. The 4% here and the increment at national of more than 7% is actually money that should be going to counties. That is the scientific justification.
Governor, this green line, have you factored in public debt, national interest?
You and I were.
You have taken the wholesome share.
Wholesome, but you and I were in Parliament when we were debating this public debt and increment of this debt from 6 trillion to 10 trillion. it was obvious at that time you would get to 10 trillion before the time that was specified by National Assembly in the Gazette notice. And it was going to affect the bottom line. So I agree with the Vice Chair. Whether you call it financing of debts or public debt, it's just talking about a chicken and the egg. It's the same thing.
But you remember we took the same position and were ignored.
I know, but now you know what I was saying.
Cheers. I'm just to agree with my colleagues. I think what we are saying is that for us to sort out this aspect of the amount of resources between counties and national government is actually to do costing of functions. It's an exercise that has not been concluded for the last 10 years, up to and including this morning. Part of what we had as part of the agenda in the COG was to discuss intergovernmental, technical committee on unbundling of functions. And we clearly think that, I don't think that we have developed sufficient courage as a nation to confront this unbundling of functions. If we did that and costed functions, these percentages of 15, 30, the truth is, even if we were to ask ourselves, what was the basis of 15%? At that point, it could have been 25. It could have been 30. You can't really get a reason why it had to be 15%. And therefore, even as we push it to 45, it's on the basis of the experiences that we have had now. And we clearly can see that counties are underfunded. But if we wanted to be fair with everybody, let's just unbundle the functions, let us cost the functions, and let's release the monies. Maybe we would not even need to talk about percentages once we agree on unbundling of functions, costing, and functions follow, funds follow functions. So I think that is really where we are.
Has this been raised at IBEC?
Yes. Not just IBEC, at IBEC and at the summit continuously. But also, it's very good that this is coming from one side. At the end of the day, in these negotiations every year, the bigger obstacle in the division of revenue is actually the National Assembly. So some of these factors are understood by both the Senate, the National Assembly, the National Treasury. I will tell you, and Aaron knows this. This year, we are getting 15.4%. Can you imagine 10 years down the line, the devolution way? We are still at, the Constitution talked about 15%. In fact, the allocation initially was 14.6. When we pointed out, there was an additional, I think, 5 billion that brought it just barely above the 15%. It can't be that 10 years down the line, we are actually still operating at the very bare minimum.
I think that's a very dangerous situation. Yes. You are really on the brink. Yes. Now, do you feel the Senate is, as a defender of devolution, is defending you enough? Because I think we were 385 and 407, and we were very surprised that some of your senators actually opposed.
And part of that is the reason why we think, if you look at also part of our presentation, we are saying that the Senate really needs to be given more gravitas. Gravitas. And it's part of the thing that, part of the reason why senators may end up agreeing on certain figures is because of the the reality that eventually the National Assembly's position will carry the day. Sometimes it's very frustrating to push. We have seen the senators push to 425. Eventually we know that it will end up at the position that the National Assembly takes. So really, if we can find an objective, arrangement around unbundling, costing, and then agree on that principle of, resources follow functions, this should be able to settle the resources.
Thank you.
Through you.
How I wish that the Honorable Ishoma was here to hear some.
Okay. I will convey the message to him. Just finally, Honorable Omar,
just to conclude, as you answer.
My colleagues here wanted to say something.
Please answer at once. After him, then we can.
Ultimately, to become a governor, you're a politician. So that doesn't, the fact that you have a county government. But there is a question, I've seen your position on gender within your presentation, there's another insertion which talks about gender, which is very elaborate. I think we can pick from that. But I would really want to appreciate your position on the leader of official opposition. You know, your politicians of a certain gravitas. Leader of official opposition, PACS, and the constitutionalization of some of these other funds like NGAF, World Development Fund, and the CDF.
And I would just add one other issue you left out completely is the cost of living. And this is a major issue for this committee. We know that some of the counties have also drastically raised some taxes and levies. I think Nairobi to be in particular. But there are some of you governors who have been very sensitive to the suffering of Kenyans. And actually down there you have adjusted a bit. I think we want to appreciate those of you who have done that because Kenyans are hurting. Kenyans are hurting. I would like to hear your views on that also. Whether some of these taxes, levies can be dropped. On fuel alone we have like 16. Electricity we have like 8. What are your views on this? Thank you.
Leader Cheriot, you know it will be wrong if I don't respond. The Senate has been mentioned, and sometimes adversely as a leader of the House, it will be proper for me to respond. I think I hear the discussion, and I see what Eugene is trying to say about the division, for example, in the House, because it's been a very controversial issue, and I know what governors say. But I want to say that Senate relied on the wisdom of so many things. History, resources available. You know, when I say history, for example, Chair, I know for a fact that we've held our ground sometimes in the past and they've been stalemate. And 3-4 months down the line, because county governments haven't received a share, governors themselves have gone and said, what are you guys still fighting about? Can you release that money as it is? By COG itself, and it's on record. So sometimes you wonder how difficult it is to fight and whether it is worth the eventual fight together. And when you're seated at a table, because our members of our committee consult and say, so what is it that will be more comfortable and what is available? That's what eventually gets shared out. Chair, just as a final comment, there is something that I noted, which I really wish to plead with our governors to understand, because I got this from the conversation between the chair on our side and chair on their side, and I think a few of the governors when they spoke. We all love evolution. I certainly do, and I believe that we need to support them. We need to send far more resources to our counties than we already are doing. However, I'd wish to plead with our governors not to accept the demeanor that the national government accepted many years in the past, and hence we found ourselves in the situation. Because I saw when questions are raised, our governors go on defense mode on many of these issues. When you say on-source revenue, you say, oh, on-source revenue is not supposed to fund counties. Yet we know for a fact that there are counties which, after changeover of administration, county governments are collecting almost double the amount that the previous administration used to collect in the same jurisdiction. And there are examples. Counties that used to report 400, 500, you now have a new governor in office, they're upwards of 600 and 700. Therefore, if it becomes the official position, as is being explained right now, that, you know, we cannot use it to fund operations in our counties, then even your own staff, they take that demeanor and say, anyway, it's just about funeral collections and I don't know what, yet it is a serious kitty. And the same could be said of pending bills that you spoke about and so many other pool resources. So I want to believe that much as we agree with you, your Vice Chair, that it is important to send additional resources to you, let the demeanor also change so that we know and appreciate that you also have learned from the very bad experience that our national government has set for all of us. We don't want counties to find themselves in that situation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's now wind up, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to respond to Majority Leader Senate with like 3 sentences. Then I'll hand over to my colleague on my left. They've been wanting to say something on the other questions that have been overtaken. And then the Vice Chair will close on the response to your question Honorable Malwa on the issue of the cost of living and all the questions that we apparently jumped. So, just to say, Chair, that yes, there are counties that have increased their revenue, some of them being some of the ones that some of us are running. But if you look at our revenue, the county of Kirinyaga, at our highest so far, we have collected 580 million. But we received in total about 5.2 billion. It used to be 4.2 for many years. And then about a year ago, now this is the second time we've gotten 5.2. And then a little from development partners. So you can see the amount of revenue and the amount required to run the county is less than 10%. And so the fact is our own source revenue was never meant to run the counties, because the devolved system of governance in Kenya is not a completely devolved system. If it was, we would be collecting pay-as-you-earn at the counties, we would be collecting VAT, we would be collecting the housing levy at our level, and then applying that to running the county. That's how states run. And if you look at other countries with devolution, there is the mixed breed like our system, and then there is the absolute devolved system where you're completely autonomous, like even in other countries like Nigeria, where they collect the revenue and run their counties, and that's very different from what we have. So in that case, when my revenue maximum can only be about between 8 and 10% of the required revenue for the county, the national government has to supplement, and that is why there is a provision in the Constitution of a minimum of 15% allocation, and it's supposed to be a minimum, not a maximum. I'll ask my colleagues on my left to please chip in where we left off.
Honorable members of the committee, the issue of the minimum 6 billion revenue for counties. There are about 7-8 counties which are dubbed the small counties, not in size but in population. For example, Lamu, we are getting about 3 billion. My cost of doing development, because of the geography, everything is sourced out of Mombasa, then to transport it to Lamu and further on to the other islands. It's very, very expensive. Not only that, what has been said earlier, the staff costs. This year we have been hit with a 1.5% housing levy. That translates to nearly 100 million shillings, which the county has to pay. And these are counties that we didn't even have, and until today we don't have county headquarters. And it's really, if things continue the way they are, these counties will not be able to survive. It's not only the geography, poverty levels across the 7 or 8 counties are very high, and most importantly, we were also left behind for all those years until 2010. Development bypassed these counties. So for all these reasons, we believe, for example, Taita, with its landscape, and it's been going through a hard time with drought. I'm sure it's envious when it sees it's raining here. It's really becoming a challenge for us to run our counties.
Thank you.
So that's something we want you to
Taita gets how much, Madimis?
We are almost just on the same tune, but it's about 4 billion. But you see the topology of the area and the way it is. That's why most of the time I'm agitating for 1 vote, 1 shilling, 1 kilometer.
Because right now, as it is, if we continue on the same trend, it will just be the same as Kenya and Singapore. We are at the same level. Other countries will move ahead, others will remain. Because we cannot do even a single project. As it is right now, you know, when we started 2013, the evolution was very good to all countries. Because they didn't have ECDs, we did them. Where they didn't have health centers, we did them. But alongside that, as time goes by, we had to engage staff. And where we are right now, if we just get the exchequer, I mean from Equitable share on a monthly basis, once we pay the staff, what remains, even buying medicine and doing these nitty-gritties. And mind you, some of us, we are placed logistically in a very difficult area. We are not like the governor of Nairobi or let's say Mombasa, because if you call a meeting in Nairobi, and all the meetings are done either Nairobi or Mombasa, as we have to travel by road. And you know, when you are traveling by road, you have to carry all the security guards, you have to carry, it's a lot of expenses. So these are some of the issues, I think, nitty-gritties, which we should go really deep, so that these 8 counties, you should bail them out. At least minimum 6 billion, this one can do.
Apart from Lamu and Taita, the other one?
Tarakanidhi is one of them.
Okay.
Vihiga,
Yolo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Embu too, yes. Isiolo.
Kuchas. Just 2 minutes of closing, but I'll give 1 minute to my whip and then.
Honorable members, 2 things. I think Aaron, Senator Aaron, what you are saying is well noted. You know, on source revenue, we are definitely pushing ourselves. Some counties are doing better, others are still not doing very good. That is an area that we have to focus. But you will also appreciate that some of the revenue streams that were available to local authorities are no longer available to county governments now. For example, says in Nandi County, for example, and I know it's the same for quite a number of the agricultural counties, sales used to form a big part of our own source revenue. Again, courtesy of legal changes, that is not available right now. So I think really, even as we stretch ourselves within the own source revenue space, there are also, legal technicalities around that then puts us in a difficult position. And finally, Chair, or members, you may have noticed that we have left out quite a number of areas that you are requesting us to comment on. The position that we took as council is to focus on the areas around devolution. Because even on matters of, for example, the position of official opposition, the position of prime cabinet and the likes, some of us belong to different formations that have already made presentations or will continue making presentations. So we really narrowed ourselves to around the issues of devolution. Yeah.
Wednesday. Cost of living.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
I just want to chip in on the issue of the 6 billion. And I want to explain it without going into 1 man, 1 vote and 1 kilometer, because that wouldn't even agree as a council amongst ourselves. But as an accountant, and I know Honorable Ichungwa is an accountant, costs are of 2 types, fixed costs and variable costs. Before you can even start selling your first item, you will have incurred a level of fixed costs. And the basic equal share in the formula of the CRA formula of sharing was to take care of that fixed cost. So what we're actually asking is that basic equal share to be able to cover the basic equal fixed operating cost for all counties before we start getting into their variable cost of the number of staff and the number of dispensaries. So there are counties that are unable to operate or have any money for development because whatever they're getting doesn't cover that basic fixed cost of running a county. Okay. So what we're asking is, can we up the basic equal share to cover that cost for everybody? Then, I don't want to get to OSR that has been well covered. The cost of living, together with the issues of office of the opposition leader and the office of the prime cabinet secretary and all those things, were things that we thought we don't have a common position on as a council. And usually what I tell people is that the council is neither an appendage of the national executive nor the official opposition. It's a bipartisan organization that brings together the governors of Kenya. So we discuss the things that unite us, not the ones that divide us. And that's why we just like discussing things to do with devolution. I ended there, Chair.
Okay, I think we need to stop at that point. Co-chairs in golf will say well out. Well out, well out. If you don't mind, yes.
Chair, let me just tell my colleagues that you've done a good job for devolution. Thank you.
So it went according to script, eh? clearly, because she seemed to know who should answer what question.
We had a pambana.
In all fairness, you've done very well, and we thank you for that. Your presentation will enrich our work as we move to the stage of report writing.
So maybe in our deliberations, co-chair, we should excuse Governor Sess that day.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the Council of Governors for your excellent presentation. And we will definitely consider all that you have said. You have given us invaluable inputs into many of the issues that we are considering. And a different perspective on a number of those issues, like the issue on delimitation of boundaries that Governor Makueni spoke about existing boundaries of counties that are yet to be resolved. So we thank you, na asanteni sana for taking your time. I was hoping on a light note now in closing that probably since you had your elections today, would have benefited as a country from knowing how you conduct your elections without so much acrimony. maybe we adopt that style for electing a president.
I'm telling you. Thank you, co-chairs. On behalf of my colleagues and the Council of Governors, would like to thank you for the opportunity that you have given us. And we are very hopeful that you will consider the proposals that we have made, especially in the advancement of devolution in Kenya. And yes, I think the country has a thing or two to learn from the Council of Governors on how they elect, and it would be, I think, a very progressive way of ensuring that we don't get into a situation where we even end up here with bipartisan talks trying to calm the country down. But thank you. On a light note, on behalf of my colleagues, and I'm sure all of us are happy that we've had a CO2 on the matters that concern us. Okay. There's just one issue of a document that is inside there. I think we'll wait to be guided on a day, maybe the one on gender, the section.
That's fine. It is here, it's documented. If we need more from you, we shall let you know.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
They're telling me to clarify that the document in entirety is mostly by the G7, the women governors, on the gender.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Members, I'll ask people to read it as the governors exit. And I hope there's no petition on the elections today. But maybe as you leave, to encourage you, this, and it's my personal view, not the view of the committee, to have at least a term of 2 years for a chair of the council, instead of 1 year.
Yeah. Too much. Too frequent.
Then the last 1 year, you can give it to a first-term governor who is likely to be re-elected.
And says, I hope we sent you to Majority Leader Ichungwa in our forum, so I hope you pass the message.
Okay. I think Emergent.
Thank you.
Where is Emergent?
We're done.
No, yeah, we're done.